Hey everybody, this is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at beachrc.com, and my name is Sean Alfonso, and this is the Roar Nats 2024. This is a great place to come. I'm super excited about the Roar Nats. All the announcers, all the drivers, everybody's very professional about what they do, and it's an awesome experience. The flow of this track is very nice. The two jumps in the back, they go with great ease, great flow, like I said, throughout. This has so many drivers from the small class all the way up to some of the biggest names out there. I'm actually sometimes racing right next to some of the world champions, and I can ask them questions and everything I need. I love RC. I love the people, how much they help one another with their race programs. Everyone's here to help. This is such a great experience for Roar to come out. So I hope to see you guys come out and also watch us here and see how we perform, because it's really awesome to know that we have a crowd out there.
Good morning, Live RC. We are live, coming to you from Myrtle Beach here at Beach RC for the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals. We got some great racing coming for you today. We had our seeding round on Thursday. Today we're doing qualifying just like we did yesterday. So today is qualifiers 3 and 4, and there is a ton of pressure on these drivers so they can try to bump up in the mains for tomorrow. We're going off of qual points for our qualifiers. So what that means is that the better that they run in the qualifiers, the lower points they get, kind of like golf, and that's how they will get ranked for tomorrow, for the mains that are coming up. We got our AAA mains for all of our modified classes and our stock classes, so it's going to be great. You're not going to want to miss it. Our sponsors for today, One Up Racing and LiveRC.com and their bonus lap membership. So make sure you're signing up for that. It's less than a cup of Starbucks. You get all kinds of extra features. So get out there, become a Bonus Laps member. We did some practice this morning. These drivers were doing 2-minute heats, and I'm telling you, the guy to watch, Ryan Cavallari, looked super impressive this morning. He was running the hot laps out there, and also Brock Champlin. Brock Champlin out there in the modified stadium truck, just looking outstanding. We got lots of content coming for you today. We're going to talk to a bunch of people. We got team managers. We got all kinds of stuff. Yesterday, if you missed it, we talked to the team manager of Hobbywing, and we also talked to the owner of Beach RC. So if you want to hear what they have to say on their insights, check out yesterday's live broadcast for those. Currently, though, we got our 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy out on the track, heat number 1 of 4. Yesterday, Mason Templeman was the guy to beat, and he is the same guy to beat today because he qualified not only in round 1, but also in round 2 as our top qualifier for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggies. So stay tuned. Check out these races because they're going to be great. Heat 1 of 4 out on the track now. Justin Sherman out front, 16.508. Christos right behind him, less than a tenth of a second. So anything can happen here in 10-scale racing. All it takes is one mistake, and you're bumped down the list 5 or 6 spots. So, man, what more could you want? Live 10-scale racing here from the Roar Nationals. It's going to be great. Justin Sherman out front still 16.506, so improves by about 2 seconds over Christos. Kyle in the 3, Mitch in the 4, Killian in the 5, Mark Reed in the 6, Jermaine in the 7, Wesley in the 8. I also want to send a huge shout out to Sean Alfonso for doing that little intro video for us. Great ambassador here in Myrtle Beach. He makes all the races. He's always the volunteer marshal. So we thought, let's get Sean Alfonso to come out here and introduce this track, and we really appreciate him. So shout out, Sean Alfonso. Good luck this weekend. Good luck on your race program. Meanwhile, we got a minute and a half left in this one. Justin Sherman still out front, 16.506. here in heat number 1 of 4. Christos in the number 2. Kyle in the 3. Mitch in the 4. Killian in the 5. Mark Reed in the 6. Wesley Shipley in the 7. Jermaine in the 8. Qualifiers 3 and 4 today. We were done here yesterday by about 5 p.m. or so Eastern time, maybe 6. It's going to be a good day. Ooh, had somebody hit that over there. Christos now taking over that top spot, 16.511. Justin Sherman dropping all the way to the number 7, so something happened to his car out there. Kyle Kendall, 16.518. Mitch, 14.503. Killian, 13.514. Mark Reed, 13.516. Christos with about a 5-second lead right now up on Kyle. Five seconds left in this one. And that's a race. Something to note here in qualifying, the races are racing the clock. They're not actually racing each other in heads-up racing. So they're trying to get the most laps in the least amount of time. And that's how they are able to position themselves in these qualifiers going into the mains tomorrow. So the idea is to just be as consistent as possible and lay down the fastest laps that you can over and over and over. And this one's done. Christos going to take it 16.510, so he will set the pace to beat. Coming up for heats 2, 3, and 4 in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Yesterday, Mason Templeman in the 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy was able to do a 18.5 flat in round 1 and a 19.512 in round 2. So we will be expecting similar times today out of these drivers. Heat 2 is getting up onto the driver's stand. Race director is calling them out, get them checked in, which basically means they get a warm-up lap. And that's it. Now they're going to call them in for lineup. Here we go, heat number 2 of 4. Drivers are coming around. And it's a green flag. Race director's calling them out by car number. The reason they do that is to kind of spread them out here at the very beginning so they're not all bunched up. Sometimes at these races what you see is the drivers will hear the tone, the start tone, and then they all just go at the same time, and so they're just struggling on the first couple of laps trying to space themselves out. And again, the reason we do this is because these drivers are racing the clock. They want to try to get as many laps in as they can, and if they were all bunched up on lap number 1, then they would just be piled on top of each other, and it doesn't work out too well. Time to meet Christos, 16.510. Coming around for the first couple of laps here. Give you some pace details. Sean out on an 18.515. So if he can hold on to that, that'll definitely be good enough to beat Christos on a 16.510. Minute 45 into this one, 3:15 left to go. Sean out front, 18.515, followed by Levi. Levi on a 17.510. Brennan, 17.511. Dalton, 17.511. Christopher, 17.515. Willie, 16.502. Brady, 16.512. Justin, 16.514. Tom, 15.510. Ross, 14.510. So it looks like the top 6 or so able to get into that TQ pace. TQ Chef, what's up? Good morning. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach. Abe Froman, here's your morning salute. Good morning. Martinez, champ, good morning to you. Here's your morning salute. Murillo Family Fishing, let's go. Here's your morning salute. Got Levi Raymond right here. Met this young man yesterday. He and his brother are here competing. Levi Raymond on a 17.502. Whoa, look out for that traffic. Man. Coming around this front straight. They got to take it tight there on that turn. They want to set themselves up for these, especially that tabletop. I was talking to Ryan Cavalieri yesterday about setting up for entries and exits, and guys, a wealth of knowledge. But you can see when they come around that straight, they really want to get tight so they can get all the speed that they can, especially coming after that last double over there. Looks like trouble there for, oh no. Yeah, trouble there for Levi. Out front, Sean 17.5 flat, Levi 17.502. Brennan 17.506, Willie 17.512, Dalton 17.514, Christopher 16.504, Justin 16.510, Brady 16.514, Sherman 15.503, Ross 15.515. Oh man, Levi with a 17.1 on that one. Smoked Sean. Oh, Sean answers back with a 17.2 there. So Levi less than a second back now from Sean. Got 20 seconds left, so Levi going to have to lay down some heater laps. Outlaw Speed Shop, good morning. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Levi taking it over now, 17.502. And that's a race. He's going to race back to the start-finish line. And Levi does it, 17.501, so he will reset that TQ from Christos of a 16.510. So Levi will be the man to beat now. Still got heats 3 and 4 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Mason Templeman, the big winner yesterday in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy, was able to TQ round 1 and 2. 17.501 now the pace to beat though by Levi. X-Tech, good morning from Sweden. Here's your morning salute. Good morning to you. It is 10:45 a.m. here. sun is shining out here in Myrtle Beach. 76 degrees. Don't know what that converts to in Celsius, but I'm sure one of you can help me out with that. For our overseas fans. Race director calling them out to get checked in. Garrett, good morning. Here's your morning salute. How's the weather out there in New Jersey? All right, getting them called in here. And there's the green flag. Racer's getting called out. See if any of these guys got anything for Levi 17501. Garrett, it's wet out there. Clint, good morning. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach. I'm still working on that. Still working on that medal. You'll be the first to know, though. Promise you. Brandon checking in from Raleigh. Raleigh isn't that far. You should be here. Trackside live, but here's your morning salute anyway. Good morning to you, Brandon. How far is Myrtle Beach from Raleigh anyways? Give these guys another lap or so. We'll give you some pace details. TQ to beat, Levi Raymond, 17.501. We got Jermaine out front, 18.5 flat. Talon, 18.505. Tyler, 18.515. Colton, 17.501. Harris, 17.507. Jeff, 17.509. Nolan, 16.501. Ethan, 16. Oh, Ethan moving up now, 17.518. Brandon, you coming tomorrow? Sweet. Come say what's up in the Live RC studio. About 3 hours away. That ain't nothing. You can leave your house around 7 in the morning, stop for some breakfast somewhere, pick you up an Egg McMuffin from McDonald's, come watch some racing with us. Rob King, good morning to you all the way from Crestview, Florida. Here's your morning salute. Let's go Hunter King. Jermaine still out front in this one, 18.506. Up on Talon about a second. Colton in the number 3, Jeff in the 4, Tyler in the 5, Ryan in the 6, Ethan 7, Nolan in the 8. Race 3 of 22 on the track. Race number 4 coming up next. That'll be heat 4 of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. How was the format 30 years ago? Terry, good morning. All the way from Michigan. Here's your morning salute. Shouting out Kyle Go. Good luck to Kyle. Less than 2 minutes. Jermaine still out front, 18.506. Colton in the 2, Talon in the 3, Tyler in the 4, Ryan 5, Ethan 6, Jeff 7, Nolan 8. We got lots of good stuff planned today in the liverc.com studio, so make sure you stick around all day. You're not going to want to miss out. We got some special guests. We got some cool interviews. A lot slower and a lot bumpier, huh? Yeah, it's very smooth. The track is pristine here. Some of the drivers yesterday, when I was talking to them, said that they were having a hard time with it. Trying to mess with tires, get the traction just right. From the Netherlands, Randy, good morning to you from Myrtle Beach. Here's your morning salute. Long way. Following Jermaine around here over that backside triple. Setting himself up well for that double. Yeah, he gets close to the inside. There's two lines there that you can take. Inside or out. Ooh, catches the fence. Rings the Santa Claus bells. The full speed around that straight there. It's all about picking the right lines. Shave off those tenths of a second every lap. See how Jermaine finishes here. 18.508 for Jermaine. Going to reset that TQ. Kathy Meyer, my mom, good morning. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach. Rob King, is there another qual resort? So there'll be qualifiers 3 and 4. They are not doing a resort, but they will probably start them in their finishing order in their heat. Badlands RC, good morning to you all the way from the pits behind me. Here's your morning salute, Badlands. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate your support. So Jermaine resets that one, 18.508. That will be the time to beat here in Heat 4. That'll be the time to beat here in Heat number 4. 18.508. A respectable time for sure. Michael, thanks for tuning in. Good morning to you. Here's your morning salute from Myrtle Beach. All right, I got Jermaine Robinson, our latest top qualifier. Jermaine, congratulations on that. What a run.
Thank you.
Man, 18.508 was your time. That's going to be tough to beat for Heat 4. How do you keep this momentum going into qualifier 4?
Try to keep doing the same thing. I try to make no mistakes. That last run was a little shaky. I hit the fence the last 2 laps, and it was a little sketchy. So we'll try not to do that and keep it on the wheels the whole time.
You rang those jingle bells over there. Well, good luck to you. Congratulations. And we'll see you later this afternoon.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, there's Jermaine, the new top qualifier pace setter there, 18.508. He will be the time to beat. Terry, good morning from Oregon. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach. Mr. One Buzz, good morning to you. Here's your morning salute. Give these guys about a minute or so, and I'll give you some pace details. Eric, tuning in from Quebec. Good morning to you. Here's your morning salute. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate your support. Make sure you guys are liking, subscribing, sharing our video. We really want this hobby to grow. Maybe we can make it to your neck of the woods, and you can come in and say hello in person in the liverc.com studio. Give you guys another lap or so. All right, 1 minute in, 4 minutes to go. We got Templeman out front, 19.508. Kai Goff, 18.504. Kyle Goff, 18.506. Kyle moves up, 18.503. Got a 16.3 on that last lap. Kai, 18.504. AJ, 18.506. Sammy, 18.511. Hunter King, 18.512. Chase, 18.513. Nate Sutherland, 17.506. So Mason on 19.514. Yesterday he ran an 18.5 flat and a 19.512 in qualifier 1 and 2. Mason with a 16.5 on the last lap. Kyle, though, right there, less than half a second back. Mason, Kyle Go taking over the lead now, but Kyle Go got him by a tenth. Anybody's race here. 2 down, 3 to go. 19.515 is the pace for Kyle Go. Mason Templeman takes it back now, 19.515. Mason over that back triple, chooses a double single. Taking it tight in there on that 180. Down the front straight. Jermaine Robinson with an 18.508 on the last one, so that's the time to beat. Looks like top 4 got that covered. Kyle Go, 19.515. Mason falls to about 4 seconds back now, 18.504. Make that 3.3. Minute 50. Kyle Go, 19.514. Sammy now moving up to the number 2, 18.505. Hunter King, 18.506. So Kyle Go got about a 4.5 second lead up on Sammy. Make that 5 seconds now. 1 minute, 20 seconds. Kyle really putting in the moves here. Working his way through the middle of the track. Onto the right side now. Down the front straight, or the left side. So Kyle Go, 19.516. 5 seconds still up on Sammy. Make it 5.1. Kyle on the last lap, 17.2. Sammy with a 17 flat. 16.8 now for Kyle Go. Watching Sammy go around the track here. Sammy on that back triple. $20 seconds left in this one. Kyle going out with a 6 second lead. Trouble there for Sammy. Let's see how far back Mason is. It's like 7 seconds back from Sammy, so Sammy should still be in good shape for the number 2 position. Sammy down the front straight here. Sammy with a 19.1 on that last lap. Let's see what he can get on this one. Sammy had that mistake back there in that little dip before the back triple. Coming around for his final lap to the start-finish line here. Oh, Mason moves up. 18.507, so got Sammy by about a second there. But Kyle Go going to take it. 18.5 flat. So Kyle Go will be the top qualifier here in round number 3 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Man, good run there by Kyle. 18.5 flat. Mason in the number 2, Sammy in a 3, Sutherland 4, Chase 5, Kai Goff 6, Hunter King 7. So Kyle Go taking that one. Let's get a little word from Sammy. Sammy on that last one in 17.5. Sammy, what a run there. Talk me through that second to last lap back there in the back left corner.
Yeah, I just came in a little too tight on that corner and caught the little curb, and it just flipped my car over. It's definitely some tight racing here.
For sure, for sure. So what do you got to do to get up to that top spot in qualifier number 4?
I think I just got to minimize my mistakes and just try and hit my marks, be a little more precise.
Yeah, that's good. What about like any setup you're gonna try to fix in the pits, or you think your car's good?
I think my car's pretty good. I went out there with brand new Aqua Smoothies, so they were brand new. So I think with a few more runs, the car will get better and better.
Yeah, for sure. Well, good run on that last one. I wish you luck in qualifier number 4.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. All right, there's Sammy. So Sammy put in a good run in that last one. Right now we got modified two-wheel drive buggy heat number 1 coming up. Let's see what yesterday looked like. So Spencer Rivkin, TQ's round 1 and 2 from yesterday, 19.509 and 19.503. Modified two-wheel drive buggy, heat 1 out there. 30 seconds down, 4:30 to go. I'll give you guys some pace detail. Let him run a couple of laps. But as I said, Rivkin yesterday in the 19, so that's probably the lap pace we're looking for. Right now, Austin Cracknell on a 19.515, so he's right there. Following Austin right now on the left side of the track up onto the tabletop. Sets himself up well for that triple. Was able to clear the whole thing. Let's see what kind of lines he chooses here. Okay, so Austin kind of goes a little wide there on that 180. We've been seeing a lot of people either go real tight kind of up on the curb or out a little bit to set themselves up for that coming into that S section there. See what he does on this one. Yeah, same thing. So a little tighter that time. Minute 40 down, 3:20 to go. Austin still out front, 19.514. Ran a 16.2 on that last one. Adam, 18.512. Aaron moving up now. Jason, good morning. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate your support. Mike says, let's go. Kyle Go showing up. That's right. He did a great job there. Good run, Kyle Go, from Michael. X-Tech, nice catch from the Marshalls. Yeah, these Marshalls are best in the business. Austin Cracknell, 19.513 now. 16.3 on that last lap. Kothman, 18.508. Adam, 18.514. Cade, 17.501. .210 left. Austin, Aaron, Adam, Cade, Josh, Chris, Dave, Ryan is the running order. Melanie, good morning from San Antonio. Here's your morning salute. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your support. Tell all them kids I said what's up, all them dogs. My wife there. Minute 30 left to go. Sure do miss you guys. I need the rest of the liverc.com chat room to talk her into going to Vegas with me in 2 weeks, out for Silver State. I know she probably wouldn't have fun, but I mean, it's Vegas. How can you not have fun? Minute 5 left to go. Kothman now out front takes that lead over from Cracknell. 18.505 for Kothman. 18.505 for Cracknell. So he's catching up here. Runs a 16.4 on the last one. Cade 18.517. Adam 17.502. Josh 17.514. Chris 17.517. McEwen dropping down. So Ryan moving up to the 7, 16.501. McEwen 16.502. Big A! Good morning to you. Here's your morning salute all the way from Myrtle Beach. Checking in from ZRC Raceway out in Longview, Texas. If anybody's into Mini Z out in Longview, make sure you hit up Big A. Run a fantastic program out there. I've raced it with him a few times out in San Antonio. Great guy, great crew. And that's a race. They're going to race to the line here. No, I can't get no backup on Senator to Vegas. I mean, all you got to do is talk her into it. That's it. Kothman out front, 18.503. So he will set the pace to beat here for qualifiers 2 and 3. Live RC, stand by. We got a word from our sponsor. Midwest Nationals presented by Dakota Slideways got over $8,000 in total cash payouts. $1,000 cash to win. 8th Nitro Buggy, Truggy, E-Buggy, 50% payback in E-Truggy. They got on-site camping, on-site food trucks, random door prizes from A-Main, ProTech, VP, and Busy Bodies RC. Cash payouts in these 4 classes for the top 5 finishing positions. Random cash drawings. You can check out the flyer with all the details at Dakota Slideways on Facebook. All right, back to it here. Heat number 2 of 3. Time to beat Kothman, 18.503. She says, I'd rather be at Myrtle Beach eating at the cookout. We had the cookout the other night. I got a tray with a cheeseburger, a corn dog, fries, and a drink. I mean, the cookout, if you guys have never checked out the cookout out on the East Coast, you get so much food. Matter of fact, one of the Live RC crew got a cheeseburger quesadilla, and I was super jealous of it. He was letting other people try it, but didn't let me try it. I don't know what was up with that, but maybe I'll go get the cookout and won't share. We'll see. But I don't blame you on that one. Carolina roots run deep out in Myrtle. Want to be at the beach eating the cookout? Like, do you want to take a sack of cookout out onto the sand? That's cool. Morello says, look, you should go. I really don't think you want to trust him out there by himself. Just saying. I mean, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Nah, I'm just teasing. Ain't nothing like that. 120 into this one, 340 left to go. Two-wheel drive buggy out on the track. Time to beat Kothman 18.503. Right now we got Rennerneck 19.512. Cole Toller 19.514. Julian 18.502. Tater 18.502. Austin Horn 18.503. Tyler moving up 18.508. Mason 18.513. Brennan 18.517. Chad 14.511. Yes. No, I'm with you. I mean, that would be a pretty cool beach date. Cookout in my cookout bag. One of those cheeseburger quesadillas. A corn dog. Maybe some hush puppies. A milkshake. It would be delicious. 2:15 in, 2:45 to go. Cole moving up to the number one spot here, 19.513. Matter of fact, top three drivers all in 19 pace. Tater Sontag moving up to the number 3. Rennerneck in the 2. Fenster in the 4. Mason 5. Austin Horn 6. Brennan 7. Julian 8. Chad in the 9. Cole got about a half a second lead up on Rennerneck. Rennerneck with about a 10th on Sontag. So top three only separated by 7/10. So it's anybody's race here with 2 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time on the clock. 3 down, 2 to go. Tater now up to the number 2. .320 down, 140 left on the clock. Aaron Kothman, the time to beat, 18.503. So top three on that pace. 19.513 for Rennerneck. Sontag, 19.515. So about a second and a half back. Make it a second now for Tater. Minute 10. Cole Tollard in the 3. Mason in the 4, Tyler 5, Austin 6, Brennan 7, Julian 8, Chad in the 9. Final minute. So Sontag runs a 16.2 on that one. Rennerneck with a 17 flat. So Sontag closes the gap to only a 10th. Coming up to the 30-second mark. $20 seconds. Following Tom around here. On to the right. Down the front straight. On the left side. Look at that cut, man. So he went wide and then was able to cut that, but cases it on that triple there. Sontag, well, he's got a 2-second lead up on Sontag, but still can't afford any mistakes. Going to finish this lap and get one more. 17.2 on that last lap for Rennerneck. Got a second and a half up on Sontag. Taking it smooth here. Got to get through this line. All right, let's see what it is. 19.515.6. So Rennerneck resetting that top qualifier pace. That'll be the time to beat for heat number 1. So good run there for Rennerneck. Really good run. But there's still one more heat with some heavy hitters in it. Race number 7 on deck. Going to blow the track off just a little bit here. Cars are getting out there. All right, let's talk to Tom. Heat 2 of modified two-wheel drive buggy. See what he's got to say. Tom, what a run there, man! You put it in there in the last half of that race. I mean, it was all you. 19 lap pace. Congratulations on that. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, my second round was pretty tough, so I really needed a good, clean run there so I can kind of, try some different things or, send it a bit more in the last round. So, yeah, it was a good run. Car's feeling good. Went out on some newer tires today, and they've been feeling really good. It's a bit hotter in here. But something to think about tomorrow. It's going to be a bit colder. It's going to be raining, so I think the track's going to change a little bit. So we'll see what we can do to prepare for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the weather changes, the track changes, your whole setup changes. I mean, yesterday you had a good showing in qualifier 1, 19-lap pace there. Mm-hmm. Here in qualifier 3, you got a good pace. So you're positioning yourself in the top. So how do you continue this momentum coming into qualifier 4?
Yeah, I mean, now I feel a bit more safe. I should be locked into the A after this. So, yeah, just going to I want to make a little change to the car, get a bit more steering. It's kind of felt like I was pushing in a few of the corners, which, is obviously okay when you're trying to take it easy. But, yeah, looking for a bit more speed out there for the next run.
Yeah, roger that. Well, congratulations on a good run, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. There's Tom. Tom put in a heck of a run, the current top qualifier with a 19.515. So let's see how they do here in heat number 1. Slaw Dog and Hush Puppies. I don't know about that. Hush Puppies, sure. Slaw Dog, no. Okay. We got heat number 3 of 3 here, modified two-wheel drive buggy. Falling around Spencer Rivkin. He just hammers it down over that back triple. Just when he comes over that corner on the tabletop, so tight, no mistakes, able to just downside that tabletop and line himself up for that triple just right. As a reminder, time to beat Rennerneck 19.515. Got Cavallari out front, 19.504. Rivkin 19.506. So Rivkin back about a 10th. Oh no! So now Aiden Horn moving up 19.507, 2/10 back. Aiden Horn now takes over 19.507. Cavallari 19.507. Bada 19.507. Evans 19.508. Dakota 19.510. Aiden 18.502. Brock 18.506, Chase 18.509. So Cavallari taking it back. Following Cavallari around here. Cavallari just, you saw him full punch there. Hard on the brakes, able to make it around. Does a little wheelie there down the front straight. But yesterday we were talking to Cavallari about tightening up that corner right there on the tabletop, and he thinks it can save him a couple of tenths. And he's doing it. Ryan Cavallari, 19.508. I told you guys he was looking impressive in practice, and he's out here proving it right now. 19.508, but less than a tenth of a second up on Rivkin, who we're following now. Rivkin on a 19.508.8. Rivkin now taking it over. Rivkin 16 flat on that last one. Now Dakota Fenn moving up to the number 2. Dakota with a 15.9. Cavallari, so 1, 2, and 3 separated by 0.4 of a second. So it's anybody's race. Here's Dakota Fenn. Dakota Fenn currently at number 2, 0.3 back from Rivkin. Dakota with a 16. Oh, so Dakota 16.3. Cavallari with a 16.1. So Cavallari have to be able to move up to the number 2 spot now. But Rivkin with a 15.9 there. See what he does here. 16 flat for Rivkin, 19.507. Got about a second lead up on Dakota Fenn in number 2. Cavallari in the 3, Evans in the 4. I make that Bada in the 4, Evans in the 5, Horn in the 6, Lemieux in the 7, Champlin in the 8. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the race clock. Got a little split screen action going on here. Following Dakota Finn in the top. Orange and blue. Rivkin in the bottom. Rivkin 19.507. Dakota Finn 19.508. 1/10 of a second separates those two drivers. Cavallari in the 3. 1 second back from the leader. So 1, 2, and 3, 1 second apart still. Dakota Finn on the left side of the track. Look at that, able to just air that tabletop, and that's, I think, what is going to separate. Just like Cavallari said, you can shave a 10th or 2 if you don't land on top of the tabletop. Let's see what Rivkin. Yeah, Rivkin does it too. Oh, off the track. Able to recover well. 30 seconds left. Dakota Finn here, 19.507. Let's see what this looks like. Rivkin with a 16.3 on that last lap. Dakota 15.8 on the last lap, so Dakota moving up now. Dakota able to take over that top spot. Only 10 seconds left for Dakota Finn here. He's going to get this lap and one more. Yeah, over that back triple. Rivkin takes it back, 16-1 on the last one for Rivkin. Dakota Finn coming through the middle. Let's see what he's got here. Dakota Finn crosses the loop. Rivkin taking it, 19.507.4 with a 3/10 lead up on Dakota Finn. So Rivkin, round 1, round 2, and round 3 top qualifier. Rivkin just on a mission out here at the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals. But Dakota Finn put in a heck of a run. 19.507.8 for Dakota Finn, 3/10 of a second. Cavallari right there. Man, those top 3 drivers just put on a show right there in that qualifier. Spencer Rivkin, 19.507, top qualifier in 1, 2, and 3. He's got to be excited about that. Setting himself up to become a national champion here at the 10 scale Roar Nationals. Man, Spencer Rivkin is just on another level. It's insane. The level of talent that he possesses is crazy. Matter of fact, let's talk to Spencer about that big win. Spencer, congratulations. Qualifier 1, qualifier 2, and now qualifier number 3 in the two-wheel drive modified. I mean, dude, I don't even know what to say about this. Congratulations. How do you feel?
Yeah, obviously it feels good to secure the overall TQ. You know, in the grand scheme of things, the job's not finished, so there's still a lot of racing to behold left. Yeah, my stuff's feeling good. I'm driving well on two-wheel drive. I need to pick up some of the speed and consistency in the other 2 classes, but overall, it was a dogfight out there between Dakota and I, just like it normally is at all the races that we race at. Yeah, I mean, I was able to kind of settle in. Dakota was kind of able to creep up and kind of pick up his pace, and then it was nice that I was able to respond with my last couple of my best laps of that qualifier at the very end to secure the overall. So kind of a good motivational boost there. And obviously the field's getting tighter. Everyone's getting more consistent. They're figuring out their stuff. So obviously that's part of racing as well.
Yeah, man, I got to ask you, how do you keep your calm and your nerves down when you got people like Cavallari and Dakota Finn and all the rest of this talent out here just trying to shave off those tenths on you? I know when I'm up on the driver's stand, I'm a nervous wreck. I mean, dude, national champion on the line here. How do you keep those nerves down?
Yeah, I mean, I think it all starts with when you first start racing. Same thing before. It all starts with club races, racing, you know, people at your early skill level, and you know, you drive for those moments. You want those high pressure situations. Sometimes you excel in them. Sometimes it's just not your day. And yeah, I think, you know, experience is really the biggest thing I can really say about that.
Well, you got to be happy with a 1, 2, and 3 win, securing the overall TQ here. So congratulations again. I'll let you get back to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. All right, we're here with the Masters now. Heat number 1, two-wheel drive buggy. Spencer, the guy is just incredible. The way that he can navigate this track and keep all the rest of that. I think that's the biggest thing is, you got that entire 9 other drivers on that track with him, and he is able to just consistently click off those laps, lap after lap after lap, and he's able to secure round 1, 2, and 3. It's insane the level of talent that these guys have. These racers, I don't even know how to put it into words. But anyways, we got Masters two-wheel drive buggy, heat number 1 out on the track. Corey McElveen out front here, 16.503. Let's see who got yesterday's. Brent Tilke, overall winner from yesterday, secured round 1 and 2. BJ, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Here's your morning salute. We appreciate your support. McElveen out front, 16.502. Kothman, 16.507. Kendall, 16.516. Kling, 16.5. Kling all the way up to number 2 there. So moving up 3 spots. Mike in the 3, Jeffrey in the 4, Winders in the 5, Warren in the 6, Craig Jackson 7, Eric in the 8, Richard in the 9. Craig Jackson, big winner yesterday in the short course. Masters two-wheel drive, so these guys are 40 and over. They all woke up real early this morning. Went to bed real early last night. $16.504 the pace right now from McElveen. Got about a 5-second lead up here on Kendall. Kothman in the 3, Kling in the 4, Campbell in the 5, Winders 6, Jackson 7, Irvin 8, Lewis 9. One minute, 30 seconds. Yesterday, Brent Tilke able to click off an 18.512 and a 17.502. Currently, McElveen on a 16.509. McElveen with a rough lap. 25.9. Going to drop him down to a 16.519. So Kendall going to move up to the top spot now, 16.517. Less than a minute to go here. McElveen in the 2, Kothman in the 3, Kling in the 4, Campbell in the 5, Winders 6, Craig Jackson 7, Irvin 8, Lewis 9. .440 down. 20 seconds to go here for Kothman. Trying to hold on to this. 16.518. Got a 1-second lead up on McElveen, number 2. Michael Kling right there, too. So 1, 2, and 3 separated by about 2 seconds. This race coming to an end. They're going to race to the finish line. See who takes this one, and we'll set the pace to beat. And that's going to do it. 16.517 for Kothman. 16.517.1 for Kothman. So that'll be the time to beat for heat number 2 of the Masters two-wheel drive. Going to get heat 2 out there. Man, all that talk of cookout, I'm hungry now. It's my fault. It's my fault. I heard they're doing some grilling today here at Beach RC. Or cooking or something. I don't know what they're doing. But I am definitely down to receive a plate, that is for sure. Race director's calling them in. This is heat number 2 of 2 for the Masters class. Green flag. Race director is calling him out. I know, TQ, right? We need some grilling. I can only imagine. I don't even want to imagine what you'd be grilling up because it is just going to make me even hungrier. I got some Little Debbie powdered donuts here. Okay, I'll give these guys about 30 more seconds and give you some pace details. Yeah, always something delicious, TQ. All right, minute and a half into this, 3:30 to go. Time to beat Kothman, 16-5-17. Right now we got Horn out front, 18-5-14. Tilke in the 2, about 2 seconds back, 17-5-04. Blade, 17-5-14. Oh, Tilke catching up there. Horn on the last lap ran a 17.5. Tilke ran a 16.7. So now they're about a second apart from each other. Tilke trying to get in that 18-lap territory with Allen. Allen with a 17.4 on the last one. Brent with a 17.4. Densford up to the 3. Blades 4. Nicholas 5, Henley 6, Benzia 7, Simmons 8, Hoskins 9. Just past the halfway point. Horn still out front, stretching out now. Got almost 4 seconds up on Tilke. Tilke with a fast one there, 17.1. So Tilke now 17.501.9. So Tilke needs to find got to find a few tenths every lap, and he can break into the 18-lap territory to compete with Alan Horn. We're watching Horn and Tilke here. Horn is in the front in the red, Tilke in the white. So Horn with a 17.6 on that last one, Tilke with a 17.4. So Tilke now on an 18-lap run. They're coming up on some traffic here. So it may look like these guys are racing heads up, but they're really not. They're racing the clock. They just happen. Oh, they get into each other right there. Okay, so Horn's still going to be out front. So this is going to put a long lap for both of them. Blades on a 17.516, so Blades not in any position to battle yet for the number 1 and 2. But we got Horn leading the way here. 17.502, Tilke 17.504. Both hugging that inside, getting some speed down the front straight. Ooh, Tilke takes it up on the bumper there. Oh, Horn tries the triple and flips off, so Tilke is going to be able to get around there. This will probably be the time that he needs to move back up into that number 1 spot. Remember, yesterday, Tilke, the number 1 and 2, or round 1 and 2 top qualifier. So now Horn going to drop down less than a second back from Tilke. So Horn has got to put in some laps here. We got 10 seconds left. Let's see if we got a little replay on that crash. Oh, look, there it is. Here they come. Bing. Just cases that triple. Just did not put enough throttle in it or just did not line up and was not able to get it. And that's the sound of this race. Let's see what they got when they come across here. Tilke going to take it 17.5 flat. So Tilke, round 1, round 2, and round 3 top qualifier here at the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals in our Masters two-wheel drive buggy. Brent Tilke taking it home all 3 rounds. Man, what a good run there. What a great battle between Tilke and Alan Horn. Alan Horn leading this whole thing. Made a mistake, and Tilke was able to capitalize on that and move up into the number 1 spot. I've been saying this all weekend. It's a battle of tenths here in tenth scale. Just a battle of tenths. When these guys are running 16, 17, 18-second laps, all it takes is one mistake, and the next guy is going to just move right on up. Sometimes it's the number 5 guy moving all the way up to the top because number 1 through 5 is only separated by a second. So 1 and 2 will get into it, and now number 3, 4, 5 is in the number 1 spot. So Brent Tilke just put on an excellent last few laps. Let's talk to Brent. Let's see what he's got to say. Brent, round 1, round 2, now round 3. Congratulations. It's got to feel good.
Thank you. Yeah. Love driving my RC car.
Hey, tell me about
just got to get out my own head here at this first lap. This is 3 qualifiers in a row. I've crashed on that triple the first lap. So probably change it up here for the 4th qualifier. Probably just double single off the line just to get into a groove. I feel like my car is really good once I can drive by myself. But, you get behind a guy, especially of Al's caliber, and he's plenty good to race for the win and drives a nice line. So it's difficult to get around. We got together one time, just that back corner is a little hard to see at times, but depending on where the marshal is at, and I just barely clipped his wing, I think. But, yeah, it's fun out there.
Yeah, but you did the sportsmanlike thing and let him go, which was really cool of you. And you talk about that triple. Alan was leading this whole thing. He had a little mistake there. You were able to capitalize on that and take over and lead. I mean, you were right there, you and him. Great battle. It's shaping up to be a great main coming up tomorrow. And if you could just elaborate just a little bit on the team aspect and how you're able to get with your team and put you into qualifier 1, 2, and 3 as the top qualifier?
Yeah, I mean, I rely on my teammates a lot for some of the setup stuff. I do some of the early development on these vehicles, but when it comes to really race development and dialing it in, I rely on our top team drivers to do all that. So Matthew Gonzalez and the guys down at SDRC have been doing a lot of work, just kind of dialing in the B7 for that particular location. So we got together a couple times leading up to this event. Davey Bada came down and just really tried to hone in on a few things and see if we can get a consistent opinion on certain settings. And it's been paying off. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you and your team doing a great job out here at Beach RC this weekend. So congratulations on your big win, and good luck later this afternoon and tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Brent Tilke there, I mean, just put down some serious laps in qualifier 1, 2, and 3, able to take all 3 there and secure that top qualifier position. All right, 1 minute into this, 4 minutes to go. 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. Let's see who took it yesterday. So Brendan Edwards is the overall right now. Round 1, he took first place. Round 2, he took 4th place, which is going to put him, so currently he has 4 points. So he has the least amount of points, which puts him in that top qualifier position. Brendan Edwards yesterday ran a 16:04 and a 16:05 respectively. So right now that's going to be about the pace they need to be in order to get up there with Brendan Edwards here in 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. We got McEwen out front. On a 16.5.13, Simmons 16.5.19, Dawkins 14.5.18, Davis 13.5.19, Killian 12.5.04, Lewis 11.5.11, and Allen on a 10.5.08. All right, Live RC. I'll be right back. I got to take a short break. So I'll leave you here with the 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. We got Heat 2 coming up next. So stick around. I got a special guest coming over to the studio soon. You don't want to miss that. I'll be right back.
Got about 1:30 left on the master clock. Race number 11 coming up next. Race 11 coming up next. He's broke. Dave McEwen leading the way in truck number 4.
Minute left.
Dave in that bright yellow and purple truck coming across the front straightaway now. McEwen with a 21.1 that time by Owen Simmons running in that second spot.
Car 1, warning, rough driving. No stop and go, just warning.
Got about 30 seconds left to go. Dave McEwen still leading the way, 22.9 last time by. Comes by with an 18.9 that time by. Heading on to the backside triple right now. Owen Simmons about 11 seconds back in that second spot. That is time, drivers. Everybody keep going till you hear your name. Everybody keep going.
Dave McEwen done. Simmons done. Daryl Dawkins done. Killian Dealmore done. Richard Lewis done. All drivers are finished.
That is a race,
Teddy Davis
guys.
done.
Sticking to win that run, Dave McEwen with a 15.5 flat. Finishing in that second spot, Owen Simmons with a 15.5.13. And Daryl Dawkins finishing in third with a 14.5.12. Get all those cars run through tech, come back out and turn marshal, race 11 coming up.
Next, race number 11. 13.52 WD short course. Heat 2 of 2. Josh Parrish. Sherman. Patrick Rossiter. Justin Sherman.
All right, I'm back, everybody. I apologize for my absence. I had to go get a Dr. Pepper out of the soda machine here at Beach RC. All right, so that last one, 13.5, two-wheel drive short course. Looks like Dave McEwen took it 15.5 flat, so we're going to get heat number 2 underway. But right now, I have a special guest with me here. Thomas Tran, the TLR team manager, is in the house with me, and we couldn't be more excited to have you. So welcome to the LiveRC.com studio. And we just kind of want to chat and see what's going on in the TLR world. We got some questions from our fans that they want to ask you. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what your role is at TLR.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
All right, guys, let's get them lined up.
For those who know me, how you guys doing? For those who don't know me, nice to meet you. And thanks for joining us. Yeah, so my role
Line them
is
up, 1
technically
through 8,
Horizon
1
Surface
through
Team
8.
Manager.
Don't forget,
so
we've got the
anything
lunch
that
coming for Racer
deals with
Appreciation, sponsored by
Surface Team
Reedy.
stuff.
Should be here in about
On the
10
Horizon
minutes.
side, I guess I will be the point
Here we
person
go.
for that.
Drivers
So
ready,
TLR,
turn marshals,
Proline,
heads up.
AK, and Trinity
We're going to go.
are the
when
hats I
call
wear.
your
So
number.
yeah, there's a lot to juggle there. I
One.
try to do my best, and for those who know me and see me working and operating, I'm extremely busy. But always enjoy coming to these races, and especially this one. This is one of my favorite races and tracks to attend. Beach RC, Brent Densford, those guys have just know how to do it, man. It's a lot of fun. So I'm super happy to be here. And thanks for everybody for joining and watching. I hope everybody's having a great time with the Live RC broadcast. I always enjoy checking out the Live RC stuff myself. And now I get to sit in the chair and talk shop.
Yeah, we're going to talk some shop.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get started with the questions that they had from yesterday. We'll just get that out of the way, and then me and you can just chat a little bit.
Yeah, cool. We can call some races too.
Yeah, we're watching the 13.5 two-wheel drive short course here.
Yep, Adam Rail's killing it right now with Sherman and Patrick 2 and 3.
So speaking of short course,
yep.
Where's TLR? I mean, they're going to have a new one coming soon. Is there something that we can look forward to?
In the future, we'll definitely kind of reanalyze the whole short course thing, but we will have, I can confirm it, we will have a stadium truck in the future.
Ooh!
So we will have a truck. The short course, it really depends. It's such a, what really dictates, like what we get into or what we develop is really how popular a class is. So it's definitely, short course is very popular in certain parts of the U.S. and then not so much in other parts. They don't have a class in some of the club races and stuff. So it is a very tricky class to support and have. So I'm sure we'll analyze it and then see where we're at. Because I would personally love to have a full fleet of cars, for people to select from. A short course truck, a stadium truck, 2-wheel, 4-wheel, and just have really nice vehicles for people to have. And collect and race, I know trucks super popular. I love truck class myself. I've been racing E-Truggy at DNC first and PNB, and then the next one will be Silver State. So stadium truck, I built a couple for Dakota and Brendan this weekend so they can run truck for the unsupported truck that we got. So thanks to Vision, my buddy Vision, Jeff Phelps, for supplying those chassis and stuff. So if you haven't checked out the Vision Plus 5 truck chassis, that's what we're running, 22T Plus 5 truck chassis. So then you can kind of just build your own truck together off of that. So that's what we've been doing, just trying to supplement to race at some of these races. There's only 3 or 4 races a year that we actually get to race trucks, so it's really kind of almost a waste to build one of these things and race it 4 times in a year, you know. So, but I do love it. I like watching this truck right now, and it just makes me want to actually drive a short course. So, and I'm not even a short course guy, but it looks like a lot of fun. And there's actually a debate that I'd like to bring up, a question. Okay, if you guys could have one truck, like for me, like, because there are 2 truck classes, we dilute the trucks, right? We have a short course truck and a stadium truck. If we had one truck, I think one truck class would be healthy all across the U.S., right? But we have 2 to try to support amongst the drivers that we have. So if there was one truck class, short course or stadium truck, which would you guys prefer? Is there a choice that you guys would rather see, stadium truck or a short course? For me, I would, if we could compress truck into one truck, right, and carry and support, it would be short course, just because of the crossover, right? You know, like people that don't know RC racing, they see a short course truck, they can relate to it. Whereas a stadium truck, to me nowadays, it's something that we modified back from the 10 scale era of like the 90s and tried to get a truck together off of a buggy, and it doesn't really look like anything nowadays, right? So I would love to see truck just to be compressed actually into a short course class, and then everybody just run short course. That's a truck class.
So I have to agree with you. I know that, I mean, our comments are blowing up here with getting the stadium truck, but
Yeah.
to me, the short course truck is the entry truck
Yes.
for people. And the reason I say that
We
is
just
because
don't have an entry level class anymore,
Yeah.
man. You know.
the reason I say that is because people can walk into here to beachrc.com and say, hey, what do you guys got going on? Oh, well, we have this track out back here. You can rent this Traxxas Slash.
Yep.
You can get into it for $240, and you can be out here racing.
Yep.
They bring out that Traxxas Slash, that Arma Centon, whatever
Yep.
it is, and they get out here and they start racing, and it gets them into the hobby.
Yep.
Then they graduate into the race car kit, and they learn how to build, and they learn
Yeah.
how to tinker. And
So-
so to me, a short course is like the gateway drug
It-
into
we
RC.
we need a feeder class into the whole racing scene. You know what I mean? Like, and when you start out with a 2-wheel buggy or a 13.5 4-wheel buggy, those are actually very high level vehicles. They take a lot of maintenance. The parts are more expensive. You know, then you start to kind of get wrapped up in all the cost of stuff. But like for people that are getting into it just for the first time, I think the short course truck would be a very good base feeder class. And then like once you kind of get into it, get a taste, and you want to stick with it and improve, then you get a 2-wheel. No, then you start racing, you know, novice or rookie or whatever, and figure it out. So I would love to see short course be it, even though I do enjoy stadium truck. Like, but there was an era of stadium truck that I liked, rear motor stadium trucks. Now when we moved into mid-motor trucks, man, they've become, and slick tires with these trucks, they've kind of become a pain in the butt to drive. You know, they're a lot harder to navigate a mid-motor stadium truck with the big tires, a ton of rubber on the ground, you know, front and rear tires being equal. They become a handful. Like, you spin out in the sweeper, and then you know, cork steer yourself into the ground and the 180s. You know, it's a really weird combination. But I think short course trucks are very kind of well balanced between their length and their durability. It would just be cool to see us go down to one truck class so that it actually can grow and sustain and be more popular all across the U.S. because we only have one truck. If you want to race trucks, you race this truck. Instead, now we got 2 trucks, then stock truck, mod truck, you know, all these other classes, then stock short course, mod short course, or whatever. So it just makes 4 classes instead of, you know, 2.
Yeah. Well, while we're on that subject,
Yep.
short course truck just ran the 13.5, and it looked like Adam Rails took it. And he is going to be our round 3 top qualifier. So, I mean, hell of a job there by Adam. Matter of fact, let's talk to Adam. Adam, congratulations on that run. I mean, talk me through that 5 minutes. How do you feel?
Very nervous. It's very nervous to drive one of these trucks on this particular layout, and usually every big race now that's high bite you really have to work on the balance, and it's a fine line of driving these things. It's probably more difficult than any other class that I have.
Hey, Adam, I had a question. This is Thomas Tran here.
Hey.
What's up, buddy? We just had a question. If we could compress truck into one truck instead of a stadium truck or a short course truck, what would you choose? Since you actually you're a truck guy, you run
Right.
both. You've been doing it for a long time. If you had one choice, would it be a stadium truck or a short course?
If I had one choice, my old school flavor is always stadium truck. I'm sorry for it. Like, I love short course for what it is, and I like it, and I always support it because it's just been a fun, actual closed fender or, closed wheel. You can race close with people. It's been a lot of fun. I think the industry and the tracks have gone away from the type of tracks that really the short course could excel on, but so have all the chassis. So I love short course. If we had to go down to one, man, I love stadium truck. Stadium truck has gotten a lot better with a lot of the advancements in the tires that we have recently.
Well, Adam, thank you for your insight. Congratulations on your big win there in qualifier number 3. Good luck this afternoon going into qualifier 4.
Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Yes, sir. All right, Thomas, we got 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy out here. So let's talk about some TLR buggy stuff. Oh, before we get away from short course truck.
Sure.
I mean, we talked about the Gateway. We talked about all that stuff. But, I mean, to me, short course also takes some skill to drive. Not that stadium truck doesn't, but, you got the big body and it parachutes and it does all these things.
Yeah.
And,
there's a technique definitely to racing short course and racing it well. Like, you can bash around, jump, smash it, but, like, to actually masterfully race a short course, you really need to know the ins and outs, like the body, like your body kiting in the air, how to jump them, how to preload the suspension, how to release the acceleration, the gas before you hit the jump so the nose actually decompresses into the jump and it doesn't, sail. So there's actually a lot of technique into it, and it's fun. Actually, when I get to watch like some of the pro guys race stadium or short course truck, it's some of the best battles and the funnest battles because they're banging doors.
Yeah.
They're rolling each other over and then landing on its wheels and then going chasing the other guy down. So it's a lot of fun. Whereas like the stadium truck, you kind of pop, you just kind of run over each other's tires and then somebody's going flipping off the track and they're really hard to race side by side. So that's like another plus for short course. But like I said, I love stadium truck. It's a great class, but back in the day when it was a rear motor stadium truck, I loved it. Now it's kind of a hit or miss type of thing. So
the liverc.com people are mixed. A lot of them like short course, a lot of them like stadium truck. I mean, to me, the entry of short course truck is easy for the brand new consumer. Like I said, they can buy a Sinton from Arma and just
Slash, whatever.
Get out here.
Get out there. So the biggest things for me is if we can get more people into RC racing, right? Like, we're still niche, we're still small, and we're trying to make it mainstream. But I think a short course truck could help us keep that movement going forward. And it'll be fun. We got to do bigger, better things with like a short course entry level stuff. Maybe at a big, like a Supercross race or like a NASCAR race, just to expose people to it. As those short course, actual, real short course races or whatever. So we can actually expose people and get them into, because RC is one of those things. Once you do it, you're hooked. It's not something you watch.
You're right.
You know what I mean? Like, we watch it now because we understand the racing. But if you don't understand racing and you watch RC racing on TV, it's very hard to follow, But if you put your truck on the track and you drive, everybody can understand and feel how fun it is. The excitement, the rush, the progression, the improvements, the learning curve, and all that stuff becomes so much more fun,
Well, speaking of watching racing, we're watching the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggies right now.
Ooh.
Densford out front, 16.511. Got about a second up on Daryl Dawkins in number 2. Teddy in 3. Alfonso, he did our intro this morning, so good luck to Alfonso. Mitch, number 5. Chuck, 6. Killian, 7. Wesley, 8. And so we were talking about short course and how you guys want to develop, but how does your role as a team manager, how do you implement future developments and stay stay in the times with new technology?
So for me, since I go to a lot of these races, and my job is to help my team, and then really kind of take notes, right? Pay attention to what's happening, who's going fast, why they're going fast. Pay attention to the tires, the setup, the cars, the drivers. So I actually at these races pay attention to a lot. So I'm just a massive observer, for the most part. I listen to feedback, and so I can kind of correlate what I'm observing and make sense. So if it makes sense, then we can kind of go somewhere with that. So what I do is get a lot of data from these races, and my feeling, if I can, if we're behind, and I have to analyze why we're behind. Is it tires? Is it cars? Is it setup? Is it shocks? Is it suspension? Something, geometry or whatever. So I have to relay back to our product developers to say, hey, we were at this race. We were getting our cheeks clapped, and we needed some improvements, So so I can really relay some information, and then it's up to the product developers to hopefully come out with things that can help us. One of the cool things that I've been able to do was link up with an old school friend of mine from Vision Racing, Jeff Phelps, man, and he's been able to kind of give us some upgrade parts in a very timely manner. So he has a project that he's working on that I've expressed I wanted to see if he can do it. And he's like, let me take a look. Showed me some drawings. I'm like, dude, awesome. So there's some good parts from Vision Racing to kind of keep us in the game here with the different cars that come out that are new now. You have a new X-Ray, you have a new Associate car, you have a new Schumacher. And we have a new car in the works, but it's gonna be some time before we get to play with that. So it's having Visions is like a shortcut for us to get prototype parts made and ran. And my buddy makes some has a business, makes some money off it. So he's helping us out, and he's has a side thing going, and then he's very happy to be a part of us, part of TLR, and helping us. So it's very beneficial partnership for us, and he's just having a great time, seeing some of the parts that he creates go on guys' cars like Dakotas or Taters or Brennan, some of these top national level world caliber drivers, and having them run his parts. So he's stoked on that, and I'm stoked that we get to try new things and keep our car on the pace. So it's not easy, man. Like, it's been a lot of challenges, but for sure having a guy like Jeff Phelps from Visions hook me up and get our team the parts that we need to feel like we can compete at these bigger races has been very crucial to keeping and maintaining our performance level here.
Well, speaking of big races, we just had Brent Densford finish in that #1 spot. Beach RC's own Brent Densford, 16.510 in the four-wheel drive, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. So he will be the So our vote, 62%
We've got some data back.
Man,
so
okay.
we did a quick poll, I guess, and adding up all the numbers.
Yeah.
So was it 62?
62 for short course. So
for short course. So so if you guys are in the short course, man, vote for short course. If you guys in Stage Truck, vote for it, because it does mean something to us, right? The data does mean something. The viewers are watching. And if you make a comment like that and we tally it, that becomes some info, some facts, some data. So that data could be used to analyze other different markets and things to help produce better stuff.
So you were just saying that you got multiple team members
Yes.
here. How do you, as a team manager, keep your team motivated and focused throughout the entire season? It's just, sometimes they're just race.
Yeah.
What is your role of, all right, you got this.
So for me, I have after 4 years of being a team manager for TLR, my team has actually kind of become a team that I've kind of created. At first, I'm kind of taking over somebody's team, right? It's not, I technically, I am the team manager, but I didn't feel like it was my team. Now, after 4 years of being able to select guys, work with guys, and keep guys that I want to work with and I want to see, succeed under the TLR brand, Proline brand, AK brand, Trinity brand, then I feel like my team now is the team that I've always wanted to create. You know, the guys that I have on there they're super fun. They're honest, good, you know, good kids. They're all kind of very similar. You know, there's no evilness in their hearts at all. You know, like a Dakota, for instance, man. He's just a good
guy,
person,
yeah.
warm-hearted, down to earth, and all my guys are right. You know, like Cole Tollard, another example. You know, Austin Cracknell, another example. You know, Brendan Tater, they've come a long way, and they're just really good-hearted people. So it's actually easy when I go to these races, and we just have a great time on the track, off the track. You know, just talking crap to each other all day long, keeping each other humble, and just making it fun. You know, I mean, sometimes we're probably obnoxious and loud, but you know, that's, you know, just say, hey, dude, you guys are kind of being noisy, and then we'll be quiet. You know what I mean? Like, don't be rude about it, and we don't want to, you know, be rude about it being, you know, just being loud and not obnoxious. But you know, just say something. Say, hey, you guys are kind of like you guys are doing too much. If you say that, we'll just back it down and just have a good time, you know. So these guys, I don't really have to motivate or really like check on too much in terms of their desire to race or do well, man. These guys are hardworking dudes. They know where they're at. They know what they want, and they put in the time to go and get the results. And sometimes it's a little bit more of a struggle to get good results, and you know, obviously at those moments, your attitude or your personality is not the best. But dude, we get out of it really fast because we're always giving each other crap. You know what I mean? Like, and it makes it fun and lighthearted, and like, it doesn't. At the end of the day, honestly, I'm never really gonna like hate on somebody because they didn't perform well that weekend. You know what I mean? I'm never gonna be like, dude, you're no good, dude. It's like, hey, man, sometimes we have bad races, and that's totally okay. That's totally fine. We're never gonna be perfect. We're never gonna have a flawless weekend, you know? So like, all I ask my guys to do is just have a positive attitude and keep trying. If we'll eventually get there, you know what I mean? So it's like this weekend, we've been kind of off the pace a little bit. Dakota's not been the fastest on the track, but he's been, you know, grinding it out, and we're slowly chipping away. In the last two mod race,
he was right there.
He was only 3/10 back, and at the beginning of the weekend, we were probably gonna be like, man, I hope he makes the A main. You know what I mean? Like, our pace and our tires. He's still figuring out his tires. For the JC guys, they're running Aqua. And we never really run Aqua, and doesn't have a lot of experience with it. So we're learning as we go, trying different sauces, preps, foam prep, and all those kinds of things to try to get more speed. And slowly, he's starting to chip away at the pace and close the gap. So right now, he's got a 2 and a 2, scoring 2 out of 3 qual points. He's sitting second overall. You know, so that's a great position for him to try to repeat. And currently, right now, you know, he's trying to go 4 in a row in 2 modified. So if he can get into a good spot, first or second or third in the starting grid for the AAA main, I think he has a great chance to try to make it 4 in a row and accomplish something I don't think has really been accomplished in racing, especially in the modern day racing. Usually when at nationals, you don't have one person dominating year after year after year after year. Now this is kind of like, you know, MJ GOAT stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you win 5 in a row, 3 in a row, or something. That's like legendary thing. So he's going to give it his all, and we're going to see what happens. You know, if it works out, awesome. If it doesn't, you know, we're still the same people. You know what I mean? We're going to still try the next race and try to win and do well. It doesn't really change how we do, but it would be cool, kind of a landmark thing if he was able to make it 4 in a row in 2omodified.com.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Or 2omodified. So that's, it's going to be a feat. But Spencer's got a fast car, and those guys have been working hard, trying to make that car even better. So it's they've definitely got a package. So it will be a great race tomorrow in the triple mains for sure.
I'm here with Thomas Tran, TLR team manager. We're currently watching 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Brent Dinsford is the time to beat, 16.510. Looks like Nicholas just crossed the line at 17.509, so that will be good enough to become the new top qualifier time to beat here in Heat 2 of 4 of the four-wheel drive buggy. Yeah, you talk about Dakota Finn. Matter of fact, I talked to him a couple weeks ago at the Psycho Nitro Blast.
Yep.
And I had a personal request. A friend of mine
Oh.
posted on Facebook, hey, should I go with, the TLR or this other brand, right? And I went to Dakota and I said, hey, Dakota, I got all this video equipment. Can you just record me a short 30-second, explain to me why this guy should buy a TLR?
Well, that's awesome.
He was like, hell yeah, let's do it. So he gave me, like a minute long of TLR does this and they're good at this and this and this, and he sold the car to him. So, Dakota, a great ambassador for TLR, along with your entire team. And speaking of your team, I mean, the biggest question I got yesterday was, how the hell do I get on the TLR team? And I know that you guys, results matter, but at the same time,
Yeah.
it's your personality on the track.
That's a good question. So obviously, like at the end of the year, it's kind of when we kind of do our recruiting. I do a mid-year recruit as well. I kind of basically for the guys that are interested in joining the team from February, March, April, I might do a July addition to the team, and add them mid-year. So there's 2 opportunities to join the team. But what I like to really do is I don't really want to look at resumes. That does help. Like, it gives me a reference. But what I really care about is what other people say about you. You know what I mean? So, like, let's say in your area you have a TLR driver. I want that driver to tell me, hey, dude, we got this guy. His name is, whatever. And he's coming up, man. I think this dude would be a great addition to the team. So I really like when my team actually steps up and refers somebody. You know what I mean? That says, hey, I want to recommend this guy. He's awesome. He's been racing with me for the last 4 months, coming to club races every day, asking me great questions. I think he'd be a fit for the team. His speed's getting better. He's going to be, a factor later on. So when I get something like that from one of my team guys, I'm stoked. Because, I already know that this person's going to work well with my guy and be like, he already has basically a teammate, somebody that supports him. So if you have that going, then I don't need resumes, you know what I mean? So I love it when my team builds the team itself. I'll add guys based on resumes and things because maybe in that area that person doesn't have a TLR representative or, just doesn't have that kind of access. So I'll take a look at the resumes and see, and then connect with them and maybe do a phone call and see, what they're about, so that I can learn more about them and be able to say, yeah, this guy is a good fit. His attitude's right. He's racing at the right levels, and I think he'll be good. But most of the time, if you can get a referral, say, hey, I'd like to join the TLR team. I'm interested. And then, I have my resume. Here's my resume. But what I really look at in the resumes is who you put down for your referrals. And then that way I contact those guys and talk about them, since I do know a lot of people in the industry. So I'll know somebody that knows that person and be able to say, hey, do you know this person? They're like, yeah, he's really cool, man. He'll be actually, that dude would be a really good fit for the team, I think. And they'd be like, all right, cool. And then that's where it kind of starts. And that way, like, the camaraderie, the team, like, support is already there. You're not a stranger. You're already somebody that is supported and endorsed by somebody currently on the team. That makes a great team atmosphere.
So how do you strategically make sure that regionally you have team members in that area?
So,
let's just take, for example, I'm from Texas, so I know all the Texas people.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make sure that somebody is in North Texas and South Texas and East Texas and West Texas?
Yeah, that's actually really hard to make sure you have all the areas covered. Sometimes you're in an area where it's like, let's say X-Ray is really popular. Sometimes you're in an area where S-Works is really popular. So, and it's hard to kind of penetrate if that's the support system there. So it's really hard. But usually when that happens, when people want to, get on the team in a certain area, for sure I can kind of monitor where they're from and see how many guys we have in an area to check. But typically it comes down to being I don't want to sponsor a lot of people in one area, to be honest. Let's say Beach RC here at this track, I don't want more than 3 or 4 guys sponsored at this track, because it takes away business from the hobby shop, because you give them a deal and instead of buying from the hobby shop, they buy online directly from the company. So my goal is not to build not to have a team that is the most amount of guys. I just need the right guys. I just need the best 2 or 3 guys at a track to really kind of push the brand, because I don't want 20 guys at a track. At some of these tracks I go to, it's like all the locals come out and there's like 20 team guys. I'm like, dude, how does a hobby shop survive when you have 20 guys buying their stuff from the company directly instead of actually supporting this hobby shop? So what I really look at is not technically the area, but more so how many guys in that area that I'm actually sponsoring, or the hobby shop, or the track.
Yeah, speaking of hobby shop, I have some personal experience in that, and we ran a Mini Z thing, and we were the biggest Mini Z track there was in the country, and all these manufacturers started moving in, and they would just take our business. And so it seemed like this half of the room was sponsored, this half of the room was our customers, so it's just, so speaking of hobby shops, how do you make sure that the TLR brand is in Beach RC, and how do you, because you mentioned maybe this is a popular X-ray area, how do you get a driver in there and start pushing the brand? I mean, because I know a lot of times when somebody says, hey, what car should I buy? It's like, well, 1, whatever your local hobby shop carries, and 2, whatever all the drivers are driving at your local track, because they can share parts and they can share setup secrets and all this stuff. So is that a tough job for you to make sure that TLR is everywhere?
It is really hard to actually be one of the brands trying to penetrate into a market or into a hobby shop or into actually getting some retail space. It's actually very hard, because it's a big investment for these hobby shops to buy a wall of parts, and it's we got 13.5. Some of the fast guys coming up right now. Sammy Moran take on the fastest, leading it out right now. Jermaine Robinson's doing second.
12. So this race is over. Heat 3 of 4, 13.5 four-wheel drive. The TQ to beat was Nicholas, 17.509. So it looks like these guys handled that pretty well. Matter of fact, all 10 of them were able to reset that TQ. But Sammy Moran up on the top, 19.512. So let's see if that can hold on for heat number 4. All right, so we were talking about how do you get your brand at all the tracks. I mean, ultimately that's the goal. It's a business.
Right.
And we want TLR to survive. But in order to do that, we've got to get TLR in all these drivers' hands. So
if you have strategic guys in certain areas, they like, I call them pillars, right? The pillars of their community. If you have the right guys sponsored, they do a lot for the brand. And so for me, I would probably try to make sure I have a person that's a pillar at certain areas that maybe we're weak in, and then be able to have that person have a great influence. Because it is very hard for us to influence
100%.
when we're not actually there constantly at their track,
So can you confirm it's not just about results?
Yeah, to me, it's not just about results, man. For me, results is kind of secondary. It's a bonus. If you win a race, that to me is a bonus. What you can do as an individual, as an ambassador, you can do almost more. You have more effect with how you are or who you are versus what your race result is. You know what I mean? So I can influence. I look at, for instance, I don't race. I don't get any race results, but I can influence and help a ton of people.
Sure.
And that gives me a lot of value, I think, in terms of hey, man, I have influence over on this whole entire track, this whole entire region. Everybody knows me. I'm the go-to guy. You know what I mean? So then that person maybe doesn't have to be the fastest person. He doesn't have to win big races, but if he's a good person that helps others, that has a good community member, an ambassador, man, that dude goes a long way for me.
Well,
or that person, it could be a girl too. So
I agree. I mean, you don't want the guy who just locks himself in his pit trailer and only comes out for his heat and then goes right back in. But the guy who can spread the word is really what team manager. I mean, obviously you need drivers like Dakota Finn and Tater. All these guys who are on the top. But
in some ways, you can call these guys influencers, but not in the term of social media influencers. They influence the people around them, All right, so we've got the top class here of 13.5 4-wheel, and lap 1 just clicking off. And Mason Templeman, no surprise, the fastest lap 1 at 15.7.
15.7.
Holy smokes. Throwing it down right out of the gate, man. Holy crap.
Yeah, the TQ right now, Sammy Moran, 19.512. Who'd all you got in this one?
All right, so we've got for TLR, we've got Nate Sutherland sitting 6th.
I talked to Nate. He's a good young
Yeah,
kid.
and Hunter King, awesome kid as well. So these two guys are holding it down for TLR. And has a chance to, I think Nate has a chance to TQ, and so does Hunter. So here we go. Hunter's starting to move up.
Yeah, look at him.
Yep,
Up to the number
going
3.
to 3. Man, okay, just a quick bit about Hunter King. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. I've just loved being around him. His progression, his energy has been fantastic. So here we go. He came over and was like, hey, what do I need to do to my shocks? And I gave him a shock setup for his 13 mil shocks. And now he's rolling. So his car was awesome. Now he's battling for a TQ.
Yeah. Mason Templeman out front, 19.502. Looks like Mason's got about a 2-second lead up on Chase Raymond. Chase Raymond, a fast young man from yesterday. Let's check out these results real quick. Let's see who. I want to look and see who got the win yesterday. So Chase Raymond is the overall TQ right now, if he can get a good showing here. Mason Templeman is currently number 4, so he had a 9th place finish and a 4th. Chase Raymond had a 4th and a 1st. So if Chase Raymond can hold on to this, top couple of spots, that's probably going to keep him overall the number 1 going into round 4. So right now, Templeman out front, 19.502. Raymond, 19.507. TLR driver Nate, 19.508. So right there, Hunter King right there too. Kyle Goff in the 5, Doug 6, Levi 7, Nolan 8, Tyler 9, and Jeff 10. Interesting fact for those that don't know, Levi and Chase Raymond are twin brothers. And
yeah, they
here
definitely are part. I've been watching these guys progress since a very young age, and they're definitely going to be a part of the future of racing here.
For sure.
They've become fast, like extremely fast, and that now on the national level. So if before it was kind of local, they were fast at SDRC, and now they're starting to travel and venture off, and it's really starting to pay off. You start to see these guys really start to level up. And Chase sitting, like you said, he's overall TQ right now, sitting 3rd in this one with a lot of fast guys. Mason Templeman still on top, and Nate Sutherland starting to close in. Oh, and getting, still 2nd, man. Wow, this is going to be a battle.
Yeah, so Sutherland 2 seconds back now from Templeman. Chase Raymond right there too. So Chase about a 10th back from Sutherland. So 1, 2, and 3 only separated by 2 seconds with a minute and a half left to go on this one. Well, Thomas, we're going to wrap this thing up here with this 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy.
Perfect.
I wanted to just say thanks for your time here. The fans wanted to hear from you and wanted to know what TLR's future and what their direction was, and really wanted to know about new and upcoming stuff. And it's cool to see. Let me see if I can get the poll back from the liverc.com crew, the results. Maybe they've got it, and we can find out before you go what the liverc.com. All right, so short course leading the way here, 55%.
Oh, we got stadium guys voting now, huh?
Yeah.
Equaling it out a little bit. All right, cool to see. I'd like to see at the end of the day if everybody voted, we'll see where we're at. But, yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm going to go catch the last of this 32nd of this race here. And, man, Templeman throwing it down still. Pro-line driver. He's been just killing it this weekend. Really stoked for him.
But
Nate Sutherland.
Oh, Nate, less than a second now.
Oh, boy. He's throwing down
seconds.
the hotties right now at 15.5 for Nate Sutherland. Oh, my Lord.
Jeez,
That's
15.5.
That's four-wheel mod times, man.
Point him out on the track for us, Thomas.
All right, he's white and gold. Let's see where he's at. He just... Oh, in the center double here. Around the off-camber carousel. By the fence.
There he goes.
Woo!
Man.
All right.
Let's...
Sweet. Well,
15.9 on that last lap for Mason. So
yeah,
19.505.
Yeah, closing it out strong, man. Mason's been a force all weekend. I love seeing him do well. Great kid there. So congrats to Mason on the TQ run. And Nate finishing 2nd. Chase, Kyle, Doug, Hunter, Levi, Nolan, Tyler, and Jeff.
Yeah, so let's see. Well, it's going to be interesting in the results here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, how it really shapes up there in 1, 2, and 3. I mean, a lot of TLR drivers in there, and everybody's doing great. I mean, shoot, look at all those lap times. They were all, like the top 7 were separated by 8 seconds there. So it's anybody's race in these 5-minute sprints here. All right, so we're talking to TLR Thomas, and we're going to interview one of his drivers right now, Hunter King. Hunter, I got Thomas here, the TLR manager, and we're just talking about your run there. Great run, incredible, congratulations. How does that feel?
It feels pretty good. I'm not sure I had the best run there, but yeah, just try to keep it clean. I had a few mistakes, but car's feeling pretty good.
So how do you fix that for round 4?
Just trying to keep it clean, honestly. Just keep the mistakes to a minimum and try to keep my cool up here on the track.
Hey Tom, this is Thomas here. Hey Hunter, what's the hardest part on the track for you? What's your Achilles?
I think right now is probably that back left tabletop. I'm having a little trouble timing the jump because you want to really pop over it a little bit, and it makes it easier to hit that big triple in the back.
Is it easier to land on top and go down, or are you trying to bump jump the whole thing?
It's a little easier to land on top just because you have to jump so far in that ski jump. So it makes it a little difficult to kind of pop over it. But if the ideal line would be just to kind of jump into it and pop right over that tabletop.
Well, that's great insight right there from one of TLR's fastest, Hunter King. Hunter King, good luck this afternoon in qualifier number 4.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, so that wraps up 13.5. We appreciate you hanging out with us, Thomas, and telling us a little bit about TLR.
Yeah, thanks guys for paying attention and watching the live RC broadcast. Share this thing. Let's get people watching this more. You know, like if you're watching, share this so that we can. I mean, this is like the best of the best of what we have. You know what I mean? This is the national. So if we can get eyes on this and more eyes on it, it'd be great. So thanks for everybody for watching and tuning in. Thanks for all the support and all the fans out there. Like all I want to do is make this thing better, make RC bigger, better, badder. So yeah, let's do it.
Where can we find you next?
Next will probably be Silver State, actually.
Silver State.
Racing E-Truggy. You know what I mean? Gotta love that.
Me and Scotty will be out there at Silver State.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That would be great. So I'll see you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, Thomas. All right, Thomas Tran there from TLR. We appreciate him, and we're going to try to get these interviews like Thomas all day long rolling through here in the Live RC studio. All right, we got modified four-wheel drive coming up. Modified four-wheel drive buggy heat number 1. Dave McEwen out front here in the first minute, 17.504. Lucas 16.515. Mike in the 3, Dean in the 4, Ryan 5, Corey McElveen 6, Mark Reed 7, Eric in the 8.
Here for Chris Carr. Coming up on 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Watch it on that side straightaway. That is clear. Dave McEwen leading the way with a 19.6 last time by. Mike Kendall with an 18.8 in that second spot. Kendall now with a 17.7 that time by to take over the lead. Dropping Dave back to second. Corey McElveen in third. Ryan Cottle in fourth. Lucas Loring dropping down into the 5th spot. We're at the halfway point, 2:30 down and 2:30 still left to go. Race number 17 coming up next. Don't forget, guys, we are going to have our concourse between rounds 3 and 4. So during our breaks between rounds 3 and 4, we'll be doing our concourse. So make sure you guys get ready for that.
Minutes left.
.145 left on the master clock. McEwen and Kendall going back and forth, battling out for that top spot. McEwen comes by with a 19.1. Kendall comes by with an 18.1. Top two separated by a 1/10 of a second right now. McEwen tagging that fence that time by. It's going to drop him back. Mike Kendall out in front. 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. .30 seconds left on the master clock. Kendall leading the way. McEwen in second. McElveen in third. Mike Kendall with about a 5-second advantage on Dave. That is time, guys. Everybody keep going to hear your name.
Dave McEwen done. Mike Kendall done. Irvin done. Ian Howard done. Corey McElveen done. Ryan Cottle done. Lucas Loring done.
And just wait on Mark. Everybody else is done. That is a race, guys. Taking the win that run, Mike Kendall with a 16.503. Finishing in that second spot, Dave McEwen with a 16.504. And Ryan Cottle finishing in third with a 16.516. Let's get all those cars run through tech. Come back out in turn, Marshall. Race 17 coming up.
Up next, race number 17. Modified 4WD buggy. Heat 2 of 4. Abdu. Josh Parrish. Alan Horn. Chris Venaire.
Don't forget, we got that lunch over there, guys. That racer appreciation lunch. Last call for firsts on that. Last call for first, so if you guys haven't grabbed something to eat yet, make sure you guys head over there and get something. All right, race 17, get them checked in. 17, check them in.
Laura Fenster. Austin Horn. Gregory Tennies. Aaron Kaufman.
All right, guys, get them lined up over here on the right side.
He was crashed on the
All right, looks like we are ready to rock and roll. Here we go. Drivers ready. Turn marshals heads up. We're going to go when I call your number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fast first lap goes to Austin Horn with a 16.3. Chris Van Air, 16.2. Josh Parrish with a 16.4. Aaron Kothman with a 16.7. Aaron Kothman now taking over the lead spot, 16 flat. Austin Horn dropping down to that second spot. Chris Van Air in third. Chad Dew in fourth. Gregory Tenney's rounding out your top 5. Austin Horn taking back that lead in car number 5, 16-1. That time by for Austin. Aaron Kothman in that second spot, about a half second back. Chad Dew now up into the third spot.
All right, I'm back. Had to take a little lunch break, brought to us by Reedy Racing. They provided lunch here this afternoon, and it was delicious. I don't even know what was in it. It was some sort of rice, sausage, and chicken maybe with some seasoning. And, of course, a Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is, my choice. Some of the event sponsors, Reedy Racing, R1 Works, TLR, ProTech, Hobby Wing, S-Works. I mean, these guys are putting on a great event here. And these racers are loving it. We're loving the live coverage. Currently, Mike Kendall's our top qualifier for round 3. 16.503 is the pace to beat. Austin Horn out on a 19.513. Oh, make that Kothman out there now, 19.513.4. Now Horn taking it back. So Horn and Kothman less than a tenth of a second apart from each other. Chad doing the 3, Parrish in the 4, Finster in the 5, Gregory in the 6, Alan Horn in the 7, Van Air in the 8. This is heat number 2 of 4 for modified four-wheel drive buggy. Minute 10. Austin Horn, make Kothman now up front. So these two drivers just trading back and forth laps. Kothman ran a 16.2, Horn with a 16.6. So 3/10 separates those two. Chad Dew in the 3, Parrish in the 4, Finster in the 5, Tenney's in the 6, Alan Horn in the 7, Van Air in the 8. We've got about 45 seconds left to go in this one. I really appreciate you guys with the TLR love. Supporting Thomas Tran and his team. Voting in our poll there for short course or stadium truck. It was very close. Almost 50-50 that people want to see. Some of the hardcore guys in here like the stadium truck more than the short course truck, and I get it. But I still think there's room for a short course truck in there somewhere. All right, this one's coming to an end. Let's see here. Looks like Kothman's stretching it out a little bit. 6 seconds over Austin now. And that's going to complete this race. These drivers are going to race to the finish line. So Kothman's going to take it 19.510, so he will reset the time to beat. Austin Horn in the number 2, Chad Dew in the 3, Tenney's in the 4, Finster in the 5, Parrish 6, Van Air 7, Alan Horn in the 8. So Kothman going to reset the top qualifier time, 19.510 here in Heat 3. Still one more heat. Let me remind myself who did what yesterday. So Aiden Horn was the top qualifier yesterday, took round 1 and 2. Let's see if he can do that again here in round 3. That'd be the third back-to-back-to-back finisher we've had today. If he can do it. 19.510, the time to beat. But I want to go talk to a racer from that last heat. A live RC guy, Gregory Tenney's. Gregory, what a run. Congratulations on that. I mean, talk me through that.
I mean, it was my best run of the weekend. It wasn't saying much. First run I broke. Second run I had some residuals from braking that was kind of making my car a little uncomfortable. But that run I got around decent, I suppose. I didn't really go mistake-free, but it was all right. I finished the whole race and meh.
Yeah, sorry, I could barely hear you from all the patriotism and Eagles screaming behind you from that mullet.
Yeah,
so it was.
The thing is flowing. You know, I got a shout out to Little Larry back at Trackside and the Mullet Gang, obviously.
Trackside, Scotty Ernstrag, he always talks about Scotty talks about Trackside and Little Larry back there. Little Larry got the super mullet going on too. Well, anyways,
yes,
congratulations on your last race. What do you got to do to get into round 4?
I just got to drive a little cleaner. I'm just not hitting the lines. I'm getting a little nervous up there, which is pretty standard for me, obviously. These little bit bigger tracks I'm not super awesome at, but I'm having a good time with the boys and making little incremental changes here and there, just trying to eke my way up the order.
Well, I guess that's what it's all about. What do you think the hardest section of the track is?
For me, the section that's killing me most is you do this big floating double and then that sweeping corner after it and that small double coming right at you. It's killing me.
Yeah,
I think the nerve factor goes up every time I go through that section.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, it's interesting to hear everybody's perspective. Some guys say it's this, some racers say it's that. So, anyways, nice run. Good luck later this afternoon in qualifier number 4.
Thanks, bud.
Yes, sir. All right, that's a local trackside hero out in Wisconsin. We got heat 3 of 4 underway here. Kothman, the time to beat, 19.510. Minute and a half into this, 3:30 left. Brennan out front, 19.501. Dakota Finn, 19.502. Mason, 19.508. Bada, 19.508. Rennerneck, 19.516. Julian, 18.506. Cade, 18.507. Austin, 17.5 flat. Man, that mullet. Jeez. For those who don't know me, I just cut mine all off. It didn't look nearly as fabulous as Greg's, but mine sure was ringing in the freedom, that's for sure. 2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Brennan out front, Dakota in the 2, Bada in the 3, Mason in the 4, Rennerneck 5, Cade 6, Julian 7, Austin in the 8. Top 5 all in the 19-lap pace. Top 5 all able to top Kothman's TQ pace, 19.510. Schimmel at the top, 19.5 flat, so almost to the 20-lap territory. Dakota Finn, 19.503, less than a second back from Brennan. Looks like we're following Brennan around here. Oh, Brennan getting caught up in traffic there on that back triple. More trouble there on that double. Let's see what this does to his time, and wonder where Dakota Finn was. If he got caught up in all that too. So Dakota Finn going to move up to the top spot now. Brennan falling to the number 2. Brennan with a 17.4 on that one. Dakota Finn with a 15.9. Let's check out a replay from that. Let's see if the Live RC crew, what they've cooked up for us here. Here he comes. Big pile of cars. Oh, okay. So he got cut up on that pipe there and then collected all the traffic with him. Man, all right. Okay. Minute 5 left. Dakota Finn out front, 19.502. Yesterday, Aiden Horn, both round 1 and 2 was in the 20-lap pace. Still a minute to go, though, here for Dakota. Pick up Dakota Finn here in the orange and blue. Dakota Finn got to lay down some clean laps. He's looking for consistent, fast laps. 15.7 on that one for Dakota Finn. So he must have heard us here on liverc.com. Taking that corner tight, lining himself up. Can't get too close to that gate. Man, look at that speed he carries down the front stretch. And he chooses to just kind of jump over that tabletop in the back. He's got to beat a 19.510 of Kothman from the last round, or the last heat. But Brennan taking back over now. Brennan with a 15. Now Dakota takes it again. So 15.7 for both those drivers. Separated by a tenth. This race is over. They're going to race them to the finish line. Here comes Dakota. Up over that double through the start-finish line. Dakota finishes 19.502 flat to Schimmel's 19.502.5. So finishes about a half a second up on Schimmel. Will reset the top qualifier time to beat to 19.502. So great run there from Dakota. But there's still one more heat, a four-wheel drive buggy coming up. Yesterday, Dakota finishes with a 19.513 and a 19.508. So today he gets a 19.502. So that's going to put him right up at the top for sure. Coming into heat 4 here. So Dakota, yeah, now with the time to beat 19.502. But fast drivers coming up here in heat number 4, race 19. Five-minute qualifier here for heat number 4. Our marshal's getting out there. Yeah, that was the B sort, if you will. Dana, good point there. You could go ask your local hobby shop about the AMP Camp. Amp Camp. It's where they build. They have, like a class where your local hobby shop will put on an event called Amp Camp. And people will bring in their kids, and the hobby shop will teach them how to build and drive, and then they go out and race an amp. Once they're done, it's like a little truck. Ask your local hobby shop about Amp Camp. It's relatively affordable to get into. All right, we got heat number 4 about to come at you. Dakota Fan with a 19.502. Modified four-wheel drive. Okay, they're getting them checked in, so they're going to get a couple of warm-up laps here. Yesterday, Aiden Horn took round 1 and 2 as the top qualifier. Race director calling him in. Okay, getting ready for the green flag. And here it is, green flag. Following Aiden Horn here on the left side. So he lands up on top of the tabletop over there. I don't know. I haven't talked to Aiden about his strategy, but it's interesting to see the different strategies that the drivers come up with. And he jumps over at that time. It's definitely got to be the faster route over that tabletop, kind of cutting that corner off. But you don't want to get too close because there's a concrete barrier there, or a concrete curb there, that could really upset your car. I saw somebody with a short course hit it earlier, and it just launched them up. So Cavalieri out front here early. It's still early, less than a minute into this. Cavalieri leading the way. Cavalieri the 15.5. Champlin now to the point. They're going to cycle through. It's just going to be, all 8 drivers separated by 2 seconds here 1 minute into this. So it's still anybody's race. But the time to beat Dakota Fan, 19.502. Looks like, maybe top 6 got that covered right now. Top 4. Following Aiden Horn. Working his way through the middle of the track here. Trying to line himself up so he doesn't hit that fence with the jingle bells on it. Carries his speed, clears that tabletop. Aiden with a 15.7 on that last lap. See what it looks like here when he comes across. 15.4, so that's going to put him up into the number 1 spot. 25.14 is his pace. Yesterday, Aiden able to run a 25.15 and a 25.12 in round 1 and 2. Currently on pace to do a 25.13 with a 15.5 on that one. Tater Sontag just now with a 15.3. 220 down, 240 to go. So about halfway through this. Here's Brock Champlin down the straight. All the speed there. Let's see what he does. Yeah, so he clears that tabletop as well. Champlin in the number 2, currently half a second back from Horn. Champlin on the last lap, 15.3. So Champlin now 2/10 back. Here's Tater Sontag down the front straight. Getting a little out of shape there with some speed. But Sontag now up to the point. Sontag with a 15.2 on that last lap. Aiden, Tater, and Brock separated by 0.6 of a second. 3 minutes, 20 seconds down, 1:40 left to go. We got Sontag out in front, coming across the start-finish line. Ooh, getting a little sideways there, so losing some traction right there on that right-hand turn after the Jingle Bell gate. 15.7 was his last lap. 15.9 on that one, so Horn able to take back over now. 15.6 drops Sontag down about half a second. Here's Aiden Horn coming down the front straight. Champlin in the 3, Rivkin in the 4, Cavalieri 5, Lemieux 6, Evans 7, Tollard 8. So Horn trying to go back to back to back here in the modified four-wheel drive buggy. Aiden Horn down the front straight there. Sends it over that jump. Jeez. Almost reached the tabletop. Up on two wheels, catches a pipe. 15.8 was Horn's last lap. Does another one, 15.8 again. 25.13 is his pace. Sontag 0.3 back on a 25.13 as well. Champlin 1 second back from Horn, 25.14. Rivkin right there now too. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 separated by 1.5 seconds. All it takes is one tiny mistake, but there's only 5 seconds left in this. Let's see if Aiden Horn can do it. Here he comes on the left side of the track. Aiden Horn on a 25.13. Trying to go back to back to back here in round number 3. Down the start finish line. Horn finishes with 25.13.1. So Horn gonna do it. Back to back to back. Round 1, 2, and 3. Top qualifier here in the modified four-wheel drive buggy. Jeez. Champlin 1 second back. Rivkin 1.5 seconds back. Sontag 2.5 seconds back. Lemieux in the 5. Cavalieri 6. Tollard 7. Evans in the 8. But Aiden Horn, the big story there, qualifier 1, qualifier 2, and now qualifier 3 is going to put Aiden Horn at the very, very top. Jeez, Aiden Horn just so fast. It's incredible. Man. Matter of fact, let's go talk to Aiden about that qualifier number 3. Aiden, congratulations. Qualifier 1, 2, and 3. You're the king of the modified four-wheel drive. How do you feel?
I feel good. Yeah, it's good to not let it go to a Q4. Yeah, super good first 3 rounds there. Never TQ'd the Nationals before, so this is the first time for me. And honestly, yeah, it's a good feeling going into tomorrow, so I'm excited.
Hey, you got a lot of pressure on your shoulders, though. You know, how do you, what do you do tonight to kind of just chill out and get ready for the big day tomorrow?
Well, you know, pressure makes diamonds, and I love the pressure. So, yeah, I mean, we're under pressure all the time, 24/7 to perform. You know, we go through such peaks and valleys, but, yeah, you just got to try to put it behind you and leave it all on the track.
Hey, man, give me a little shout-out to your team, and let me know how your team has helped you prepare for this moment right here to be the top qualifier here at the 2024 War Nationals.
Yeah, you know, just endless data, hours and hours and hours testing setup and emails and feedback, developing the setups and just trying to get everything as dialed as it could be. You know, Team Associated, Proline, 1UP, Reedy. I mean, these guys are all always constantly pushing the envelope to try to just get a next 10th here, 10th there, and it's paying off so far, but still got a lot of work left to do ahead of us.
Yeah, no kidding. You were able to find those 10s. I mean, you, Tater, Brock, I mean, just Rivkin just back to back to back there with trading laps, but you're able to come out on top. Round 1, round 2, and round 3. So congratulations, Aiden Horn, and good luck to you tomorrow, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so another back-to-back-to-back winner here at the Roar Nationals at Beach RC in Myrtle Beach. Just a talented level of drivers, and it's really cool to just to watch and just be here trackside and see this happening live is second to none. Second to none. Pressure makes diamonds. I like it. 13.5 Stadium Truck out here on the track now. Craig Jackson. Let's see what we have yesterday. 13.5 Stadium Truck. Craig Jackson, round 1 and round 2. So let's see if he can go back to back to back. And take home the 13.5 Stadium Truck. Minute and a half down, 3:30 to go. Now Owen taking over here, 16.517. Mark Robinson in the 2, 15.504. Craig Jackson, 15.510. Roger. Teddy Davis up to the 3. Craig Jackson 4. Eric 5. Allen 6. Richard 7. Alfonso 8. Some trouble here for Teddy Davis. Owen still going to be out front here, 16.516. Mark Robinson, 16.519. So about a second back from Owen. Craig Jackson, about 5.5 seconds or so back from Mark Robinson. Yeah, quote that. Lutek. You're welcome, and thank you for tuning in. Here's your afternoon salute. Appreciate your support. Pressure makes diamonds, and I like the pressure. Quote from Aiden Horn. Dana, 10K startup for what, the AMP camp? Probably not. I mean, those things are relatively inexpensive, and I bet you if you got with Beach, they would probably work with you on some sort of program. I can't guarantee, but I bet you they would work with you. Especially if you're going to buy a bunch of them. Tracking on around the track here. Going by the Jingle Bell Gate, carrying that speed down the front straight. One and a half minutes left to go here. Owen out on a 16.512. Craig Jackson out to the number 2, 16.505. 7 seconds back here from Owen. Owen yesterday finished in a second and a second. So this would give him a first. So then that put him in a battle in qualifier number 4 between him and Craig Jackson. Final minute. If Owen can finish first, that'll give Owen a second first. That'll give Craig Jackson a first second, but there's still another qualifier to go. That looks like Craig Jackson there in the purple and white. Craig taking it real wide there. Scuffing some speed on the wall. 15.505 is Jackson's pace, 7 seconds back from Owen. So Jackson has a first, and if it holds up here for the next 20 seconds and he gets a second, he is going to have to, he's got to finish first in qualifier 4, because if Owen does, it'll go down to a tiebreaker. And Craig Jackson yesterday finished with a 15.513 and a 15.5 flat, and Owen is currently on a 16.516. Race is complete. They're going to race to the line here. Craig Jackson at the at the line finishes with a 15.502, which means Owen is going to get his 16th lap here. So 16.516 is the time for Owen. Owen taking this one, a second, first. So he has got to finish first in qualifier 4. He cannot let Jackson has to finish first in qualifier 4 if he wants to sweep it from Simmons. So good race shaping up here in the 13.5 Stadium truck between Craig Jackson and Owen Simmons. We talked to Owen yesterday, and him and Craig have a little rivalry going on. But, I mean, Owen right there finishing a 16-lap pace and battling with Craig. So, I mean, it's going to be a good one. Let's talk to Owen again and find out what he has to say about this. Owen, congratulations, qualifier number 3, top qualifier. I mean, yesterday you had a second, and now today you get a first. Craig Jackson with a first, now a second. So you know what that means. It comes down to round number 4. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I think that was a really good run. So I don't know if any of us had a 16-lap pace, so maybe you did. I don't know. But it was good for me, though.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great battle between you and Craig, and it's going to shape up to be an even better one to watch. Qualifier number 4, 13.5 Stadium truck. We're going to want to tune into that to watch the race between you and Craig and how it shapes up, because aren't you guys buddies too?
Yeah, we actually rode together, so if we get too excited during the race tomorrow, I might get left here maybe.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on the big win here in round number 3, and I wish you luck going into round number 4.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
All right, modified Stadium truck, heat number 1 coming up. Race director getting them lined up. Green flag, and here they go. Chase Lemieux leading the way here. Let's check out our standings from yesterday. So modified Stadium truck yesterday. Currently Aiden Horn sitting out front. Had a first place and a second place finish. So he has a total of 2 points. .30 seconds into this one. Following Chase around. Chase currently sitting in the number 3 spot here. Working his way through the middle of the track. Chase on an 18.5 flat. Here he comes down the front straight. Let's see what he does here on this tabletop. Yeah, he clears it. And he clears that triple in the back. 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. Chase out front now, so moving up from the 3rd back to the number 1 spot. Chase on that last lap, 16.8. That one was a 16.4. So hot lap of the race right there. Got a lot of track out in front of him. Going to come up to some traffic soon here in the middle. Takes this corner tight. Takes this one tight. Sets himself up well for that double there. Chase Lemieux with another 16.4 there. Here he is on the back triple. Clears it. We've got some traffic there. Whoa! That guy ain't racing. He's lapping. Got to get out of his way. Watching Chase here. Down the straight. Man, just sends it over that ski jump there. 3:10 left. Taking these corners real tight. And that's key. Oh, man, look how close he cut that one. 16.5 on that one. So Chase being super consistent here. 16.4, 16.4, 16.5. Currently on an 18.5 pace. Austin, the closest to him in second, 4 seconds back, 18.5.10. Rinderneck, 18.5.10. Cade, 17.508. Van Air, 16.5 flat. Tyler in the 6, Adam in the 7. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Chase still out front. Following Tom here. Tom through the middle of the track. Tom currently about 4.2 seconds. So Chase able to stretch it out just a little bit. Oh, now 3.2. Now 3.9. So cuts off a few tenths on that lap. Rennerneck with a 16 flat there. Lemieux with a 16.3. We're watching Tom. Lemieux right behind him there. So Tom in the white. Lemieux in the purple. 16.4 there for Tom, but a 16.1 for Lemieux. So able to stretch it out just a little bit more. 4.1 seconds now is the gap between Lemieux and Rennerneck. And I know it looks crazy on camera, but this is qualifying. So Rennerneck in the white is currently in the second position behind that driver, Chase Lemieux, in the purple. It doesn't look like it on the camera, but since they're racing the clock, they just happen to be right next. Oh, big tumble there from Chase. Catches the triple. But Tom 4.5 seconds back. Luckily, Chase was marshaled really quick. Let's see what that lap looks like. 19.5, so now it's a 3-second gap. So that wreck cost him about a second and a half. Let's see if we can get a little replay of that. Again, there it is. Boom. Just cartwheels over that. But you see, he landed right in the marshal's lap. So he was able to get marshaled and recover quickly. And here is Tom. Tom 2.6 now. Another wreck for Chase. So let's see what it looks like here. So Rennerneck going to be able to take over the top spot here. 2.2 now up on Chase. Lemieux 2.8 now back from Rennerneck. Here comes Rennerneck lining himself up well here down the front straight. Carries a lot of speed, almost the front wheels off the ground. Clears that triple. Rennerneck with a 16.9 on the last one. See what this one looks like here. 16.4, and that'll do it. Rennerneck taking it 18.503. So that will be the time to beat. Let's see what they were running yesterday. Aiden Horn and Champlin were both in the 19 lap territory. So 18.503 will be the time to beat. Impressive run, starting in the 9th position, seating number 9 here in the B-Sort. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Get a word from our sponsor. Midwest Nationals presented by Dakota Slideways. Over $8,000 in total cash payouts. $1,000 cash to win the 8th Nitro Buggy, Truggy, and E-Buggy. 50% payback in E-Truggy. They got on-site camping, on-site food trucks, random door prizes from A-Main, ProTech, VP, and Busybodies RC. Cash payouts in these 4 classes for the top 5 finishing positions. Random cash drawings. You can check out the flyer with all the details at Dakota Slideways on Facebook.com. All right, heat number 2 of 2. Modified stadium truck. Time to beat Rinderneck 18.503. Going to follow Dakota Fend here. See who comes across with the hot lap. Dakota Fend with a 16.3 on that one. Brock Champlin with a 16.1. Watching, ooh, Dakota Fend with a little bobble there, getting a little sideways. Here comes down the front straight. Dakota Fend, a 16.6. Oh, big tumble there. Not able to make the triples. That's a double single. Champlin out front, 19.508. Rivkin to the 2, 19.510. Dakota Fend, 19.514. Sontag, 18.501. Aiden Horn, 18.503. Oh, Champlin falling to the number 6. So Rivkin taking over now. 19.513 for Spencer Rivkin with a 16.8 on that last lap. Horn in the 2, Evans 3, Champlin 4, Finn 5, Cavallari 6. Following Rivkin around here in the purple and blue. Onto the right side of the track, carrying that speed down the front straight. Let's see what he does. Man, just launches that stadium truck over that back triple. 3:20 left in this one. Rivkin with a 16.4. Rivkin got about 0.2 of a second. Oh, no, Aiden Horn now taking over. Time to beat 18.503. Aiden Horn currently on a 19.512. Rivkin also on a 19.512. 3/1000ths of a second back. So it's Rivkin and Horn. Horn with a 16 flat. Rivkin with a 16.4. Here's Aiden Horn here. Aiden Horn with a 16.3 on that one. Let's see what Rivkin gets here. 16.2. 0.3 separates these two. Aiden Horn on 19.511. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Rivkin 19.512. Champlin right there now, 19.512. Sontag 19.514. So the top 4 separated by a second. Cavallari in the 5, Fend in the 6, Evan in the 7, Tollard in the 8, Davey in the 9. Following Champlin around here. Champlin 0.3 back, takes over the number 2 spot. 0.3 back from Aiden Horn. Champlin getting a little sideways there. Can't afford to make any mistakes here. Need every second that you can get if he wants to catch Aiden Horn. Aiden Horn not 0.8 up on Champlin. Aiden Horn with a 15.9. Champlin runs a 16.1 there. Half a second separates those two. Rivkin's still there. Rivkin 0.8 back from Horn. So Rivkin a second back. Second back from Aiden Horn. So 1, 2, and 3 separated by a second. Sontag 2 seconds back. Still following Champlin here. Aiden Horn out front. There's Aiden Horn in the top. Champlin in the bottom. Half a second separates these two drivers. Final minute. Rivkin clicking off a 15.9 there. Rivkin moving up to the number 2 spot above Champlin. Aiden still out front. Aiden trying to go back to back. Well, he got first, second, and now first again. If he can hold on to this, 1 second left to go, or 1 second separates them with 30 seconds to go. Horn out front, 19.510. Rivkin half a second back, 19.510. Champlin 1 second back, 19.511. Sontag into 4, Cavallari 5, Evans 6, Dakota Finn 7, Tollard 8, Bada in the 9. Race 22 at 22. 5 seconds left to go here in qualifier number 3. Let's see if Aiden Horn can do it. 19.509 for Aiden Horn. Rivkin 19.510. Let's see if Horn can do this. Got to keep it clean to these last couple of turns. And he does. 19.509.9. Up 1/10 of a second on Rivkin there. Shoo. So Aiden Horn takes this one. Got a first, second, and a first. So he's going to have 2 points. That's going to make him the overall TQ for modified stadium truck as well. The closest person to him is Brock Champlin with 7 points, with a second, a fifth, and now a third. So currently Champlin's got 10 points, Aiden Horn with 2 points. So it doesn't look like as if anybody can catch this young man, Aiden Horn, taking four-wheel drive, now taking stadium truck. The kid is unstoppable. Aiden Horn. All right, so we're going to go talk to Aiden about this modified stadium truck win. Aiden, congratulations again, my guy. I mean, you got a first, a second, and a first. Looks like you've clinched this one up here in modified stadium truck.
Yeah, it's not over yet. You know, Dakota has a really fast 0 from last night, so if he could potentially take it away from me, so we got to stay strong till the end. But yeah, luckily we were able to get another clean run in for the most part. Had a little bobble in the beginning, but nothing too bad. Man, I wish we could just put runs together like this in two-wheel, you know, maybe one of these days. But yeah, the truck and the four-wheel are going really good so far, and yeah, got some long finals ahead of us tomorrow, and hopefully we can start first in this class as well.
Well, before you look to the finals, we still got one more qualifier this afternoon. So what are you going to do between the qualifier 3 and 4 to get ready to get back out there?
Yeah, the grip is coming up a lot, so the trucks are getting a little squirmy out there. Might need to thicken up the shocks a little bit, lower the ride height, something, just to make it a little easier to drive, more predictable. With the contact patch of these truck tires being so big, you know, they're kind of grabby. So just try to accommodate a little bit, and yeah, gotta put a clean run in.
Well, sir, you did a great job there in qualifier number 3. Good luck going into qualifier 4.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Aiden Horn there, taking home modified stadium truck. Well done to him. Like he said, let's see. We got Dakota Finn does have a first place finish. Let me see if I can refresh this. And see where that puts us here for modified stadium truck. All right, so Dakota Finn with the first and a 7th overall. I don't know. I don't see it. It looks like we'll find out. Points get tricky. But Aiden Horn, qualifier 3. Got a special day today. Talon Henley's birthday. We're going to switch over to the track.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Getting close. Everybody get your singing voice ready. We're getting close. All right, now we're ready. Here we go. On 1. Where's Talon? Come on down, birthday boy. Here we go. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday. There we go. Happy birthday, Talon. All right, guys. Once again, we got concourse coming on out in front. If you guys got anything you want to put in, let's bring them out.
All right, happy birthday to that young man. Made a wish there. Let's see if it comes true. I bet you he wished for something RC. But I don't know. I don't know what he wished for. All right, qualifier number 3 is in the books. We still got qualifier 4 coming up here at what time for qualifier number 4 coming up at 2 o'clock. So 1400 for all my military fans, 2 p.m. for all you muggles out there. We got some cool content that we filmed, some interviews, some other special guests. So I'm going to leave you with that for the next little bit, and I'll be right back for qualifier number 4 coming up.
I got a special treat for you guys. We're going to do a track walk here at the 2024 Roar Nationals, but we're going to do it with Ryan Cavallari.
And Ryan, walk us through this track and what you think.
Yeah, the Beach RC crew did an amazing job. So we're just cruising over the finish line, going down the straightaway. It's a little wavy as the cars, I think, kind of groove the track in. We're going around this tight, high-speed sweeper. It kind of dips down a little bit, so the car kind of dips and then it kind of raises just a little bit. So you want to stay maybe just a few inches off the curbing. Honestly, you don't want to touch anything. And honestly, you're just trying to set up now for the ski jump into the peristyle. You can see everybody's kind of trying to hit the middle. You probably can gain a tenth or two by doing, I think, just connecting this whole thing where you jump up and land and backside this.
Yeah, you were saying in your interview that this was the spot that you wanted to try
Yeah,
to
you want to stay about a foot off right here, and then it just hops, the car like loads up under the impact, and then it springs, and then it just lands. And so you could just hammer the gas and jump this, what do you think, like 15, 20 foot triple.
Yeah.
The car's definitely G out here. You can see everybody's got some divots, everybody's over jumping it. It's better to over jump it than under jump it.
That's true.
And so as soon as we land that triple, we just hammer the throttle, allow the car to kind of coast through this corner.
So walk me through, like, this double is kind of at a curve versus being on a straight. Does that make it more difficult?
Yeah, I mean, the car kind of tends to want to maybe, let's say, jump more into the infield off it. So that's why we're taking this super tight. So when you basically hit it, the car kind of will fade a little bit to the pipe. You can see a lot of guys are jumping on the pipe. Basically, not many people are jumping to the right. It's always the car's feeding into the left side of the landing, which is the proper line. So.
Okay. And then we got another double coming up here.
Yes,
that's
the hardest, honestly. The shortest jump on the track is the hardest jump. Yeah, it's just a tough corner because you're kind of coming down here and you're trying to carry the corner speed. The grips definitely came up, and the cars are pretty edgy when you hit this section. And so a lot of the guys are just kind of, honestly, we're just shortening it. You really got to carry your speed proper, a lot of divots, as you can see.
Yeah, so a lot of guys just lawn darting it right into there.
Yeah, the catch fence came in handy, so the cars aren't flying onto the straightaway.
But like you said, if you carry too much speed, you're going to go just straight into this.
Yeah,
fence.
you're really, want to not downside it, but just kind of get over it and allow the car just to set nice. And so you could set up for this off-camber pitcher's mound, let's say. There's a bunch of different lines. Some guys are going about, let's say 1.5 feet off. Some guys are coming around here to kind of just, smoothly arcing through this section, because this section can catch you out really easy. The Marshall's close to you, but you really don't want to make a mistake, let's say, in a spot that, let's say, is the more easier one. So.
Yeah, I can see if you go out wide, it kind of sets you up for a smoother transition through the next 180 over here, versus if you come in short, you got to really hammer on the brakes and then
yeah,
right
the car
back on the
isn't
throttle.
on such of a gnarly angle, so you can really come off this and really get on the power. And this corner is really fun. Yeah, this is probably one of my funnest sections, where the car is really taking the views, the G-forces through here, and then just powering it on. Obviously, the Jingle Bell Santa Claus over here. Yeah, a lot of guys are hitting this. It's just a section that's fast. Some guys, you could see if you watch at different angles, they're almost jumping over the pipe right here.
Yeah.
So you can kind of tell at certain angles on the gyro stand, but it definitely catches you. I think a lot of it is just how the car comes out of the corner and lines up for it. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a straight double versus, the other two, but then you immediately come into this right-hand turn back into the straight.
Yeah, so you really, the hardest part of it is because you want to keep the momentum up, and you're coming onto the straight where you can carry a lot of momentum, get as much as you can, honestly, out of the lap time. So
yeah, you cut it too close, and you're one of those guys.
You'll be seeing Santa Claus a little early.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, I can't thank you enough for doing this track walk with us and liverc.com, and it's you're doing really great out here, and we can't wait to see the rest of your weekend. I'm here with Aiden Horn. Aiden, top seed in all 3 classes, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and stadium truck. Man, I mean, what kind of prep work did you do to achieve that?
Just a lot of hours at the practice track back in home before coming here, but honestly, couldn't be possible without the team I have there. I mean, especially Brent, with a lot of help during out practice, figuring out tire prep and setup stuff. So it's really a team effort, but yeah, luckily it all came together for me.
So what do you think about this Beach RC track? I mean, the track is beautiful. It's in great shape. Do you think it's going to hold up through the weekend?
Yeah, I think so. When we were here for the Masters of Dirt, it kind of fell apart a little bit, but that was just because the track was so gnarly and everyone was casing jumps and overshooting and taking divots, not replacing their divots out there. So this track is a little bit easier. There's a lot less big wads out there, if you will. So I don't think it's going to fall apart as bad. I mean, we might get a little bit of chunks here and there, but nothing like we saw last time.
Okay, so how do you continue with this momentum going into qualifying today?
Well, honestly, I've top seeded quite a bit of races and had them not work out very well. So honestly, it's just kind of seeding. It's just practice. Nothing really to get super excited about. I mean, if we grab a TQ, then that's another thing. But yeah, I mean, we top seeded a lot of races and it doesn't really mean much. So we just got to keep a level head and not get too excited too early.
Last question. What's the hardest section on the track?
Definitely the little corner table on the back right after the ski jump, after the front straight. It's pretty difficult to grease that section every time. But when you do it, it looks pretty cool and satisfying. So hopefully we can get it.
Aiden Horn, top seed in all 3 classes. Let's see what he can do. I got high hopes for Aiden and the associated team. All right, I'm here with Nate Sutherland. Nate, tell us what classes you're running this weekend.
I'm running 17.5 Expert and 13.5 Expert.
Okay, so what's the difference between 17.5, 13.5, Pro? I mean, I know that it's, well, you tell me in your own words.
I mean, it's really just a startup class. I feel like everybody that runs 13.5, 17.5 is just on their way to mod, and it's just a good way to get there.
Okay, so I mean, these cars are running virtually half a second slower than the pro guys. So you're right there with those guys. And how can you compare the car like that time compared to the pro time?
I mean, we're just out there carrying a lot of speed. Like in stock, it's all about speed, corner speed, everything. We're all just trying to keep up as much speed as we can. And with mod, it's more or less the same, but they have a lot more punch and throttle that they have. So
Fair enough. You've driven this track. You've driven lots of tracks. What would you think that the hardest section of this track is?
it's for sure either the far left on that tabletop or the double coming towards us, the Experts double.
Okay, Nate coming all the way from Iowa. We wish him a lot of luck this weekend. Good luck to you, Nate. Dakota Finn here at the 2024 Roar 10-Scale Off-Road Nationals. Dakota, how do you prepare for a race like this? What's your preparation routine?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, normally kind of just get a little bit back into the 10-scale swing of things. We had an 8-scale race not too long, a couple weeks ago. So kind of get into that, get the cars prepped, ready to go, just make sure they're freshened up. And normally like to keep the drivetrains the same, make sure they're nice broken in from the previous race and kind of start, preparing way back then. And the big thing for me is I always like to have my tires prepped before I come to the event for the most part. Sometimes things change. I've been kind of messing around a little bit this weekend. I think kind of a little bit different from Masters. We normally race here in October. Obviously, weather's a little bit different, humidity and temp. So just kind of adjusting for that. And yeah, we've been kind of tinkering all day here with practice the last couple days.
So you had a lot of success last year at the 2023 Off-Road Nationals. How do you continue that momentum coming into the 2024, knowing that the talent here is super high?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Everyone's always fighting to be at the top. You kind of get a little bit of an advantage, have a little bit of a speed advantage, and then everyone works hard, catches up, and it's kind of just a constantly raising the bar. I feel like with RC racing in general, we're at the point where everything has to be 100% spot on. You can't go out there and just rely on yourself or rely on one part of your program specifically. Everything has to be spot on and 100% ready to go.
Yeah. So you're in the stadium truck class. I mean, what's it like being in that class? I know that class used to be really big back in the day, and it's kind of making a comeback. Tell us a little bit about your car.
Yeah, truck is fun. I feel like when we first started running slicks with truck, it was a little bit of a nightmare to drive. But I think all of us have made a lot of changes to the truck. Not really really much of a truck anymore, so to speak. But yeah, it's a lot better to drive on slicks now. And we usually run it a few times a year. So.
All right. If you had to tell me what the hardest section of the track is, what would it be?
Probably the left side, that single jumping in the tabletop. There's kind of a little bit of a divot there, so you have to make sure that you get over the divot. But then if you jump a little bit too hard, sometimes your car will bounce a little bit funny, or you might be lined up specifically for the tabletop. So I really think that whole section, that sweeper before that as well, there's kind of a little bit of chop, so it kind of moves the car around a little bit. So just trying to get that lined up and just be as consistent as possible through there.
All right, Dakota Finn, a lot of success in 2023. I know he's going to continue that into 2024, but stay tuned this weekend. Let's find out. All right, I'm here with Chase and Levi Raymond, all the way from San Diego, California. Levi, how did you get started in RC racing?
My dad's been pretty much racing everything his entire life, and kind of just like a cheap way of racing. Not that way, but just track nearby, and we just started going and just kind of started from there.
So you got into it with your family and you just kept on going. Chase, when you first started, were you doing part of the maintenance stuff, or was your dad doing it all and you were just driving? How did that evolve?
So I wasn't really in maintenance, and my favorite thing when I started at the beginning was actually I loved turn marshaling more than I did driving. So I would just turn marshal whenever I wanted on a practice day, and I kind of started to involve to racing, and that kind of where it started.
Levi, you said you're racing in the stock classes today. What would your hardest part of the track you think is?
Most definitely that tabletop in the corner, because they carry a lot of corner speed and hit that thing perfect, so you can triple that, and two especially, it's extremely hard.
And Chase, same question for you. You've done this track and a lot of others. How does this track compare to others, and what do you think the hardest section is?
Yeah, I could agree with him. The table, it's really hard to stop for, and where to send the ski jump. And you really have to, in stock two-wheel, you really have to get the downside, or you could just jump the table to get the power to the ground to make the triple, or else you're not going to really make it.
And how do you think that this track stacks up to other 10-scale tracks you've raced on?
So this one is definitely different. It could really definitely change on the weather, and the driver stand's a big part. I think this is the tallest driver stand I've ever been on, so it's definitely different.
All right, Chasen, Levi, Raymond, we wish them luck here this weekend. These two young men are two young men to watch. I'm here with Spencer Rivkin. Spencer, you've been racing a long time. How has your racing program evolved from when you started till here at the 2024 10-scale Roar Off-Road Nationals?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the first things first is kind of knowing what you like. As you get older, you kind of are young, you're a little dumb, and a little anxious. You kind of rush things when you're working in your car. You just want to go on the track and run laps. But you know, as I've gotten older, you kind of prioritize what's really important: the car maintenance, the prep, having, you know, race-like practice. I would say like the preparation stuff I've always been pretty good about, but as far as like practicing how you race, something that I've learned along the way, and then also, you know, worrying about the things that actually matter and not the stuff that doesn't.
That's fair. So you've been racing a long time, like we just discussed. What kind of tips could you give a newcomer to this hobby?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that that actually really helped me coming up as a young racer, or even if you are an experienced racer and you're just getting back in the hobby and you're, you know, mid-30s, 40s, or 50s, or however old you are, just educating yourself with the stuff that's online, using the technology that's available to you, like the YouTube stuff. I myself have my own YouTube channel and posting up pro tips or setup stuff. I'm helping the industry as much as I possibly can. Adam Drake has his YouTube videos. And then just asking questions. I mean, honestly, this hobby, I treat it as a hobby, even though that's actually what I do and get paid for a living. But asking your local racers and people that are at the track, I mean, everyone's so welcoming and helpful in the pits. Which makes this probably one of the best things about this industry is, you know, everyone's willing to give a hand for everyone to kind of get up to speed and kind of also experience a great time. So just don't be afraid to ask, educate yourself online, and have some fun.
All right, so tell us about your setup going into today. Do you chase tires? Do you chase suspension? How do you perform and be at the top level?
Well, I mean, all through practice, you know, we're all getting data and changing some car stuff, isolating changes, and, you know, making bad changes, not on purpose, and then you learn from your lessons and try to go the other direction. But for today, you know, you kind of got, you know, I'm basically running what I got. I don't know if there's any magical setup that's going to take me to the next level. I think that right now it comes down to just driving. Everyone's so close. A lot of talented racers out there that are also hungry to doing well. So for myself, I think it's just hammering down, hitting your marks, one turn, one jump at a time, and see where that lies.
Speaking of one turn, one jump, what do you think the hardest section of this track here is?
It's all pretty damn hard. It's all pretty hard. This track's always been a very unique surface. Every time we come here, especially for like the Masters or the J Concepts INSs, the surface is really uneven. And in the videos for you guys watching behind the screens, it's hard to see the bumps in the video. So when you're driving around, you got really high traction. It's really uneven surfaces. So your car's always like flipping even though it's not flipping, if that makes sense. But the corner jump in the back left corner is very challenging. The center double jumping into like that carousel sweeping corner is hard. But when you're racing on slicks and it's bumpy, it's not easy no matter what spot on the track you're running at.
Fair enough. Spencer Rivkin, guarantee we're going to see this guy at the top this weekend, so stay tuned. I'm here with the reigning, defending world champion, Tater Sontag. Tater, tell me your biggest inspiration in RC.
I mean, my dad's been a big factor in it for sure. He's pushed me to do it for a long time. It's something I enjoyed at a young age. So, I mean, being around him growing up for sure gave me a lot of motivation and stuff. And then I grew up really close to Dakota too. So obviously him being really good at that time for sure helps the motivation to try to, you know, get up and battle with him for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. So when it comes to big races like this, how do you mentally prepare to compete against guys like Dakota and all those other guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard. Mental game's a lot of it. You can go as fast as you want, but if you're not strong mentally, obviously you'll crack eventually. Honestly, there's not much preparing. I just try to just go with the flow. I'm not too serious into the mental side of things. I don't let anything really get into my head too much. I just kind of drive, and if I crash, I crash. If I don't win that weekend, I'm not meant to win. So I try to take everything with a grain of salt and try not to take everything too serious, but obviously still stay serious.
All right, so if we can't find you on the RC track, where can we find Tater Sontag? What does he like to do outside of racing?
I mean, there's not a crazy much. I mean, RC definitely takes up a lot of time doing all the traveling and everything, but my main hobbies are probably golfing, and then, when I'm not able to go golfing, when it's snowing or anything, I'm probably inside playing video games with the boys, so.
What would be the hardest part on the track, you think?
Probably the whole left side single into the table and then into that triple. That section's super technical. You can go through there slow, but if you're trying to run race pace and go through there as fast as you can, it's super easy to mistime the stuff. If you land a little short on the single, you go over the bars over the tabletop, and then short in the triple is obviously really bad. So that section's definitely pretty hard.
All right, Tater Sontag. Let's see if he can hit a hole-in-one this weekend at the 2024 10th Scale Off-Road Roar Nationals.
Hey everybody, this is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at beachrc.com, and my name is Sean Alfonso, and this is the Roar Nats 2024. This is a great place to come. I'm super excited about the Roar Nats. All the announcers, all the drivers, everybody's very professional about what they do, and it's an awesome experience. The flow of this track is very nice. The two jumps in the back, they go with great ease, great flow, like I said, throughout. This has so many drivers from the small class all the way up to some of the biggest names out there. I'm actually sometimes racing right next to some of the world champions, and I can ask them questions and everything I need. I love RC. I love the people, how much they help one another with their race programs. Everyone's here to help. This is such a great experience for Roar to come out. So I hope to see you guys come out and also watch us here and see how we perform, because it's really awesome to know that we have a crowd out there.
I'm here with Aiden Horn. Aiden, top seed in all three classes, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, and stadium truck. Man, I mean, what kind of prep work did you do to achieve that?
Just a lot of hours at the practice track back in home before coming here, but honestly, couldn't be possible without the team I have there. I mean, especially Brent, with a lot of help during out practice, figuring out tire prep and setup stuff. So it's really a team effort, but yeah, luckily it all came together for me.
So what do you think about this Beach RC track? I mean, the track is beautiful. It's in great shape. Do you think it's going to hold up through the weekend?
Yeah, I think so. When we were here for the Masters of Dirt, it kind of fell apart a little bit, but that was just because the track was so gnarly and everyone was casing jumps and overshooting and taking divots, not replacing their divots out there. So this track is a little bit easier. There's a lot less big wads out there, if you will. So I don't think it's going to fall apart as bad. I mean, we might get a little bit of chunks here and there, but nothing like we saw last time.
Okay, so how do you continue with this momentum going into qualifying today?
Well, honestly, I've top seeded quite a bit of races and had them not work out very well. So honestly, it's just kind of seeding. It's just practice. Nothing really to get super excited about. I mean, if we grab a TQ, then that's another thing. But yeah, I mean, we top seeded a lot of races and it doesn't really mean much. So we just got to keep a level head and not get too excited too early.
Last question. What's the hardest section on the track?
Definitely the little corner table on the back right after the ski jump, after the front straight. It's pretty difficult to grease that section every time. But when you do, it looks pretty cool and satisfying. So hopefully we can get it.
Aiden Horn, top seed in all three classes. Let's see what he can do. I got high hopes for Aiden and the associated team. All right, I'm here with Nate Sutherland. Nate, tell us what classes you're running this weekend.
I'm running 17.5 Expert and 13.5 Expert.
Okay, so what's the difference between 17.5, 13.5, Pro? I mean, I know that it's, well, you tell me in your own words.
I mean, it's really just a startup class. I feel like everybody that runs 13.5, 17.5 is just on their way to mod, and it's just a good way to get there.
Okay, so, I mean, these cars are running virtually half a second slower than the Pro guys. So you're right there with those guys. And how can you compare the car like that time compared to the pro time?
I mean, we're just out there carrying a lot of speed. Like in stock, it's all about speed, corner speed, everything. We're all just trying to keep up as much speed as we can. And with mod, it's more or less the same, but they have a lot more punch and throttle that they have. So,
Fair enough. You've driven this track. You've driven lots of tracks. What would you think that the hardest section of this track is?
it's for sure either the far left on that tabletop or the double coming towards us, the Experts double.
Okay, Nate coming all the way from Iowa. We wish him a lot of luck this weekend. Good luck to you, Nate. Dakota Finn here at the 2024 Roar 10-Scale Off-Road Nationals. Dakota, how do you prepare for a race like this? What's your preparation routine?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, normally kind of just get a little bit back in the 10-scale swing of things. We had an 8-scale race not too long, a couple weeks ago. So kind of get into that, get the cars prep ready to go, just make sure they're freshened up. And normally like to keep the drivetrains the same, make sure they're nice broken in from the previous race and kind of start, preparing way back then. And the big thing for me is I always like to have my tires prepped before I come to the event for the most part. Sometimes things change. I've been kind of messing around a little bit this weekend. I think kind of a little bit different from Masters. We normally race here in October. Obviously, weather's a little bit different, humidity and temp. So just kind of adjusting for that. And yeah, we've been kind of tinkering all day here with practice the last couple days.
So you had a lot of success last year at the 2023 Off-Road Nationals. How do you continue that momentum coming into the 2024, knowing that the talent here is super high?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Everyone's always fighting to be at the top. You kind of get a little bit of an advantage, have a little bit of a speed advantage, and then everyone works hard, catches up, and it's kind of just a constantly raising the bar. I feel like with RC racing in general, we're at the point where everything has to be 100% spot on. You can't go out there and just rely on yourself or rely on one part of your program specifically. Everything has to be spot on and 100% ready to go.
Yeah. So you're in the stadium truck class. I mean, what's it like being in that class? I know that class used to be really big back in the day, and it's kind of making a comeback. Tell us a little bit about your car.
Yeah, truck is fun. I feel like when we first started running slicks with truck, it was a little bit of a nightmare to drive. But I think all of us have made a lot of changes to the truck. Not really really much of a truck anymore, so to speak. But yeah, it's a lot better to drive on slicks now. And we usually run it a few times a year. So.
All right. If you had to tell me what the hardest section of the track is, what would it be?
Probably the left side, that single jumping in the tabletop. There's kind of a little bit of a divot there, so you have to make sure that you get over the divot. But then if you jump a little bit too hard, sometimes your car will bounce a little bit funny, or you might be lined up specifically for the tabletop. So I really think that whole section, that sweeper before that as well, there's kind of a little bit of chop, so it kind of moves the car around a little bit. So just trying to get that lined up and just be as consistent as possible through there.
All right, Dakota Finn, a lot of success in 2023. I know he's going to continue that into 2024, but stay tuned this weekend. Let's find out. All right, I'm here with Chase and Levi Raymond, all the way from San Diego, California. Levi, how did you get started in RC racing?
My dad's been pretty much racing everything his entire life, and kind of just like a cheap way of racing. Not that way, but just track nearby, and we just started going and just kind of started from there.
So you got into it with your family and you just kept on going. Chase, when you first started, were you doing part of the maintenance stuff, or was your dad doing it all and you were just driving? How did that evolve?
So I wasn't really in maintenance, and my favorite thing when I started at the beginning was I loved turn marshaling more than I did driving. So I would just turn marshal whenever I wanted on a practice day, and I kind of started to involve to racing, and that kind of where it started.
Levi, you said you're racing in the stock classes today. What would your hardest part of the track you think is?
Most definitely that tabletop in the corner, because they carry a lot of corner speed and hit that thing perfect, so you can triple that in two especially. It's extremely hard.
And Chase, same question for you. You've done this track and a lot of others. How does this track compare to others, and what do you think the hardest section is?
Yeah, I could agree with him. The table, it's really hard to stop for, and where to send the ski jump. And you really have to, in stock two-wheel, you really have to get the downside, or you could just jump the table to get the power to the ground to make the triple, or else you're not going to really make it.
And how do you think that this track stacks up to other 10-scale tracks you've raced on?
So this one is definitely different. it could really definitely change on the weather, and the driver stand's a big part. I think this is the tallest driver stand I've ever been on, so it's definitely different.
All right, Chase and Levi Raymond, we wish them luck here this weekend. These two young men are two young men to watch. I'm here with Spencer Rivkin. Spencer, you've been racing a long time. How has your racing program evolved from when you started till here at the 2024 10 Scale Roar Off-Road Nationals?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the first things first is kind of knowing what you like. As you get older, you kind of are young, you're a little dumb, and a little anxious. You kind of rush things when you're working in your car. You just want to go on the track and run laps. But you know, as I've gotten older, you kind of prioritize what's really important: the car maintenance, the prep, having, you know, race-like practice. I would say like the preparation stuff I've always been pretty good about, but as far as like practicing how you race, something that I've learned along the way, and then also, you know, worrying about the things that actually matter and not the stuff that doesn't.
That's fair. So you've been racing a long time, like we just discussed. What kind of tips could you give a newcomer to this hobby?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that that actually really helped me coming up as a young racer, or even if you are an experienced racer and you're just getting back in the hobby and you're, you know, mid-30s, 40s, or 50s, or however old you are, just educating yourself with the stuff that's online, using the technology that's available to you, like the YouTube stuff. I myself have my own YouTube channel and posting up pro tips or setup stuff. I'm helping the industry as much as I possibly can. Adam Drake has his YouTube videos. And then just asking questions. I mean, honestly, this hobby, I treat it as a hobby, even though that's actually what I do and get paid for a living. But asking your local racers and people that are at the track, I mean, everyone's so welcoming and helpful in the pits, which makes this probably one of the best things about this industry is, you know, everyone's willing to give a hand for everyone to kind of get up to speed and kind of also experience a great time. So just don't be afraid to ask, educate yourself online, and have some fun.
All right, so tell us about your setup going into today. Do you chase tires? Do you chase suspension? How do you perform and be at the top level?
Well, I mean, all through practice, you know, we're all getting data and changing some car stuff, isolating changes, and you know, making bad changes, not on purpose, and then you learn from your lessons and try to go the other direction. But for today, you know, you kind of got, you know, I'm basically running what I got. I don't know if there's any magical setup that's going to take me to the next level. I think that right now it comes down to just driving. Everyone's so close. A lot of talented racers out there that are also hungry to doing well. So for myself, I think it's just hammering down, hitting your marks, one turn, one jump at a time, and see where that lies.
Speaking of one turn, one jump, what do you think the hardest section of this track here is?
It's all pretty damn hard. It's all pretty hard. This track's always been a very unique surface. Every time we come here, especially for like the Masters or the J Concepts INSs, the surface is really uneven. And in the videos for you guys watching behind the screens, it's hard to see the bumps in the video. So when you're driving around, you got really high traction. It's really uneven surfaces. So your car's always like flipping even though it's not flipping, if that makes sense. But the corner jump in the back left corner is very challenging. The center double jumping into like that carousel sweeping corner is hard. But when you're racing on slicks and it's bumpy, it's not easy no matter what spot on the track you're running at.
Fair enough. Spencer Rivkin, guarantee we're going to see this guy at the top this weekend, so stay tuned. I'm here with the reigning, defending world champion, Tater Sontag. Tater, tell me your biggest inspiration in RC.
I mean, my dad's been a big factor in it for sure. He's pushed me to do it for a long time. It's something I enjoyed at a young age. So, I mean, being around him growing up for sure gave me a lot of motivation and stuff. And then I grew up really close to Dakota too. So obviously him being really good at that time for sure helps the motivation to try to, you know, get up and battle with him for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. So when it comes to big races like this, how do you mentally prepare to compete against guys like Dakota and all those other guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard. Mental game's a lot of it. You can go as fast as you want, but if you're not strong. Honestly, there's not much preparing. I just try to just go with the flow. I'm not too serious into the mental side of things. I don't let anything really get into my head too much. I just kind of drive, and if I crash, I crash. If I don't win that weekend, I'm not meant to win. So I try to take everything with a grain of salt and try not to take everything too serious, but obviously still stay serious.
All right, so if we can't find you on the RC track, where can we find Tater Sontag? What does he like to do outside of racing?
I mean, there's not a crazy much. I mean, RC definitely takes up a lot of time doing all the traveling and everything, but my main hobbies are probably golfing, and then, when I'm not able to go golfing, when it's snowing or anything, I'm probably inside playing video games with the boys, so.
What would be the hardest part on the track, you think?
Probably the whole left side single into the table and then into that triple. That section's super technical. You can go through there slow, but if you're trying to run race pace and go through there as fast as you can, it's super easy to mistime the stuff. If you land a little short on the single, you go over the bars, over the tabletop, and then short the triple is obviously really bad. So that section's definitely pretty hard.
All right, Tater Sontag. Let's see if he can hit a hole-in-one this weekend at the 2024 10th Scale Off-Road Roar Nationals.
And we are back for qualifier number 4, the final qualifier of today. Let me see if I can get back to some of these comments. A bunch of people sending a shout out to happy birthday to Talent, so happy birthday. Thank you for the military time. You are welcome. You're on staff duty. Tell me more about that. Dana, tell me more about your staff duty. Let's see. Corey, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate your support. Such a quality broadcast. I got to send a shout out to all the Live RC crew from behind the scenes. Those guys have been working hard all weekend, and I really appreciate them for producing this show and the camera work and everything. Great job from them. Mrs. T, what's up? Good afternoon to you. Here's your afternoon salute. Thanks for tuning in. We appreciate your support. All right, we are racing. 40 seconds into 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. As a reminder, 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Mason Templeman currently sitting at the top with 0 points. Got a first, second. And Kyle Go with a fourth, second, and first. So it's going to come down to this one. So 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy going to be a good race to watch. Heat number 1 of 4 right here. Right now we got Christos out front, 16.5.12. Kyle in the number 2. Kyle Kendall about 3 seconds back from Christos. Justin Sherman about 2 seconds back from Kyle. So 5 seconds back from the leader. Then we got Mitch in the 4, Mark in the 5, Alfonso 6, Wesley 7, Killian 8. Two down, 3 to go here in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Heat 1 of 4. Christos on a 16.504, 17.9 on that last lap. So Christos finding some speed. Now got a 4-second gap on Kyle. Kyle with a long lap here. That's going to allow Justin to move up into that number 2 spot. Justin about 7 seconds back from the leader. Christos, Kyle, Justin, Mark, Mitch, Wesley, Sean, Killian is the running order. Three minutes down, 2 minutes to go. 17.518 for Christos. 16-5-15 for Kyle. So about 8.5 back now from the leader, Christos. 2 minutes left to go in this one. Justin in the 3. Mark in the 4. Mitch rounding out our top 5. We're watching Christos here coming across the line. You notice that Cavallari in that track walk video said that you really have to launch that ski jump there. Trouble there for Christos, though. You really have to launch that ski jump on the left side of the track, but you got to be careful and not go too far because you want to set yourself up for that tabletop. Christos there with a 22nd lap, so kind of a long lap. Clears that triple. 16-501 now for Christos. Whoa. Got to get around some traffic here. Christos down the front straight. Let's see what he does on this ski jump. All right, so cuts it a little short. Kind of bobbles there. Almost cases it on that triple, but keeping it together. Mrs. T says, what seems to be the tire of choice? Everybody out here is running a slick of some sort. Oh, was that our leader? Everybody's running a slick. EKJ says, awesome job, fellas, on the coverage. The LiveRC.com broadcast crew says thank you. We appreciate your support. But we couldn't be here without you, our LiveRC.com fans. You guys are awesome. We really appreciate it. That's going to do it for this one. Christos looks like he's going to take it 16-502. 16-second lead. Make that 18-second lead on number 2. So Christos handling this one. So that will be the time to beat in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. 16.502. Mrs. T, that will be a great question for me to ask one of the team managers. We're going to get another team manager in here during qualifier 4. So when they come up here, I will ask what the team is running as far as tires. X-Tech, welcome back. Going to have Brent Tauke, Team Associated Team Manager, will be joining us live in the LiveRC.com studio. Speaking of LiveRC.com, make sure you guys are signing up for that bonus lap membership at LiveRC.com. Get you a lot of extra features. You can watch individual races. You can get extra timing, stats, and it's all for less than a cup of coffee. Please get out there, sign up. Also, make sure you like, subscribe to this channel. We'd love to see you back for the next one. Mrs. T says, oh, I have questions. Well, Brent Tauke from Team Associated will be on live with us in the second half of qualifier number 4. So the deal with the mains is they're doing triple A mains, so it's hard to bump cars when you do triple mains. So they're doing a lot of qualifiers. That way everybody has an opportunity to bump up in there. Christos takes that one. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. 16.502 is his pace. So that will be the time to beat. Looks like they have resorted them into their finishing order here for qualifier number 4. They're getting ready to let them loose. Heat number 2 of 4. Green flag. And here they all come. Levi Raymond. You guys may recognize Levi. Levi was in our interview earlier, Levi Raymond. Out here doing some 10 scale racing. Levi the first across the loop, 16-2 for Levi. Levi down the left side over the triple, trying to get around some traffic there. Coming through the middle, 16-4 on his last lap. Levi with a little trouble back there on that triple. So now Justin going to take over here. Justin on an 18.511. So got TQ covered by a couple of laps. Dalton in the 2, Willie 3, Levi 4, Brendan 5, Brady 6, Christopher 7, Sherman 8, Ross Rhodes 9. 120 down, 340 to go. Dalton working his way through the middle of the track now. Dalton with a 17.3 on the last lap. Taking it a little wide on there on that 180. Coming across the loop now. Sends it over that ski jump. Decides to jump up onto the tabletop. Really takes it wide after that triple. Oh, and tumbles. Got a tumble there for Dalton. Justin 1 second back. That may be all Justin needed. And it was. So Justin going to move up to the number 1. It's going to drop Dalton down to the 4. So Justin now on 18.514. Yeah, the fence gets a hold of a lot of cars, that's for sure. Yeah, there's 2 of them. They get twins. Levi's got his twin brother running around here somewhere. 220 left. Levi out front now again, 18.511. Levi on the right side of the track through the start-finish line. 17 flat on that one for Levi. Levi up onto the tabletop there and tumbles down the triple. Got a 3-second gap between him and Justin right now, but let's see what it looks like when he comes around here. 17 flat was his last lap. This one, 17.1, even with the tumble there. So see if he can put together some clean laps. Work on that gap just a little bit. Currently 3 seconds out in front of Justin is Levi. 19.9 now for Levi. $18.515 for Levi. Willie with a 17.501. Justin 17.505. Dalton 17.507. Brendan 16.518. Brady 15.5 flat. Ross 15.511. Less than a minute to go here for Levi. Levi now with a 5-second lead over Justin. Make that 6 seconds. 4:20 down. Or excuse me, 4:15 down. 45 seconds to go here. Watching Levi cruise around the track. Down the straight. Levi down the front straight now. Levi with a 16.8 on that last one, 18.513. Got a 7-second lead now on Willie. Last 5 seconds here. And that's a race. All these drivers going to race to the finish line. Levi does it. 18.513 will reset that time to beat from Christos. Christos with a 16.502. Now Levi resets it 18.513. Still 2 more heats. A 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Willie in the 2, Justin 3, Dalton 4, Brendan rounding out our top 5. Okay, getting heat number 3 out on the track. This is race number 3 of 22. Marshals are getting out there. Track crew blowing up the track. Getting their warm-up laps, getting checked in. Race director calling them in. And green flag. Calling them out, getting them spaced out. That way they have plenty of space out there for the first couple of laps. Again, the reason for that is so that all these drivers have enough space so they're not on top of each other. Because remember, they're not racing each other here. This is not heads-up racing. They are strictly racing the clock. Whoever can get the most laps in the least amount of times, in the least amount of time, wins. And that's how it works. And whoever can get the best qualifying positions in round 1, 2, 3, or 4, they all get tallied up, and it's similar to a golf score. The person with the lowest score is the top qualifier, and so on and so on and so on. And that's how the mains are seeded for tomorrow. Coming up to the first minute here. Time to beat. Levi 18.513. Right now we got Tyler out 19.515, Jermaine 18.501, Jeff 18.501, Colton 18.505, Talon 18.505, Ethan 18.5. Oh, Ethan moving up to the number 4 spot. Ethan moving up to the 3 now. Ethan with a 16.4 on that last lap. $130 down, $330 to go. Tyler out front, 18.5 flat. Jermaine only 0.2 back. Talon right there, Ethan right there. Top 4 separated by a 1.5 seconds here. Mrs. T, the total entry was 202, I believe. All trying to battle for that national champion title. 3 minutes left. Tyler, Jermaine, Talon, Ethan, Nolan, Colton, Jeff, and Ryan. Tyler with a 16.7 on that one, so now with a 7/10 of a lead. Our leader working his way through the middle of the track now out onto the right. Now down the front straight. Tyler clicking off a 16.7, 18.502. Got a 1 second lead now on Jermaine. There's our leader right there. Tyler. Look at that little whip over there. Down the front straight. Sends it over that ski jump. Almost able to clear that tabletop on that corner. 1 minute, 40 seconds remains. Pink car here is Tyler, our leader. 18.502, 16.7 on the last one, 16.9 on that one. Jermaine catching up now, 2/10 back is Jermaine. Watching Tyler work his way through the middle. Cutting it close on those pipes. Don't want to hit those curbs because it would really upset that car. Spluzel. I wish Beach RC was closer to me too. I'd be here every day. I'd set up my camper out back. Tyler coming through the middle now. Oh, Jermaine taking over. 18.502. So Jermaine Robinson, now our leader. Jermaine, 18.501. Jermaine up on Tyler, 6/10. $16.8 for Jermaine, 17.1 for Tyler. So Jermaine stretching it out just a little bit more with 20 seconds left. 15 seconds, 1 second now the gap between Jermaine and Tyler. Tyler trying to reset this TQ from Levi. 18.501 is his current pace, 5 seconds. This is going to do it for Jermaine. Race is over. He's got to get to that finish line clean. And he does, 18.501.9. So Jermaine will be the new top qualifier. The time to beat. $18.501.9 going into heat number 4. Mason Templeman able to run an 18.5 flat and an 18.507 and a 19.512. So Jermaine got the pace. Jermaine at the top there. So Jermaine takes that one. 18.501. 2 second lead up on the field. What a run there. I got Jermaine Robinson. Let's find out how that last race went. Jermaine, congratulations. How do you feel about that?
It felt great. I drove how I wanted to from Q3 in this run, and hopefully it holds up for this last qual or last round.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Are you a local here?
No, I'm from Southern California.
Southern California. Weren't you out in San Antonio at one point?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I remember racing with you out at Oates, so I see
track.
that, yeah, you guys are killing it out here in the 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. 18.501 is the pace. So you got the pace with the rest of these guys, so good luck to you coming up tomorrow during these mains.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, that's Jermaine, heat 3. He will be the time to beat, 18.501. Let's see if any of these guys got anything to say about Jermaine's 18.501. All right, let's see here. The coverage is great. Thank you. Appreciate that. We appreciate your support, for real, for real. Only 2 hours and 10 minutes away? Well, you should be here. You should definitely come here for the mains tomorrow. Come watch it live. It's going to be an awesome, awesome race. All right, green flag here in Heat 4, 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. These guys are looking to beat Jermaine's 18.501. Mason coming across first, 16.7. Nate, though, with a 16.3. Ooh, I got to read this one on my Live RC crew. Live RC crew, if you're listening, Adrosa says coverage isn't good. It's amazing. Thank you. We appreciate that comment. We appreciate your support. Thank you for tuning in. I've said this 100 times already this weekend, but we couldn't do it without the liverc.com fans. We really appreciate you. 1 minute in, 4 minutes to go. Templeman out front. To remind you guys, Templeman got a first, second in qualifier 1, 2, and 3. Oh, Chase Raymond out front now, 19.512. This is T. You better book it right now. Anchorage is a long way away. Yeah, you need to come watch. Just come watch. Just come hang out. Walk the pits. Talk to these drivers. Learn some stuff. Minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. Hunter King now out front, 19.512. Kyle Go, 19.516. Doug, 18.5 flat. So top three currently got Jermaine's TQ time covered. Top four now, Mason, 18.501.4. Sutherland, 18.501. Chase, 18.503. AJ, 18.505. Kai, 18.508. Sammy, 17.502. 2:15 down, 2:40 to go. Following Hunter King. Down the left side of the track. Whoa. Skies it over that triple. Mason now taking over. 19.515, runs a 15.8 on that last lap. Hunter King 16.5. Separated by a tenth of a second here. 2:10 left. Templeman, Hunter, Sutherland, Doug, Kyle, Chase. Templeman went all the way from 6th to 1st. 19.514.4. Nate Sutherland, 19.514.9. So about a second back is Sutherland. Hunter King right there, too. 19.516, a second and a half from the leader. 1 minute, 45 seconds to go. Templeman. Oh, Templeman flips over. Man, that's going to allow Nate Sutherland to move up now. Mason with a wreck there. I wonder if we can get a replay on that. Minute 15 to go. Mason just carrying all kinds of speed down that front straight. And here it is, instant replay, just flips over right into the hands of spectators. Nice shot there. So Nate Sutherland out front, 19.514. Ooh, up on two wheels, big wreck there. Man, that was our leader, Nate. So Nate now, oh, another one for Nate. Nate got to get it together here. Only 35 seconds left in this. Sutherland out front. King half a second back. But let's see what this does to his lap time here. 16. Oh, so Hunter moving up. 16.4. 18.501 for Hunter. Nate back up to the top, 18.501. Raymond to the number 2, 18.503. Doug, 18.503. Sutherland, 18.501. Kyle Go, 18.503. Chase and Kyle, the top 6, back and forth. Top 6 separated by 3 seconds. Top 5 separated by 2. That's the timer. They're all going to race to the start-finish line here in the 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Let's see who gets it. Sutherland crosses 18.501. Raymond, 18.502. King, 18.502, slipping it in there on the last lap to the number 2 spot. So Sutherland, King, Raymond, Go. Doug, our top 5. Nate Sutherland does it. So that means Nate's got a 2, 9, and a 5. Let me refresh this thing here. Nate Sutherland taking that one, 18.501. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Looks like Mason may have taken the overall, though. Mason with a first, second. So looks like Mason may have gotten that one. Let's go talk to Mason. Mason, what's up, man? Congratulations. Looks like you got a first, second in qualifier 1, 2, and 3. Tell us about this event. Tell us how you're feeling.
Pretty excited. I don't want to get too ahead of myself here because it's obviously long AAA mains tomorrow. Anything can happen. But pretty happy with how the car is. Had some traction rolling issues in 3 and 4 today. But gonna figure that out for sure. And looking forward to main events tomorrow.
Heck yeah, man. I mean, walk us through what you're going to do tonight. How are you going to – is there any setup changes you need to make or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll probably figure something out. I'm not too sure what exactly yet. Going to look over the car and kind of see what some of the options are. Other than that, going to make sure I get a good night of rest and look forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks like it's now official on liverc.com. Mason Templeman, the top qualifier here in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. So congratulations to you, man.
Thank you.
Enjoy your evening and good luck this weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
All right, heat number 1 of modified two-wheel drive buggy on deck. So our overall top 5 for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy: Mason Templeman, Kyle Go, Nate Sutherland, Jermaine Robinson, and Hunter King. That's going to be a good one. Triple A's. Whew. Nice. Edward, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate your support. Here's your afternoon salute. Edward, my pops, I appreciate your support. I love you guys. Yeah, so 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy shaping up to be a good one tomorrow, that's for sure. Currently, we got heat number 1, modified two-wheel drive buggy out on the track. Let me remind you guys of modified two-wheel drive buggy. So Rivkin got the top seed here. His lap times were 19 in the 19s, 19.509, 19.503, 19.507. So that's the pace we're looking for here to be at the top with Spencer. So two-wheel drive modified looks like it's locked up. Currently we got Cade Burnett out front, 18.501. Got Cade Burnett out front, 18.501. Cothman, 18.504. Van Air, 18.511. Cracknell, 18.512. Parrish, 17.515. Ryan in the 6. Adam in the 7. Dave in the 8. Heat number 1 of 3, modified two-wheel drive buggy. This is race 5 of 22 here at the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals. And speaking of Roar, I've got a treat for you guys listening at home. I have none other than the Roar president himself sitting right next to me here in the Live RC studio. Clayton, what's up?
Wrong button?
There we go.
I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
Yeah, doing well. I'm doing well. So tell us about this event, how it all came together.
So for the off-road 1/10 Electric Nats, we have a committee that selects tracks from around the country. I think for this one we had 3 or 4 different tracks that had put in bids. Of course, we want to go to the biggest and baddest tracks around the country. Not all of them are involved in Roar yet. So we just continue to work and put on better and better events as we go, and hopefully we get more interest of all the tracks around the country and get things back going in the right direction. I know for a long time we weren't putting on the greatest events, and we were doing things that weren't making our customers happy. So hopefully with the last year and keeping things rolling this year, we'll get that back, get their trust back, and get more people involved.
So where can people find information about Roar and the Roar rules and the events that are coming up?
So Roar has a website, just like everybody else. We're in the middle of redoing the website right now, but it's roarracing.com. You can find the rules. You can find the events that are coming up. You can register for events when the registrations are open. There's not much for public comment. The forums that we had, we've stopped using. We're in the middle of progressing them to something that's not from the 80s, or 90s, more current. And the approvals lists are current, so you can go there and download any approvals list that you want. Our membership stuff is accessible by emailing me for the tracks. And any other information, usually people will just hit me up, or if there's a rule that's outdated or something that the whole country's doing differently now, people will email. They're really good. The most comments, which used to be 99% negative, are now, at least 50-50. I mean.
50, okay. So tell me the difference between what Roar does versus a club. I mean, Roar comes in here and puts on this event. Spectacular, by the way.
Thank you.
But what would be the difference of just Beach RC putting on this event? What spin does Roar put on it, and what is the main purpose of Roar?
So the main purpose of Roar is establish rules for the entire country to play by, and to take entries to Worlds. So the national events lead you to Worlds, which a Beach RC event wouldn't necessarily do that, although this one would because it's a nationals. Typically the regionals would lead you to know whether you're good enough to go to a nationals. Eventually we'll use them to help qualify people for nationals. A lot of the stuff like the Fuel Nats and this race sometimes sells out rather quickly, so we keep spots for the A-main drivers from the previous years, and we would keep spots for regional winners so that people who have earned it, raced their way up, would then get these spots.
Yeah, it makes sense. So right here we got Heat 1 modified two-wheel drive buggy. Looks like Cade Burnett going to take it and set the pace here, 18.504. So basically Roar is a sanctioning body that provides rules that drivers have to follow in order to qualify for those events, and it makes it more even, I guess you
so
could
that's
say.
the other thing. Our tech is a lot more stringent. Tear the motors down, tear the cars apart, make sure the wheels and tires aren't too wide. Like a lot when we first started this event, I would say probably 20% of the cars were too wide. But at a local club race, they wouldn't have a tool to measure that. I'm not everybody, some do, but a lot don't, because if you're within 5 millimeters, you're within 5 millimeters. Some of them we couldn't even put the gauge over on any side. So it makes it an even playing field all across the board for all classes.
So what does it mean? I got a question here from X-Tech. What does it mean if a battery is Roar approved, or a motor or anything like that? It's got the stamp that says Roar approved on it.
So batteries are very generic. They just have to submit their paperwork that they are not going to blow up when somebody uses them, basically. But there's approvals that the LiPo batteries have to go through for safety concerns. Motors, speed controls, bodies, Those are all tested and then marked with a number and then the exact way that it's approved with its resistance number for motors or the Blinky code for the ESCs. All that's on our website in the approvals. You can search whatever Speedo you have. You just type the name in and it'll bring up exactly what you're looking for. If you have a question, if your stuff's right, like Speedos, they come out with new software all the time and you need to make sure you have the current one because the other ones aren't approved if they're not on that list, which means there may have been some funky thing going on that they fixed. And so now you need to have the right software.
So basically, Roar has examined these products that these manufacturers are making and have homologated them into the Roar sanctioning rules and allow them for use in an event such as this.
Correct.
So you were talking earlier about how Roar kind of got a bad rap, right? I mean, what is Roar doing and you as president to turn that around to, I mean, an event like this, I don't know how you guys could get a bad rap for this, but if you keep doing stuff like this, so what is Roar's plans moving in the future to turn that around?
Well, I think the biggest thing is Roar kind of got like Disney, like we're Disney, like we don't care what you think. And so what we do now, like I'm all about talking to everybody. Whether you hate me or like me, I don't care. Like if you have a problem, you know, I'm not going to always have a solution. So if you have a problem, you should have a solution. Don't just say something sucks. Tell me why it sucks and what we could do better. Yeah. But I think that was part of the thing that was missing is the engagement with the racers and the track owners and the promoters and the sponsors. We have manufacturers meetings. I walk around through the pits, let everybody beat me down. Like this is like a family. And the more we travel, the same people over and over, the more you get to know like when they're just mad because they had a bad race or when something's truly wrong.
Sure. Yeah, you got to listen to the people. I mean, that's why we're here is these people and I don't envy your job at all because I guarantee, you know, I mean, I've promoted races. I've been a race promoter before, and it's a tough job, especially on the level of Roar being a national sanctioned thing that's just going everywhere. I got more questions here about batteries. Are lithium high voltage batteries allowed in Roar?
I believe we have a lot of LiPo HVs, but they're not allowed to charge over the 840.
Okay, so, and the reason you guys do that is just to make it an even playing field, right?
Right.
That way some guy's not in here in the pits charging that thing up to, you know, crazy voltage and getting some advantage off the start because, you know, we all know that batteries sag and all that. So
and the whole world, like, you know, we keep monitors on EFRA and FEMCA and FAMAR, what everybody's doing. So we try and keep things even that everybody's doing all the way around the world.
Understood. All right, we got heat number 2 out. Currently, Cole Tollard out front trying to chase down Cade Burnett, 18.504. Cole Tollard currently on a 19.508. Sonntag now up to the number 2, 19.512. Rennerneck, 19.512. Julian, 18.5 flat. Brennan, 18.503. Austin Horn in the 6. Mason, 7. Tyler, 8. Chad in the 9. So, I mean, it's a great thing that you guys are doing, and how did you kind of touched on it before, but how can local tracks get a hold of Roar and say, hey, I'd like to host the next whatever race?
So right now in October, we have openings for nationals. So all the nationals, whether it's fuel off-road, electric off-road, on-road carpet, on-road nitro, all of them open up in October. In that October-November window, tracks can put in bids for the nationals the next year.
So I got another question here about stock classes. And this has been a topic all weekend with the LiveRC.com fans, that stock is too close to modified now. Do you have that feeling too, that, you know, the 17.5 and 13.5 is, you know, half a second away from modified?
Yeah, it's all the way across the board. It's not just off-road, it's on-road, it's everything. We have ideas. There's nothing that's good to be able to do with the current rule structure because the motors already are spec'd out like to wire size of every wind, of every part. It's probably going to take a rewrite of all motor rules to get it back to be around that. But at the same time, the people need to realize The pro guys that are fast with the fast motors are going to be fast with the slower motors.
Sure. And I think another thing too, it all plays. Everything plays a factor in that. It's not just you have a 13.5 motor; it's the track size, right? So
track size, driver, setup.
Yeah. so if a modified guy's out there with a 4.5 turn motor, and there's a bigger track, they're obviously going to motor down the straightaway a lot faster than a 13.5. But when you have a track that's this size, when drivers are running 16, 17, 18 second laps, there's not really any space to really stretch out those high turn motors.
Correct.
So, yes, it looks close here, and I guarantee you some of those 13.5 and 17.5 drivers could easily be up in the modified classes, but you really see it more at bigger open tracks when those motors really take into effect there. All right, so at the end of this one, heat number 2 of 3, modified two-wheel drive buggy. Looks like Tater Sontag going to take it. 19.511 will be the new pace coming into heat number 3. All right, I don't want to keep you any longer, but let us know where's Roar at next.
Next race is in Ohio for the Fuel On-Road Nats.
Okay.
And after that, we're at HCRC for the Nitro Nats.
Ooh,
that's
gonna
the big
be a good
one.
one.
That's the diamond.
Yeah, tell us just a little bit about this. Since we're all off-road fans here today, just tell me a little bit about that race out there in Idaho. It's in Coeur d'Alene, right?
Yes, and the track is amazing. The facility is amazing. It's like the Field of Dreams track. Like in the middle of nowhere pops out this amazingly beautiful track. And they don't just have the Nitro Off-Road. They have Carpet On-Road. They have all kinds of stuff there. The guy put in a bunch of his own money to build a top-notch facility, and I'm telling you that place is off the rails top-notch.
So tell me a little bit about the event. It's just strictly Nitro, right?
Strictly Nitro, truggy and buggy, the best of the best. It's what racing should be. It's not all the I'm not good enough to beat these guys, so let me start a different class. It's truggy and buggy. That's it.
That's it. 2 classes, no sportsman, no intermediate. It's either you're
masters,
in buggy or in truck.
Yep.
That's it. That's very cool. Can people still get signed up for that?
I believe we have about 50 more entries open. I haven't looked at it lately. Last time I looked, we're about 50 from being full.
Okay. And can anybody sign up? Do you have
Anybody
to be?
can sign up. Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, very cool. Clayton, thank you for a few minutes of your time. I know you're a busy guy. You got to get back out there and
yeah, I got to call some
this
penalties
race.
for these guys.
Yeah.
And thank you to Live RC for putting this on. This coverage has been great. The interviews have been great. All week long, this has been awesome.
Yeah.
So if you don't have a Bonus Lap membership, you should.
Yes, it's less than a cup of coffee. Starbucks, that is.
Starbucks, yeah. Actually, probably anything nowadays.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well,
Appreciate
thank you,
your
Clayton.
time.
Thank you. And congratulations on an excellent event.
Thank you.
All right, we got heat number 3, modified two-wheel drive buggy coming up. As a reminder, Rivkin was out here, got the first 3. Let's see, Dustin Evans, Brock Champlin. 4:30 down, or excuse me, 30 seconds down, 4:30 to go. I'll give these guys about 30 more seconds. Time to beat here is Tater Sontag, 18.504. Looks like we're currently following Fend around. Fend sitting in the number 7 spot. Fend on a 19.511. And here's Brock Champlin. Somebody in the chat asked if we could. Yes, we can. Brock Champlin in the number 2 spot, currently 19.505, runs a 16.1. Was up in the number 1 spot, but then Chase Lemieux comes out with a 15.7. So now these guys are separated by 0.06 of a second. Brock Champlin on the backside of the track. Let's check out these lines that this guy drives. I mean, just hugging that curb right there. Able to just shave off those tenths. So Brock now 15.9 on that lap, moves him up to the number 1, 19.504. Rivkin in round 1 ran a 19.509. Then in round 2, 19.503. Round 3, 19.507. So Champlin right there on pace. Let's see. So Champlin out front. Cavallari now the 2, 19.507. Lemieux, 19.507. Bada, 19.509. Evans, 19.510. Aiden, 19.511. Champlin, 19.513. So Cavallari taking over the top spot. 2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Here's Cavallari on the backside of the track. Working his way through the middle here in the red and yellow wheels. It's got to be fast if he's got those yellow wheels. Now on the right side, carrying that speed. Remember, we talked to Cavallari during our track walk. Oh, Cavallari rolls it. Man. Let's see what that does to his time. It was half a second up on Lemieux. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. So that's going to drop Cavallari to the number 4. So Lemieux moving up to the top spot now, 19.507. Aiden Horn in the 2, Bada in the 3, Cavallari 4, Finn 5, Champlin 6, Evans 7, Rivkin in the 8. 3 down, 2 to go. Yeah, BJ. Guarantee you Rivkin's out there scuffing in some tires, taking this opportunity, just staying out of the way, letting these guys battle. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Lemieux out front, got half a second lead on Horn. Make that a second now. Bada in the number 3, Champlin in the 4, Dakota 5, Cavallari 6, Evans in the 7. Chase Lemieux in the top of our screen. Aiden Horn in the bottom. These two drivers separated by 1.5 seconds. Lemieux out front, 19.506. Down the front straight he goes. Over that big triple in the back. Lemieux with a 16.4 on that last lap. Got less than a minute. Got to hold these guys off. 1.1 is the spread between Lemieux and Horn now. On down the straight, Lemieux with a 16.2. Less than a second now separates them. So Horn shaves off 2/10. We'll see what it looks like when Horn comes through the timing loop. 7/10 now for Horn. Lemieux with a 15.9 on that one. So Lemieux stretching it out. These two drivers separated by about a second. Cavallari a second back. So Cavallari back up in the mix, 19.508 for Cavallari. Here's Cavallari following him around through that double. Here he comes around this 180. Oh, he flips it. Getting into Dakota Finn there. So Cavallari, that's going to put him at number 5. And that's a race. Let's see what it looks like. These drivers are going to race to the start-finish line. Separated by a second here is Lemieux and Horn. Cavallari through the loop. Cavallari finishes 19.509. Champlin in the 3, Horn in the 2. Chase Lemieux, the top qualifier here in round number 4. Chase Lemieux getting a good spot here in round 4. 19.506. 19.506 for Chase, was at 1 second up on Aiden Horn. About 3 seconds up on Champlin, 3 seconds up on Cavallari. So, man, it's going to be a great, great main tomorrow between Rivkin, Chase, all these guys. Let's see if it's updated. All right, I got Chase Lemieux up on the driver's stand. Let's see what he has to say about that race. Chase, congratulations.
Thank you.
Top qualifier there in round number 4. How does that feel?
Feels great. Had a great battle with Brock, Cav, and Aiden.
Yeah.
It was super tight. This track's super sketchy. Just try to keep it as clean as possible and keep it smooth and fast.
Yeah, so, I mean, do you think that's the key to success right there, just consistent?
For sure. I mean, this track is so brutal. The back triple, every time you're going over it, you're puckering. Same with the left side tabletop. It's just
super difficult out there, but was able to get it done. Cars feel really good. Team's working super well together. Got Gregory Tenney's taking the photos, Tom helping with setup, and we're just going out there and doing the best we can.
Yeah, I mean, you say that back section is brutal, and you got to do it 18 or 19 times in 5 minutes.
Yep.
I mean, that's got to be nerve-wracking for you. So
yeah, my heart's still racing. So.
What do you do tonight to decompress?
I don't know. Yesterday, me and Greg, we went golfing, so maybe I'll do that again.
There you go. Well, looks like you're officially sitting in position number 4 going into the mains tomorrow. So
Sweet.
Nice job on that. That's going to put you in a great position to capture that top spot in the mains. So good luck to you tomorrow, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Chase Lemieux there. So officially our top 5, Rivkin out front, Aiden in the number 2, Dakota Finn in the 3, Chase Lemieux in the 4, and Brock Champlin number 5. Cavallari 6, Evans 7, Bada 8, Rennerneck 9, and Tater Sontag are top 10. Whew, man, these guys are just so fast. All right, Masters 2-wheel drive buggy. Looks like Tilke got this one wrapped up. Masters 2-wheel drive heat number 1 out on the track. Minute 30 in, 3:30 left. Kothman out front, 17.509. Top 10 making the A here at the Roar Nats. No bumps. And like I said, the reason for that is because they do triple A's. So you can't really bump into a triple A. It's going on 3 o'clock here. 1,500 out here on the East Coast. 2 down, 3 to go. Kendall out front now, 16.502. Kothman in the number 2. Winders 3. Craig Jackson 4. McElveen 5. Warren 6. Michael 7. Richard 8. Coming up to the halfway point here in heat number 1. Race number 8 of 22, heat 1 of 2, Masters 2-wheel drive buggy. Still got a lot of racing coming at you today. We are going to talk to Brent Tilke. He is the Team Associated team manager. See what he has to say. Any insights on Team Associated? We'll ask him all the same questions that we asked the TLR team manager. What they got coming down the pipe. All that kind of stuff. So you guys got any questions for Brent Tilke? Start getting them posted. Minute 20 left on the clock. Kendall out front, 16.504. Got about a 5-second lead up on McElveen, 16.512. Kothman 16.512. Winder 16.513. Craig Jackson 16.514. So battle there for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Final minute. Final 45 seconds. We are got a little replay here of the leader on the back with some contact. Let's see what we got here. There he comes. Ooh. Oh! Right there on that triple. Man. Just like Luda says, right, everybody? Move! Get out the way. All right, Mike Kendall out front. This is going to do it. Race is over. They're going to race to the line. Corey McElveen may have stuck it in there on that last lap. It looks like he did. McElveen took it on the final lap there, 16.506. Jeez. Kendall 16.507. So McElveen on the final lap gets it. That'll be the time to beat going into Heat 2. Congratulations to McElveen on that last lap. All right, got a little word from our sponsor, and then we'll get back to Heat number 2. Midwest Nationals presented by Dakota Slideways in Aberdeen, South Dakota, July 13th and 14th. Over $8,000 in cash payouts. $1,000 to the winner to win for 8th Nitro Buggy, Truggy, and E-Buggy. 50% entry payback for E-Truggy. They got on-site camping. They got food trucks. They're going to have random door prizes from A-Main, ProTech, VP, and Busybodies RC. Cash payouts in those 4 classes for the top 5 finishing positions. They're going to have random cash drawing. Check out the flyer with all the details at Dakota Slideways on Facebook. Heat number 2 of 2. Masters 2-wheel drive. Brent Tilke already got this one locked up. He is our top qualifier. And it's a green flag. Drivers coming around for their first lap. Tilke out there to get some lap times, some laps, get some practice in, track time. Race 9 of 22. Tilke out front here. 18.5 flat. Alan Horn 18.509. Nicholas 18.514. Henley 18.517. Blades 17.502. Densford 17.505. And Owen 16.517. Who got a broken car back there? Minute and a half down, 3:30 to go. Oh, one got caught in the fence. Masters two-wheel drive buggy. Tilke, Alan Horn, Nicholas, Blades. Densford up to the 4 now. Blades drops to the 6. Benzia to the 5. Owen to the 7. Up next, we got 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. Two minutes left to go. Tilke out front still, 18.504. Horn, 18.512. Nicholas, 17.512. Densford, 17.517. Blades. Oh, Blades moving up to number 4 now, dropping Densford to the 5. Jason, 6. Owen, 7. 1 minute, 40 seconds left to go. Tilke with a 16.4 on that one. Minute 20. Less than a minute here. Tilke out front. Horn in the 2, Nicholas in the 3, Blades in the 4, Benzia in the 5, Densford now to the 5. Dropping Benzia to the 6, Simmons in the 7. Tilke out on an 18.502. $30 seconds. This will be Tilke's best run yet. He's at an 18.512, 17.502, 17.5 flat, and now he's on an 18.502. So figured some stuff out in the pits during that break, or he just had that really good lunch brought to us by Reedy. 5 seconds. And that's it. Gonna race to the finish line. Brent Tilke takes it 18.504. So it is official for real. Top qualifier for Tilke for the Masters two-wheel drive buggy. That was his best run yet, 18.504. Tilke, Horn, Nicholas, Blades, Densford are top 5. Alan Horn right there, 18.509. Was only just a couple of seconds back. Let's see, that was Alan Horn's best run as well. Alan Horn had an 18.516, 17.506, 17.507, and then clicks off 18.509. So Alan Horn, let's talk to Alan about that. See what he's got to say here about the Masters class. Alan, congratulations. I mean, number 2 on that one. That was a super, super good run. Just a couple of seconds back from Tilke. I mean, what do you think you got to do to get up into the mains tomorrow?
I'm going to have to find some more pace. The car was good that time. I finally got a run in. Didn't really have any issues. I got no one to blame but me, man. I just not getting it done. Brent's going too fast.
Hey, but I mean, a number 2 overall, that's not too bad, right? I mean, get back in the pits. Can you talk about the teamwork and how your team is helping you out and how your team has gotten you here to the number 2 spot?
Well, the Factory Tracks racing team is, we're pretty strong. The guys are doing really good. We get a lot of support from home. We got guys all over the country right now, and only a couple here at the event, but everybody's still watching and pushing and offering suggestions from home, and the coverage on Live RC is helping. They're able to watch everything and kind of see what the car's doing, not doing, stuff I'm not really paying attention to because I'm trying to keep it on the track. But
well, hey, you're figuring something out. I mean, 18.509, that's your best round of the weekend, so you're just getting faster and faster. So I wish you success into tomorrow's mains.
Thanks, buddy.
Yes, sir. Alan Horn right there, our two-wheel drive Masters class. Going to be one to watch tomorrow between him, Tilke, and the rest of those guys. Our top 5 here for Masters: Tilke, Horn, Nicholas, Blades, and Brent Dinsford. 5 fast geezers right there. All right, I'm going to sign off for just a couple of minutes. Got to take a short break, but I will leave you in good hands with the LiveRC.com crew. Be right back.
Go, drivers ready, turn marshals, heads up. Race number 10, we're going to go when I call your number. 4, 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 5, 2. This is race number 10 on the track. Race number 11 coming up next. Second heat of 13.5 short course. Michael Kling with a fast first lap, 20 flat. Owen Simmons with a 20.6. Daryl Dawkins, 21.1. .130 down and 3:30 still left to go. Owen Simmons out in front, 19.1 last time by. He's got about a 2-second advantage on Dave McEwen. Then you got Michael Kling in the 3rd spot, Daryl Dawkins in 4th, Teddy Davis rounding out your top 5. Watch the left side straightaway. Caution on the straightaway. Watch the left straightaway, guys. Watch it. It is broke. Thank you. .230 down and 2:30 still left to go. Dave McEwen now taking over the lead. Owen Simmons in 2nd. Michael Kling in 3rd. Master turn marshaling over here from Jason. Anticipating them hitting the fence. Man, this guy's all over the place. 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Dave McEwen out in front. He's got an 8-second advantage now on Owen. Then you got about 15 seconds back to Teddy. Daryl Dawkins about a second behind him in the 4th spot. Less than 1:30 to go. McEwen with a little slower lap that time by. Still able to hang on to his lead. Owen Simmons about 5 seconds back. Michael Kling still hanging on to that 3rd spot. We've got 4 minutes down and 1 minute left on the master clock. Race number 11 coming up next. Second heat of short course coming up next. McEwen with a 19 flat that time by, stretching that lead out to 13 seconds now on Owen Simmons. 30 seconds left on the master clock. That is time, guys. Everybody keep going till you hear your name. Everybody keep going.
Richard Lewis done. Owen Simmons done. Dave McEwen done. Teddy Davis done. Daryl Dawkins done. Michael Kling done.
And that is
All
a race,
drivers are
guys.
finished.
Taking the win in race
Julian
number
Gilmore
10,
done.
Dave McEwen with a 16.5.15. Finishing in that second spot, Owen Simmons with a 15.5.08. And finishing in third, Michael Kling with a 14.5.12. Get those trucks back into tech. Come back out of turn marshal. Race number 11 coming up.
Next, race number 11. 13.52 WD short course. Heat 2 of 2. Josh Parrish. Ryan Cottle. Tom Sherman. Patrick Rossiter. Justin Sherman. Craig Jackson.
And we are back. Thank you for the short break there to the race director. Helping me out a little bit. Had to take a quick break. (13.5) two-wheel drive short course. Dave McEwen takes that one. Time to beat 16.5.15. Currently, Adam sitting out front. Got a second, fifth, and a first. Brendan Edwards right behind him. A first, fourth, and a second. So it's going to come down to this one between those two drivers. 13.5 two-wheel drive short course on the track. Race director's calling them in. And it's a green flag. Big one here between Adam and Brendan. Determine who the top qualifier is. A lot on the line. And qualifier number 4 here for 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. And here they both come. We're watching them both here. Adam out front there. Brendan in the number 2. Oh, Brendan with a little long lap there. .420 left. Matter of fact, Rossiter right up there too. Rossiter only got overall of 3 points. So Rossiter got a first place finish as well. A 5th, a 1st, and a 3rd. So it's looks like it could be one of those 3 drivers getting it here. Adam currently out front after a minute. 17.512. Less than a second up on Josh. Ryan in the number 3, Rossiter in the 4, Tom Sherman in the 5, Brendan 6, Justin 7, Craig 8. I asked Cavallari earlier what his strategy was today, and he said put the hammer down. So that's what Brendan needs to do here. He needs to get out of that 6th place spot up towards the top, get a good finish here. 3:15 left to go. Josh Parrish up in the lead now. Josh Parrish with a 4th, 2nd, and a 4th. Remember, we're looking for golf scores here. The lowest score seeds them into the mains. 2 down, 3 to go. Adam out front, 17.514. Half a second on Ryan. Ryan 17.516. Josh 17.518. So Josh only 2 seconds back from the leader. Patrick only 2 seconds back from the leader, 16.502. Brendan Edwards 16.503. So Brendan up to the number 5 spot now. Now to the number 4. Nah, Patrick takes it back. Tumble there on that back triple. Oh, contact there with those short course trucks. No harm, no foul. Everybody's back on all 4s. 3 down, 2 to go. Adam out front still, 17.514. Now stretching it out. Rossiter up to the number 2. 2 seconds back from Adam. Brendan now up to the number 3. Brendan in the number 2 spot. 1.5 seconds back from Adam. So Patrick now to the number 2. So these top 5 drivers trading back and forth here. Adam in the 1, Brendan in the 2, Patrick in the 3, Parrish in the 4, Ryan in the 5, Tom in the 6, Justin in the 7, and Craig in the 8. One minute, 10 seconds remains. Adam out front. Rossiter now a second back. Brendan Edwards about a second and a half. Parrish about 5 seconds back. So Parrish trailing just a little here with less than a minute to go. We're about to find out who our number 1 seed will be, top qualifier. Adam 18.6, Rossiter 18.7, so Rail's able to stretch it out about a tenth there. 1 second is the separation between Adam and Patrick. 20 seconds left to go. Final 10 seconds. And that's the clock. Let's see what it looks like here. They're going to race to the line. This is going to be the top three's final lap. Oh, man, Rossiter less than 1/10 of a second behind Rails here. Rossiter needs a clean lap. Rails is done, 17.514.2. Rossiter, 17.514.8. So it looks like Rails going to take it. Adam Rails got the win and will be the top qualifier here at the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals for the 13.5 two-wheel drive short course. Adam Rails with a 2, a 5, a 1, and a 1. So giving him a score of 2. Adam Rails was on rails on that one. 17.514.2, only half a second up on Rossiter. What a close race there. But Adam Rails taking the overall top qualifier. Let's talk to him. Adam,
hey.
Congratulations on that, man. How does it feel?
It feels really good to really bounce back from yesterday. I had a rough day one of qualifying, and then I worked on the truck yesterday evening and then put it out today, mounted up some fresh J-Concept Smoothie 2s for today, and it was enough. I just tried to drive as smooth as possible the whole time. This track is tough.
Yeah, me and the LiveRC.com fans were just talking about it. Got a second, a fifth, a first, and now another first, which gets you the overall TQ. I mean, that's got to feel good, especially with the competition like this. They were right all over your bumper the whole time. It was pretty crazy. So, I mean,
yeah, they were sweating me the whole race, that's for sure. It was a half a second. I was just in bring it home mode.
Yeah. Any setup changes you're going to do tonight?
I don't think so. We'll see what the track looks like in the morning, but I think I'm going to roll it off probably just the way I pulled it off right now.
All right, man. Well, congratulations and good luck tomorrow during the mains.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. There he is, Adam Rails, overall TQ for the short course class there. We got 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy on the track now. Heat number 1 of 4. Race director calling them in. Going to get them all lined up. T. Anthony says, what's the best radio for racing? Man, it's total personal preference. Myself, I use a Futaba. Lately, a lot of people have been using that Fly Sky, the Noble. But again, that's total personal preference. If you don't own a radio, I would go to your local hobby shop, see what they got, put them all in your hand, and just see which one feels best. I mean, they all range in prices. You can get them for like as low as $100 all the way up to $1,000. But the best advice I can give you is just go to your local hobby shop and take them all out of the box and put them in your hands and see how they feel and go from there. But there's a lot of new offerings out there. This one's underway. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Let's check out the results so far. So far, Nate Sutherland going to be out front with 2 points. Chase Raymond with 3. Templeman with 4. You got a Traxxas TQI. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about, the Traxxas TQI, you can actually load multiple models into it. It's kind of difficult, but you can. The good thing about an upgraded radio is you can program multiple models into it, and it's easy to switch back and forth. So you can have a buggy and a truggy and an on-road car and a basher and whatever, and you can just switch back and forth between them pretty quickly. And they offer a lot more refinement as far as steering and throttle and all kinds of stuff. come up with a good budget that you can afford to spend and go from there. And that's probably what I would look at. Just keep in mind they're expensive up front, but you make the investment once, so you only got to cry that one time. But once you get a good radio, then you just got to buy a bunch of receivers. So that's another thing to take into consideration too, is the price of receivers for these different radios. Some of them are cheaper than the others, and especially if you plan on growing your hobby collection, you can put different receivers in all your stuff. Yeah, $250 to $350. That's going to get you like a Futaba 4PM level radio, and that'll you could drive anything with that. They get fancier, you know, more channels. So if you want to do some crawler stuff, you may need more channels than 4 channels. You may need, 7 channels or so to control winches and lights and 4-wheel steering and all that stuff. It's all up to you and what your budget is. But for me, get the best one that you can afford. I know that's like a loaded answer, but get the one with the most features. That way you won't regret it. But the good thing about radios is they hold their value pretty well. So if you do want to start with a mid-level one, you can usually sell it for about half the price you paid for it. But it gets you some money back into whatever you want. All right, 3:20 down, minute 40 in. Densford out front here, 17-5-18. Kyle, 16-5-07. Daryl, 15-5-01. Teddy, 15-5-13. Alfonso, 14-5-03. Killian, 12-5 flat. Wesley, 12-5-13. Yeah, a lot of recommendations coming in here on radios. I personally have a Futaba 7 PXR, and I love it. Does everything I need it to do, that's for sure. But you could definitely get by. I mean, I could easily do what I do with the Futaba 4PM. I just like all the settings and stuff that I can do with the 7PX. 45 seconds left to go. Brent Densford out front here on this one. Brent got some extra practice. I think he got an extra plate at lunch, so he's feeling fat and happy right now. 30 seconds. Kyle Kendall, 16-5-02. Daryl, 15-5-07. Teddy, 15-5-11. Alfonso, 15-5-15. Killian on a 13-lap pace. Wesley on a 12. 15 seconds left to go here in heat 1 of 4 of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Looks like Brentford might get this one. Brent Densford might get this one. Got about a 6-second lead here. But here they come racing to the line. Yeah, looks like Densford taking it. 17-5-12. That'll be the time to beat going into heats 2, 3, and 4. What features do you gain for going from something like a 4PM to a top-of-the-line model? Like if you go from a 4PM to a 7PX, you'll get a touch screen. It's got more channels, so you go from 4 to 7. So 4 channels is good for anything like we're doing today. You just need a 2-channel radio, but you need a 3-channel receiver to power your transponder. But really, for these cars, these buggies, you just need steering and throttle. And then if you want to do something else, like I said, I mentioned a crawler, you'll need more channels to control a high and low transmission or a dig or 4-wheel steering or a winch or whatever. So that's really the advantages of going with the higher end radios. The 4PM and the 7PX, for example, on Futaba, they do the same thing. They control your car, just one has a touchscreen with more features. You know what? I kind of want to talk to Sean, the track ambassador here. He did our opening segment here for LiveRC.com. Sean,
Hey, how's it going, man?
How's your weekend going?
It's going great. Great weekend.
Yeah,
so
that's
far.
awesome. I mean, you're there in the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, competing your way up the ladder. You know, how have your qualifiers been?
Qualifiers have been pretty good. Just been working on my car. I'm mostly used to dirt terrain, and this is a new, fairly new terrain to me, and I'm really enjoying it. Learning a lot today, of course, and go back home and do some homework when I get back.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. You can walk through these pits. You got Joes and pros out here. You can learn from all of them, right? I mean, what do you think is the biggest takeaway so far from this event?
I would say the biggest takeaway would be,
I mean, setup-wise, maybe.
Yeah,
prep.
I would say like setup and prep. Takes a lot of time to get everything ready for each race. So, yeah, I would say that.
Well, we appreciate everything you do for the hobby. We appreciate everything you do for Beach RC. And good luck on the mains tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
you have
sir.
a good one.
Talk to you later. Sean Alfonso there, racing on our 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. We got heat number 2 coming up next. Race director calling him in. Yeah, the Futaba 3PV, that's another good one. Another difference between like the Futaba 3PV and like the 4PM is they have different protocols that they communicate with the receivers in your car. And what that means is that some protocols transmit the signal faster. Probably nothing you would ever be able to recognize, especially if you're just going to do bashing, that kind of thing. A 3PV is perfect. 3PV you can get for about $150. But just getting started out, look at a mid-level radio. Somebody suggested 250 to 350. I'm not sure. I think you can get the new Noble MB4s for around that price. I don't know exactly what they cost, but I don't know if you can get the Noble Pros, but I think you can get the MB4, which is virtually the same thing as a Pro, just the Pro offers more features. Please don't ask me what those are, because I have no idea. But Ryan Mayfield, top driver in the world, uses the Noble MB4. About a minute into this one, we got Greg Nicholas out front here. Nope, disregard. Willie now taking over that top spot. 18.514. Blades in the number 2. Nicholas in the 3. Lucas in the 4. Campbell in the 5. Justin Green moving up to the 5. Christos now in the 6. Campbell drops to the 7. Christopher in the 8. Ross in the 9. Minute 40 down, 3:20 to go. Willie got about a 2-second lead here on Nicholas, moving up to the number 2 spot. Blades about 2/10 back from Nicholas. Cars just wrecking all over the track out here. T. Anthony, I'd say the lowest level to race. Probably the 4PM from Futaba, or the MB4 from Noble, or the MT44 from Sanwa. Great radios, all have exactly what you need without being a high-end $1,000 radio. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Halfway through this one, heat number 2 of 4, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Nicholas now leading the way here, 18.515. Got a 1-second lead up on Willie. Jason Blades in the number 3, Lucas in the 4, Warren in the 5, Justin in the 6, Christos 7, Ross in the 8. Three down, 2 to go. Heat number 2 of 4, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. As a reminder, here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, Nate Sutherland sitting in that top spot. Chase Raymond in the number 2. Templeman in the 3. Kyle Go in the 4. Hunter King overall number 5 so far. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go. We got Greg Nicholas leading the way here, 18.5.11. Got about a 3-second lead up on Willie. Willie on an 18.5.16. One minute, 15 left. Greg Nicholas, 18.5.11. Willie, 18.5.13. Jason Blade, 17.5.05. Justin Green, 16.5.03. Christos, 16.5.10. Rounding out our top 5 here in heat number 2 of 4. They're trying to beat the TQ Brent Densford, 17.5.12. So far, it looks like the top 7 got that covered. 17.5.12 is the current time to beat. Never mind. Top 3 have it covered. 15 seconds left to go. And that's a race. They're going to race to the line here. See how they cross. Oh, Willie sneaking it in there on the last lap. Let's see what he can do here. Willie clicking off a 16.3 on that one. Greg Nicholas last lap 16.7. So Nicholas going to finish with an 18.5.10.9. Let's see what Willie's got when he comes around here. 18.5.10.3. So that'll be good enough to put Willie up in the top spot here, moving into heat number 3. All right, I got another special treat for you guys. I got none other than Brent Tilke here in the LiveRC.com studio. Brent Tilke, the Associated Team Manager. And we are going to ask him the tough questions. So if you guys got any questions for Brent Tilke, start hitting me up, and we'll get them asked. Brent, welcome to the Live RC studio.
Thanks, Matt.
How's your day going?
Finally got into a decent run that last round of qualifying for me personally. The team's doing awesome. Got a lot of TQs, still a couple up for grabs, and yeah, trying to prepare for tomorrow. Go
Okay.
win some titles.
So how do you prepare yourself, your team? How do you keep everybody motivated?
I don't think motivation's really that hard. You know, the people that enjoy RC racing, they come pretty self-motivated. It's more of trying to unleash the talent that they have and corralling the motivation. You know, it's a balance. You can't do too much out there, and you can't wing it either. So that's kind of where I try to teach the younger generation of, you know, how to race at the top consistently, not just one qualifier or even one lap. And, you know, you hear a lot of the younger or less seasoned guys talk about the fast lap. And, you know, I don't know many races that are won off the fast lap other than drag racing, you know, and we're not drag racing here. So, you know, that's part of it. And that's part of the stuff I really, really enjoy as being team manager. This is my 20th year. And, you know, my time as a top racer is come and gone. But I really enjoy seeing other people succeed and when they can take that talent and watch it materialize into results. It's a great experience.
Well, you sure have assembled quite the team. I mean, Spencer out here, you know, two-wheel drive buggy, yourself in the Masters class. So, I mean, lots of top talent there. Can you describe, like, the structure of your team and, like, the roles that everybody plays? I mean, you're the team manager. Is there, like, a hierarchy, you know, or is it just kind of you and then you have just a bunch of dudes underneath you?
Well, we have dudes and ladies both, so.
Okay.
You know, we're a global company, so we have a global race team. It's not just here in the U.S. or just in 10-scale off-road. You know, we're racing 8-scale, we're racing carpet, we're racing all through Europe, all through Asia, Australia. You know, there's almost a continent that we don't have somebody sponsored, probably Antarctica, I guess, but maybe we'll start researching that here pretty soon. So, I kind of oversee kind of the whole program, and then from there we have regional administrators in the United States that kind of take over pockets of the area, but that's mostly for identifying up-and-coming talent. Once somebody's kind of reached a national level as far as skill set or promotional value, things like that, then they kind of more report directly to me, where we use the regional admins to kind of cultivate that next generation. And the poster boy of that is two-time world champion Spencer Rivkin. He started as one of our regional development drivers out of Arizona, and now you see he's one of the best in the world at everything he does. So
yeah, you guys found the pot at the end of the rainbow with that one, that's for sure.
Yep.
So walk me through like the setup whole part of this, right? I mean, you're the team manager and you've got this whole team behind you. How do you share the secrets of Beach RC?
Well, thankfully we've been to this particular track quite a few times. This is the first time we've been here at this time of year, so we knew that it would be a little bit different given the conditions with the humidity and the temperature, and the track build's always a little different. The last time we were here at the Masters of Dirt, it was a pretty serious layout that wasn't well received by a lot of people. And I applaud Brent and his crew for kind of taking that criticism on the chin and building a very raceable national championship level event. So, like I said, thankfully we have a lot of data from the last time we were here, and then that gets translated to setup sheets, and we have Facebook groups and chats that our teams are members of, and then obviously we have some guys that are kind of local to this area that provide feedback as well. One of our guys, Frank Denny, who's not here this weekend, he's, I think, Talladega. Have you ever heard of Talladega? I think he's there
What's
this
that?
weekend.
What's Talladega?
So, he does the FDJ sauce here, and that's kind of been the ticket. So, big shout out to Frank and the guys helping him with that. It's just maybe not relying on the local information, but it's always nice to be able to bounce ideas and, setups or tire prep or, hey, what part of the city should we try to stay in? All that different type of stuff that, I have to be responsible for, booking our Airbnbs or our hotels or, what day should we get there? Can you help with a ride here or there? Excuse me. And, it feels kind of like on autopilot, doing it 20 years now, but it's still challenging to kind of get all that squared away.
Man, so we're watching Heat 3 of 4 here in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Jermaine Robinson out front, 19.503. Sammy in the number 2, 19.508. Kai, 19.514. Ryan Harris in the number 4, 18.502. Patrick Rossiter, 18.503. Brennan in the 6. Sean in the 7. Colton in the 8. Talon in the 9. So you say you've been doing it for 20 years. How have you seen this industry progress over the last 20 years? I mean, 20 years ago we had the RC10, and now
40 years ago. 20 years ago we had the B4.
That's true. Yeah, I mean,
You're dating yourself too.
I started in the 80s, and my first car ever was a Traxxas Sledgehammer, so a monster truck. Right, it was a kit. My dad took me out to the track. We raced a little bit, got into it, and we bought an RC10, and so that was in the early 90s, late 80s, something like that. So 20 years. How have you seen this sport, this hobby evolve, not only with the chassis, but just the racing and the sport itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a few key points in the history of RC, especially since the time that I've been team manager. We'll kind of start there. Obviously, a lot happened probably 40 years leading up to when I joined Associated as team manager in 2004, but some of the big landmark things that have happened that I've seen is obviously the introduction of the LiPo batteries.
Yes.
Which I guess even before that was the brushless motors and speed controls. And, I had a lot of early input with LRP on developing their brushless system. That was probably 2007 or so, somewhere in that range. So we were still running the sub-C cells and building batteries, and, some of the guys that have never experienced that don't understand how involved it was to, have a either a support person, or you got brand new batteries in a box and you had to have a soldering jig and a soldering iron and assemble the whole battery together, all while you're taking your electric motors apart and cutting the comms and rebrushing and all this other maintenance stuff that goes into the power side of things that has since changed to a much different type of maintenance. So before we flip screens here, Jermaine looked like he got the win there in that race.
Yeah.
Needed it. He's sitting 11th right now in this class, so he had a really good run in two-wheel drive. And
he did. Starting
TQ here going into the A heat, so hopefully that holds for a top 5 and he can get into another A main here.
Yeah, 19.504 for Jermaine. Let's see if we got any questions here from our fans. They want to know when they can see the new truck, short course truck.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, we have the B7 that just came out earlier this year, and the natural progression is to work on the trucks. And, we're always working on new stuff. There's no real specific timeline for those yet, other than that we are actively developing them. The truck classes are very strange from a industry standpoint. You have Associated that continues to support the class, and at least in the U.S., the second most popular brand, TLR, doesn't really do that anymore. But you see a lot more X-Rays out there, and they obviously have active development with their stadium truck, but not necessarily short course truck. Schumacher has a stadium truck that they're racing here this weekend. So, I really hope that when we do come out with the T7, that the class as a whole has a big uplift.
Yeah.
I think it's a class that is mostly U.S. based. We like our big trucks and big tires and stuff like that. The Europeans aren't quite as into that. A little here and there internationally, but mostly a U.S. category. And it's still one of the best ways to get into the class or into the
100%.
racing, is with the truck, and especially the short course that has the rollover characteristics and things like that. That's a little bit more durable than a four-wheel drive buggy or something like that.
Yeah, we've been beating this topic up all weekend. The entry gateway is the Traxxas Slash, and anybody can get into short course racing, and then they usually graduate from the Traxxas Slash to the AE kit and, go from there. So speaking of that, with new stuff, how do you guys stay updated with the latest technology and innovations and all that?
I mean, we have our finger on the pulse, right? We're one of the leading companies in the racing market specifically. And, we attend a lot of events. We have a worldwide team that provides feedback, weekly, if not daily, for all these events that we go to. So, part of my role is to go back to our offices and communicate with the engineering staff and the sales staff and, product development, and really tell them what the customers want. I talked to Brent here for a while about a couple of different ideas, and I'll share that back with the people at the shop, and as a group we'll put that information into our collective and try to steer the ship in the way that best suits.
I mean, it's all about the market, right? I mean, what the market wants,
Yep.
Associated is going to produce. I mean, that's just
correct.
That's just the bottom line of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's really difficult to be racing at the top level and still provide a product that is accessible and cost effective for the average guy to race.
Yeah, for sure.
I fear for the time where racing gets so specialized, kind of like what the drag racing did, where you had to have a machine shop in your basement or in your buddy's garage or whatever, and you're moving stuff by 0.5 millimeters, and it's making a difference on the track. So thankfully off-road continues to be pretty driver reliant, and I think that's one of the beauties of it.
All right, 2 down here, 3 to go. Templeton out front, 19.504. Nate Sutherland currently in the overall number 1 position, so this is a big one here. Nate Sutherland currently sitting second, 19.505. Chase Raymond in the 3, Hunter King in the 4, Kyle going to 5, Tyler in the 6, Nolan in the 7, Doug in the 8, Jeff in the 9, and Levi in the 10. Who do you got in this one here?
Well, we got Mason Templeman. Obviously, he's the TQ of the two-wheel drive class, and didn't have that good of a running today in two-wheel drive, but relied on that from yesterday. And TQ'd round 3 in four-wheel drive here, so he's looking to go 2 for 2 and really solidify his position in both of these classes as TQ, which would be great for us. But we have a lot of guys in this race. We have Chase Raymond, his brother Levi.
Yeah, those kids, man.
Doug Lariviere, and Nolan Manchester, one of the up-and-coming drivers from Florida that's been working with Paul Wynn from J Concepts. Paul's one of our regional directors down there in Florida and has cultivated a great team, and Nolan's one of the latest examples of that.
Minute 45 left to go. Templeman out front, 19.503. So it looks like he got about a half-second lead up on Nate Sutherland here. Kyle Go, about a second and a half off the pace of Mason Templeman. Chase Raymond in the 4, Hunter King 5, Nolan 6, Doug 7, Jeff 8, Levi 9. I mean, this is a big race right here.
This is all the marbles.
Yeah, 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. That's another thing we've been talking about over this weekend is the difference between the 13.5 class and the modified. Pace isn't really that much different, between these classes. And
traditionally you see that the pace of the 13.5 four-wheel drive is about the pace of, like, say, a two-wheel modified buggy, but on this particular layout, you don't have a major jump that only modified can do, or a place where you can really stretch the legs of the modified car. So the rolling speed of even the spec two-wheel drive buggies with the right driver is, laying down times that will qualify him into the A main. I'm 99% sure you take the rounds that Mason TQ'd, he would be in the A main of modified buggy with those times.
So Nate Sutherland out front here, 19.502. Got a 1 second lead up on Templeman, 19.503. Raymond, 19.504. Hunter King, 19.508. So those top four drivers all in the 19-lap pace. Looks like the top two only getting up to top Jermaine here. Jermaine, 19.504.2. And, now just Nate, really. Nate Sutherland, 19.504 flat. Chase Raymond, 19.504.5. Chase, I mean, that kid is so fast. We talked to him and his twin brother, and here he is, second place in the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy, qualifier number 4. Final seconds here, and that's a race. They're going to race to the finish line to see who can get it. Sutherland and Raymond separated by a second here. They're about to come across the line. Let's find out where it is. Sutherland across. Raymond across. So Sutherland going to take it, 19.503. A second up on Chase. Chase in the 2, Mason 3, Hunter King 4, and Doug in the 5. Man, so, I mean, just
so
all these buggies.
Yeah, I should put Nate as the overall TQ. Then it looks like probably Chase is going to be second. Mason probably third. I'm going to guess here.
Yeah.
You got a 2 out of Jermaine. I'm not quite sure what else he had to back that up, but should put him deep in the main, I would think, as well. So it looks like he has a total of 10 points. So he's probably, maybe in that 7, 8, 9 range.
Yeah, so.
Got to wait for a refresh here to.
Yeah, waiting for this to go away, and then we will refresh this thing. And then we will just give it a second. It's got to refresh first. All right, so let's talk to Nate Sutherland, taking the overall TQ here in the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Nate, talking to you again, my man. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm happy to be back here.
Yeah, overall TQ here for the 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. How does that feel?
It feels really good, especially knowing last year. Feels good to back it up.
Very cool, very cool. So any changes you need to make going through till the mains tomorrow? I mean, I heard the weather might change. Is that something that you're concerned about?
No, especially not right now. My car's really good. Tires are good, and I think tomorrow it'll be even better.
Okay, well, congratulations on the big win. Overall TQ at the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals. What else could you ask for, right?
Not much, not much.
That's right. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, there he is, Nate Sutherland, the overall top qualifier here. We're going to get into some modified four-wheel drive buggy. So what are some short-term, long-term goals for you and the team coming up this year?
I mean, that's a good question. Off the cuff, we're always racing for world championships. This year is an 8-skill year. So they've changed locations from Brazil, which I fear was going to be pretty low attended. We were still going to have at least Davide Angaro there. Spencer was potentially going to go, but now that they've moved it to Spain, I think it will be a much higher attended event, especially by the best of the best. So, that'll be a focus throughout the year. And additionally, with the release of the B7, we're looking to dial that thing in, get the customers what they want, and continue to supply parts and setups and direction for that particular car.
Yeah, speaking of 8-scale, somebody right here, how's the feedback on the newest 8-scale e-buggy platform?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been one of our most popular kits in the 8-scale program. I've talked to a couple people that have made the switch here in the last maybe 6 months or so. And again, the feedback's been really good. We got a much better package out of the box than we've had in the past. And that's always a key element, especially in the 8-scale side of things. You want people to be able to put it together and just go out there and drive and at least be happy with the way the car performs. You don't want to put a lot of spare parts or aftermarket parts or different setup changes on it. So, Kurt Winger and our team back at the shop really did a good job of getting that baseline pretty solid out of the box.
Yeah, my nephew, he's an associated driver, just received a new kit from Kurt back in San Antonio, and nothing but great feedback from it, going from the last generation to the newest. And,
awesome.
He's doing really well, hoping for big things. So, he got me into driving associated, and so now I drive the e-Truggy when I can. And
there we go.
Yeah.
Well, we are working on the driveline of that e-Truggy. We know that's been a problem, and we're actively developing a solution for that. So it's been a frustration for all of us as well, and it's a very hot item back at the shop and with the Top Gut drivers. So continue to work on that, and just like all of our products, we're always trying to make it better.
Well, speaking of my nephew, a lot of people this weekend have tuned in because I told them on day one we're going to talk to you and the other team managers here. And the biggest question always is, how do I become part of the team? And my answer is always, you don't have to be the fastest guy, but you have to be approachable and you have to do all these things. But how can a racer at home sitting at liverc.com become an associated member and become part of the team?
Yeah, I think you touched on a big piece of it. You got to be a part of the community, right? The way that the racing is structured, there's certain categories that are more popular in certain parts of the country. So I would encourage people to participate in that particular discipline that's popular. If you're in the South, it's a lot of 8-scale racing. If you're in the Midwest, it's a lot of 10-scale racing. So kind of find those pockets, find the popular tracks, attend some of those more popular events in the area. And then if you have the chance to hit a national level event, whether it's part of the J Concept Series or the Roar Nationals or Masters of Dirt or Midwest Shootout over at Coyote, whatever it may be, try to really prove that you belong from a skill set level. And then a piece of that is also being approachable, being knowledgeable of your product, being prepared, having clean equipment, all that stuff that when you look deep into a professional program, you can see all that every single time. So, with that said, we do have the regional administrators, and they attend a lot of those events and are always on the lookout for the up-and-coming guys. And, it's not all about, just the next Spencer Rifkind or the next 10-year-old that's going to be a professional 5-10 years from now. We're looking for great representation. So many people have knowledge in this industry, and being able to give that to a new person entering the hobby is huge. You talk to Brent here, or Coyote Dave over at Coyote Hobbies, or Sean Story down at SDRC, or Larry Tom at Hobby Action, Jamie Tenney's at Trackside. They all say the same thing. It's like people come in to the shop and they love it, and then they either get a little overwhelmed with the price or the maintenance or the vibe type stuff. So I think you see the really successful tracks, they embrace those people that are experiencing RC for the first time. So, it goes beyond just the actual racers. I think it's part of the overall vibe of the atmosphere. And, I've seen too many tracks fold because you have people that develop cliques, and, it just kind of toxic, and you have outbursts on the stand. I want to see smiles and laughs, not finger pointing and name calling and stuff like that. So, we try to lead by example. None of us are perfect, but that's something that I try to really encourage with my guys. If you make a mistake on the track and you get into somebody, apologize to them, and in the same breath, if you feel that you were done wrong on the track, you should address it at that particular point with the person as well. And maybe they made a mistake, or maybe they feel they owed you something or whatever. But, settling a lot of this stuff on the driver's stand really has been a key point that we've tried to convey to our team throughout the years. And but it all begins with the culture. I'm looking up here at Chris Raymond, father of Chase and Levi, and he's one of the guys that really has his finger on the pulse of SDRC, and to go Spider-Man on you with great responsibility. How's it go? With great wisdom becomes great power. Yeah, however it goes. Thanks. And those are the type of people we're looking to represent Team Associated and Reedy and Factory Team and all of our brands. So it's fun finding those people, and really, in a way, rewarding that side of it. Not just, look, my kid turned the fastest lap of the event. Okay.
Yeah.
If he calls somebody a-hole, that's not what we're looking for.
No, I always think that the guys who should be sponsored are the guys who have results, obviously, but the guys who's also willing to lend you the part. And,
for sure.
And
we encourage that for sure.
Yeah, and who's willing to, lend you his advice for, this is what's working for me. It may not work for you, so you may want to try this, but start with this. And
yeah, I have a 1,000% example of that right now. Right before I came over here, I'm looking across my pit, and I'm pitting across from Aiden Horn. I'm like, man, the guy's TQ. What's he doing? He's got Doug Larivier's car apart over there.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Helping Doug try to get into the main event. And while I encourage that goes even beyond that, because that goes back to the Factory Tracks team and Al Horn helping his guys, teaching them that this is part of it. You got to help your teammates and get them on the program as well.
Yeah.
So, it's something that we encourage all the way through the program.
No, I agree with you on that. I mean, the perfect team member is going to want you to succeed as well, whether that costs him the race or whatever. It's as long as you're all doing good and he can be a good ambassador. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Definitely one of the hardest parts of my particular role is trying to get everybody the information they need to be able to beat their teammate, and then that teammate beat the other teammate, and recognizing that it is an individual achievement sport. For me, I'm trying to get our team to do well. So if Aiden wins or Dustin wins or Spencer wins or Doug wins or whoever it may be, Associated wins. But I also have to recognize that each one of those people, they want to win, and there's some disappointment when it doesn't happen. So it's trying to nurture that particular part of the relationship inner team. That's one of the more challenging pieces, and we've done a really good job of that, I feel, in the last probably 5 to 8 years. And I think that starts with picking the right people, having the right mentors within the team, and again, that's the fun part.
So we got heat number 2, modified four-wheel drive buggy. Looks like time to beat Corey McElveen, 17.516. Race director calling him in, getting them lined up, and it's green flag. So these guys are underway here for 5 minutes. Race number 17 to 22. It's the last thing I'll ask you. It's kind of a mystery when it comes to sponsored drivers, right? I mean, if people see the guys at the track and they're like, oh, it's a sponsored guy, he's getting whatever deal, right, from Associated. But how does the tiers go? I mean, I know that there's different levels. You start out as just the guy who's, getting kind of a deal and they do their part, but what's next?
Yeah, I mean, I think there has to be, how do you say it? There has to be pretty high potential to move beyond the regional team, which is more of like an ambassador type program, right? And most of that is the up and coming kids that are the lifeblood of RC, and some of those, as I'm into my late 40s now, you see this as some of the kids of some of the people I'm racing with or grew up racing with, right? So we're always looking to try to fill the people that are aging out, or this sport really suffers from having those maybe 25 to 35-year-olds be a piece of it, whether it's they're going to school, they're starting a family, they're career focused, whatever it may be. But 2 times already this weekend, people have come up to me and go, yeah, I just got back into the hobby. I had a RC10 or I had a Traxxas, and you're going to start hearing this more and more. And my kid has one, or however
Sure.
it is, and they ask about, hey, is Cliff still there, or is Chauncey or whoever they may have known from Associated 30, 40 years ago. And happy to say we got a lot of those same guys a part of the program. So I don't know if I answered your question, but most of the progression is a pretty natural thing. And typically it's more rewarded as opposed to seeked out. Is that the proper term?
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you become a team member, and then you just kind of work your way up by going to events and coming to things like this and being the TQ or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, Mason
Associated
was one of our
recognizes.
50% drivers just a few years ago. And even at that point, he was winning regional events and competing for podiums at some of the larger national level events. And just last year won his first national championship with the short course class. And now he's looking to add to that. So, yeah, Mason's another great example. Works at Hot Rod Hobbies with Jimmy Babcock, who I've known for way too long. Raced with him back in the day even. He was always better than me when he was in his prime. So, not today, though. I can take him down now.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for your time. I know you got to get back to your team here. Got a few more races. I guess, how do you prep for tomorrow? What are you guys going to work on?
Yeah, for me personally, I kind of did a reset there before Q4 with my buggy. It's only got 5 minutes of running on it, so I'll prep the tires, kind of give it the small once-over, but no major rebuilds. It was the best it's been in that fourth qualifier, so I assume we're going to get a 2-minute run in the morning again to kind of feel the track and go race for piston cups.
Well, on that note, people wanted to know what Rivkin was doing out there on the 2-wheel drive buggy. Was he scrubbing in some tires or something?
He's a veteran racer, right? So he made a mistake on the first lap and crashed on the triple, and these guys race each other. You add it all in together hundreds of times a year. And he doesn't want to be that guy that's out there trying to get a 7 when he's already got TQ locked up. So, I asked him kind of the same thing because I didn't know. He did run some different tires, but he's like, yeah, my car is awesome. I'd say he ran the fastest lap of the heat and would kind of pull up on people, then back off and, kind of be respectful of his competitors that are trying to get in that final good run, knowing that he's starting first. So,
Yeah.
That's a really mature drive from him, confident drive, and that's what I really like to see. So, Aiden Horn put in a great run. Didn't give up. He made an early mistake, and his result ended up winning the tiebreaker. So he's going to start second in 2-wheel mod, so I'm really proud of him as well.
That's awesome.
And,
yeah, track time is very, very valuable at an event like this. So
For sure.
All right, well, thank you again. I'll let you get
Absolutely.
back to it. Thanks for stopping by the liverc.com studio.
Yeah, thanks for the time. Hopefully I get to talk to you a couple more times tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it. Where are you at next? You going out to Silver State?
Yeah, Silver State. Going to go race my arch nemesis, Richard Saxton.
Oh, man, the king.
The king. Yeah, he smoked us at DNC. So we got some work to do. We got some competition in that class, and looking forward to it. But, yeah, that's going to be another great event. Joey puts on a great race there at this South Point Hotel.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite nitro races of the year. I tell everybody, if you're going to go to one, that's one of the better ones with the hotel right in, at the track, and don't need
you just
car, anything.
roll out of bed, go down, do your.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll be out there with Scotty in 2 weeks. So.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I'll see you there.
Yeah.
Again, hopefully get to talk to you there, too.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Heat 2 of 4. Looks like Austin Horn took that one, 19.506. So he will be the new top qualifier going into Heat number 3. All right, race 18 of 22. let's see here. Modified four-wheel drive buggy. Aiden Horn out front here. First. So he took it in round 3. And his pace was 25-12, 25-15, 25-13. So these drivers got some work to do if they want to catch up to that pace and get on the TQ pace here. Race director calling him in. Okay, race director's getting them lined up here. Going to get them out on the track momentarily. $19.506 the time to beat by Austin Horn. Heat 3 of 4. Modified four-wheel drive buggy. See how these drivers come across. Following Dakota Finn around here in the orange and blue. Dakota Finn clicks off a 15.8 on that one. Dakota Finn currently sitting second right now after 2 laps, 19.5 flat. 0.02 of a second back. Comes across the line here at a 15.8 up to number 1 now, 19.5 flat for Dakota. Over that big triple in the back. Gonna have to get around some traffic here. Ooh, up on the pipe. Oh, flips it over, Dakota Finn. Luckily, a car was right there and kind of gave him a little nudge and bumped him back over. So that allowed Mason to move up to the number 1, 19.503. Davey Bada, 19.505. Brennan, 19.505. Rennerneck, 19.507. Julian, 19.508. Austin, 19.510. Finn, 18.501. All these 7 drivers separated by about 3 seconds here. Following Mason around here now in the white and red. Oh, Mason catches the gate. Rings the jingle bells. So that's going to put Mason down to the 6th. So Davey Bada now taking over that top spot. Davey Bada, 19.504. 19.506.2 now. So still got TQ covered by a couple of tenths. 210 down, 250 to go. Davey, 19.506. Rennerneck now taking it, 19.505. And Bada takes it back again, 505.6. Man, I really wish we could see a replay of Mason hitting those jingle bells. That'd be pretty cool. 230 down, 230. What? There it is. Instant replay. Here he comes. Bink. Man, it's just crazy that one mistake dropped him from 1st to 6th, just like that. 250 down, 210 to go. Rennerneck out front, 19.504. Bada, 19.506. Mason, 19.507. Julian, 19.508. Austin, 510. Brennan, 512. Dakota Finn, 18.514. Less than 2 minutes. One minute, 40 seconds. Rennerneck, 19.504. Bada, 19.505. Bada about half a second back. Following Tom around here, out in front. Working his way through the middle of the track, getting through this S section, missing that gate, carrying the speed down that front straight. Slings it off that ski jump, able to get over that tabletop. 1 minute left to go. Tom Rennerneck out front, 19.504. Now got about a 3-second lead up over Julian. Rennerneck on the left side of the track now. Looks like he's got that tabletop section figured out. Carrying a lot of speed through there. He's able to get in these lap times. Last lap, 15.8. This lap, 15.6. Davey Bada in the second. Brennan in the third. Julian in the 4. Austin in the 5. Mason 6. Dakota 7. 30 seconds remains here. Julian now moving up to the number 3 spot. Rennerneck with a 3-second lead here, 19.503.6. So got TQ covered by 3 seconds if he can hold on to this pace. And that's a race. They're going to race around to the loop. See how they do here. Tom's final lap right there. Makes it a good one, 15.6. 19.503 will be the new time to beat. Davey Bada finishes second. Julia in the third. Austin 4. Brennan 5. Mason 6. Dakota Finn 7. All right, one more heat here in modified four-wheel drive buggy. Rennerneck took that one, 19.503. So that will be the new top qualifier. Time to beat. All right, coming up in a couple of weeks, we got our next race that liverc.com is going to be at. One out in Las Vegas, Nevada, May 1st through the 5th. May 2nd through the 5th. Thursday through Sunday. Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships 2024. Brought to you by The Dirt. It's going to be at the South Point Hotel and Casino. I mean, we're going to be there. So you guys should come out and check it out live. Come say hello in the liverc.com studio. If not, make sure you check us out on Facebook, YouTube, all the usual places. Or just go ahead and like and subscribe now. That way when we get there, you will be notified that we are live at the Dirt Silver State Indoor Off-Road Championships 2024. It's going to be a good one. All right, heat 4 of 4 here from modified four-wheel drive buggy. 19.503 is the pace. Any of you guys out there in liverc.com land going to be out there? Silver State? All right, this is a big one here. Aiden Horn already got it locked up. Brock Champlin with a score of 5. Tater Sontag with a 6. Lemieux with a 7. Rivkin with an 8. Cavallari with a 9. So it's anybody's game. TQ Chef, you're not going to be there? I thought you were hardcore. You went to the P&B. You got to top it off with Silver State. Give these guys about 30 more seconds, and I'll give you some pace details. Following Aiden Horn around here, our top qualifier. But Rivkin out to the front here. 15.3 for Rivkin on that last one. on a 25-10 pace. Aiden Horn with a 15-4, Lemieux with a 15-4, Champlin with a 15-4, Cavallari with a 15-6, Tollard 16-1, Sontag 15-4, Evans with a 15-5, Rivkin 25-10.4, Aiden Horn 25-11.9. So Rivkin out front here by about a half a second. Aiden Horn and Champlin only separated by a couple of tenths. For Fawn Rivkin around here as he comes through the middle of the track. Keeping it tight around this S section. And down the front straight he goes, onto the left. Just nothing but pinning it all the way down off the track there. Shoots it a little on the inside, but looks like he's recovered well. Probably not going to cost him much time at all. But Rivkin, that's going to allow Aiden Horn to go back out to the lead now. Rivkin down about a half a second. 2 down, 3 to go. Here's Brock Champlin. Brock Champlin in the number 5 spot right now. Now up to the number 4. 19.502 is the pace for Brock Champlin. He's about 3 seconds off of Aiden Horn. Aiden Horn on a 25.09 now. This could be his best run. Rivkin now back up to the point, 25-10. Lemieux in the number 3, Evans in the 4, Champlin in the 5, Sontag 6, Cavallari 7, Tollard in the 8. Here's Dustin Evans, currently sitting number 4. Dustin Evans, 19.501. Dustin Evans is only 3 seconds back from Rivkin. Rivkin crossing the loop that time at a 15.3. 25.09 is his pace. He's up on Aiden Horn by about 2 tenths. 25.10 for Aiden Horn. Champlin in the 3. So Aiden Horn taking back over now. 15.3 on that last lap for Horn. 15.6 for Rivkin. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Top 2 spreading it out here. 6-second lead on Brock Champlin. So Aiden Horn and Rivkin. Rivkin, oh, a little trouble there for Rivkin, but recovers okay. Here he comes onto the right side of the track. Rivkin clicking off a 16 flat there. So 2 tenths behind Aiden Horn now. 25-10 for Aiden Horn, 25-10 for Spencer Rivkin. Evans up to the 3 now, 19.504. Final minute. Rivkin got to find some consistent hot laps here. Doesn't need too many. Back up to the number 1 spot. Rivkin coming down the front straight here. Onto the left side. Got some traffic here. Traffic getting out of his way. On that back triple. Rivkin 25.10.4, Horn 25.10.6. So got a tenth of a second on Horn, does Rivkin. 15.3 on the last lap for Rivkin, 15.4 for Aiden Horn. These two drivers got third place. Brock Champlin by about 9 seconds now. So Rivkin and Horn with 10 seconds to go. Rivkin coming through the middle of the track now. Coming around these 180s through the S section. Now down the front straight. This is going to be his final lap right here. Got to keep it super clean. Back there on that triple. Here he comes through the middle. Over these 2 doubles. Keeping it tight right there. Got to keep these tight lines. Pin it right here through the straight. 25.10.4 for Rivkin. So Rivkin taking round number 4 here in modified 4-wheel drive buggy. Rivkin finishes number 1. Horn 25.12, so about 2 seconds back. Evans in the 3, Champlin in the 4, Cole Tollard in the 5. Man, what a run there by Rivkin. Just lap after lap after lap. Ends up with a 25.10 pace. Let's see what Aiden Horns. So that's the best pace of the weekend right there. 25:10 and modified four-wheel drive buggy is Rivkin. Man, so Rivkin just putting on some killer laps. Rivkin on fire this weekend. It's just crazy watching this guy run. Let's get a word with Spencer Rivkin up on the driver's stand right now. Spencer Rivkin taking round number 4. Congratulations. 25:10 was your lap, so that's the fastest all weekend for modified four-wheel drive. How does that feel?
Yeah, obviously it's good to end on a good note. And four-wheel drive, that's actually the class that I'm like, I've been so frustrated with. Just like, man, the car feels okay, but just not like quite as confident as I am with my two-wheel drive. Made a pretty big swing in the suspension that run, and I kind of gambled a little bit, but it kind of paid off. So I'm glad that I did, and it puts me, I believe, P2 for the AAA mains for tomorrow. Putting myself in the best position possible to go have a good mid event showing. Obviously, Aiden's been driving really good in four-wheel drive. Honestly, all the classes. So it's going to be a good competition. I mean, like I said, all of us out in the driver's stand are really are all very talented. And the track's very challenging. Obviously, Dakota's having some struggles this weekend in four-wheel drive. So it just kind of shows you, he's one of the best out there in the world. And, I'm pretty stoked on how things kind of ended up with four-wheel drive. We still got one more race in truck. But, I'm pumped.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. I can't confirm your position 2 for tomorrow. So, I mean, if you keep that pace and that momentum, there's no doubt we're going to see you at the top of the list tomorrow. So congratulations again. Good luck tomorrow, and have some fun tonight.
Absolutely not. We're going to be going back to the Airbnb, having some pizza and wings, and I'm getting my butt to bed. I'm an old man. I like to go to bed early.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you on that. Okay, well, good luck to you coming up in truck here in a little bit.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, so we got 13.5 Stadium truck up on the track. Rivkin showing why he's a multi-time national champ and world champ. I mean, crazy. Heater laps by Spencer Rivkin there. 13.5 Stadium truck out on the track right now. Let's see what we got for 13.5 Stadium truck. Craig Jackson. Oh, this is a big one, right? Between Craig Jackson and Owen Simmons. Craig Jackson with a first, second. Owen with a second, first. So it could come down to this. Owen with the better the laps here, 16.5.16 to Craig Jackson's 15.5 flat. Rivkin saying he's an old man. My goodness. I think I'm 20 years older than Spencer Rivkin. So what does that make me? Right? I mean, come on. Oh, I should have asked him if he likes Dr. Pepper. Last question for you. Do you like Dr. Pepper? All right, 13.5 Stadium truck out on the track now. Craig Jackson out front. This is good news for Craig, 16.508. Mark Robinson in the number 2. Tom Sherman in the 3. Owen in the 4. So Owen got to put the hammer down, pull that trigger all the way back. Race 20 of 22. .230 down, 2:30 to go. Craig Jackson out front, 16.509. Mark Robinson, 16.511. Sherman, 15.501. Owen, 15.507. Teddy in the 5. Eric in the 6. Alfonso in the 7. Richard in the 8. I am a Dr. Pepper addict. You're right, TQ Chef. Matter of fact, I mean, I might be able to buy you laps. I can't guarantee, but you bring me Dr. Pepper, I could have some influence. I don't know. 1 minute, 45 seconds remains. Craig Jackson out front, 16-5-10. So this is good news for Craig. Craig with a first, second. He needs this one to clinch the overall TQ. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Mark Robinson in the number 2, Sherman in the 3. Owen in the 4, Teddy Davis in the 5, Eric in the 6, Alfonso 7, and Richard in the 8. 1 minute, 15 remains. Craig out on a 16-5-10. Got about a 6-second lead here on Mark Robinson, so he's positioned himself well to clinch the overall top qualifier in 13.5 Stadium Truck. Mark Robinson catching up, though. Craig Jackson just had a 6-second lead. Now it's down to 1 second. Sherman right up there, too. Sherman only 3 seconds back from our leader, Craig Jackson. Craig needs to keep this together. He's in that purple and white over that back triple. Coming through this double through the middle of the track now. Around that S section. 20 seconds to go for Craig Jackson. Craig Jackson with an 18.7 heater lap there. 3 seconds now, the gap between him and number 2, Mark Robinson. Craig coming through the middle. Just got to keep it consistent and clean here, Craig. Trying to get that overall TQ here on this one. And that's a race. This is his final lap. Super clean here, Craig. Got to keep it clean. If he wants to take home that top qualifier, got a wreck right in front of him. You got 5 seconds. Don't try to race him. Oh, he bounced it off the gate. Woo! But he's going to do it. Craig Jackson, 16.5-16, going to put him first. Overall top qualifier here for 13.5 Stadium Truck. Congratulations to Craig Jackson. Nice job. Craig Jackson, a fellow veteran. I appreciate him. I appreciate his service. Matter of fact, to all the veterans tuning in right now, I appreciate all of your service. Man, all the veterans, past, present, future, I appreciate your service. I appreciate everything you've done for this country, especially Craig Jackson coming out here, showing up. 13.5 Stadium Truck really means a lot. It means a lot to him. Overall top qualifier. Let's go. Let's talk to Craig about this. That little rivalry he had with his buddy Owen. Craig, congratulations, man. Overall top qualifier here at Beach RC for the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals. How's that feel?
It feels good, but, I hate to do that with my buddy because he's just as good as I am, if not better. We have on days and off days, but we cheer each other on, and that's what this hobby's all about. You got to be happy for each other and not be haters, and that's what this is all about, man.
That's exactly what it's all about. Always be happy for your friends. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, walk me through that last lap there. How are you feeling? I mean, I was screaming down here in the LiveRC.com studio, Craig, keep it clean. Don't race anybody. You have a 5-second lead. And then, boom, right off the Jingle Bell gate.
No, it was like about 2 laps before that, Tom, because Tom's, he raced for X-Ray, but he's really fast. And he jumped over top of me on the triple. I was like, well, dang. It was like demoralizing. I was like, you know what, I'm not going to go for it. I'm going to let him do what he do. So then I backed up, and then I wrecked in the same lap. But then I said, let me keep it clean. But it's always fun to race with all our friends. And if people that know me, it's all about seeing you happy. So if I win, I win. If I lose, guess what? I'm still happy.
Yes, sir. Well, this weekend is your weekend. Top qualifier here in 13.5 Stadium Truck. Congratulations. And good luck to you. Good luck to your friend. Good luck to the entire 13.5 Stadium Truck crew.
Hey, that's what we do.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, man. It's a Sox, baby, but I don't have them on today. Just like Denzel said, my man.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, Craig Jackson there. We're going to get into our modified Stadium Truck here, heat number 1. All right, 5-minute qualifier. Heat number 1 of 2 here for Modified Stadium Truck. Rennerneck out front here. Going to be the first to cross the line. There he goes in the all-white. Rennerneck clicking off a 16.3 on that one. We'll see who the hot lap goes to on here. Once they all get through here. Looks like Austin Cracknell 16.2 there. Give him about another couple of laps. We'll give you some pace details. Too much changing up at the top. Man, I wanted to ask Brent Tilke about tires. I forgot. Maybe we can ask whoever the Modified Stadium Truck winner is here. Ask what tire setup they're using. We haven't talked about tires much at all. I know that everybody's on slicks here this weekend. And everybody's grinding on their tires in the pits. They got them like chucked up to drills. And they're hitting them with wire brushes and all kinds of stuff. All right, Lemieux out front here. Minute 30 into this. Lemieux out front, 19.5.15. Finster about a tenth of a second back, 19.5.16. Cracknell, 18.5.03. Rennerneck, 18.5.12. Cade Burnett, 17.5.07. Van Air, 16.5 flat. And Rails, 16.5 flat. Two down, 3 to go. So Chase Lemieux clicking off a 16.3 there. Finster with a 16.5. So it's going to move Finster back to about 3/10 back now. Austin 2 seconds off the leader's pace. .230 down, 2:30 to go. Chase Lemieux out front, 19.5.15, half a second from Tyler Finster. Austin in the 3, Rennerneck 4, Cade Burnett 5, Rails 6, Van Air 7. Two minutes remains. Finster taking over that top spot now, 18.5 flat. Let me look up the Stadium Truck results here. Currently, Aiden Horn sitting at the top spot. His pace is about 19.510 territory, so that's what these guys need to look at if they want to run up with the top qualifier pace. Minute 15 left to go. Finster 19.516. 18.5 flat for Lemieux. 18.501 for Rennerneck. 18.504 for Cracknell. Burnett 17.511. Rails in the 6. Van Air in the 7. Three-tenths of a second separates Finster and Lemieux. 45 seconds remains. Two-tenths now separates our top two. 35 seconds left. Finster on that last lap, 16.45. Lemieux, 16.4 flat. Rennerneck, though, with a 16.1, moving up to the number 2 spot now. We're following Tyler Finster here as he makes his way around the track, coming through that S section, lining himself up here, down the front straight, hugging that curb. Ooh, wide on the straight there, getting a little squirrely. Had the double single. Oh, what happened? Oh, man, what happened there to Tyler Finster? Check out this instant replay from Chase Lemieux. Oh, man. Where was that guy's catcher's mitt, right? Marshall needed a catcher mitt on that one. All right, so Rennerneck going to take it, 19-5-15. That'll be the pace. So Rennerneck out front, Lemieux in the 2, Cracknell in the 3, Finster in the 4, Van Air in the 5. All right, we're going to take a quick break for a quick word from our sponsor. The Midwest Nationals presented by Dakota Slideways in Aberdeen, South Dakota, July 13th and 14th. Over $8,000 in total cash payouts. $1,000 to the winners of 8-scale Nitro Buggy, 8-scale Nitro Truggy, 8-scale E-Buggy, and 50% entry fee payback in E-Truggy. They got on-site camping. They got an on-site food truck. Random door prizes from A-Main, ProTech, VP, and Busybodies RC. Cash payouts in these 4 classes from the top 5 finishing positions. They got random cash drawing. You can check out the flyer with all the details at Dakota Slideways on Facebook.com. All right, we got heat number 2 of 2, race 22 of 22, the final heat of qualifying about to go down. The race director has called them in. They are all checked in. And a green flag. Aiden Horn leading us around. Rifkin with the hot lap there, 16-1. Champlin with a 16-1. Dakota Fan with a 16-1. Rifkin coming across for his second lap, but Champlin, 19.504 is the pace. Time to beat Rennerneck on a 19.515. Coming up on the first minute here. Give him another lap or two, and then I'll give you some details. Whoa, Finn getting crazy. All right, so that bobble from Dakota Finn going to put him down into the 8. Brock Champlin out front here, 19.505. Got about a second up on Rifkin, 19.509. Sontag into 3, 19.512. Bada in the 4, 19.515. Fenn back up to the 5, 18.5 flat. Aiden Horn in the 6, Cavallari in the 7, Cole Tollard in the 8, Evans in the 9. Brock Champlin, though, out front here. Minute 30 in, 3:30 to go. 19.504 is his pace. 16 flat on the last lap. 16.3 on that one. So that's going to allow Rifkin to close in just a little bit. Rifkin less than a second. So Champlin, we're watching the feed here. Champlin out front, Rifkin right behind him as they come across the loop. Champlin there with a 17.3. Rifkin with an 18 flat. Sontag now up to the number 2. Brock Champlin out front, 19.508. Got a 2.5-second lead on Tater Sontag. Sontag in the number 2 with a 19.512. Oh, Dakota Finn now up to the number 2. 19.513. Only 2 seconds back from Champlin. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. So Dakota Finn on the move. Here we are checking him out. The orange and blue onto the right side of the track. Yellow wheels down the front straight. He goes onto the left side. Taking over that tabletop and down that triple. Dakota Finn with a 16 flat on the last lap. Brock Champlin with a 16 flat on the last lap as well. They're currently separated by 2 seconds. Let's see what it looks like here. So Finn able to shave off 3/10 on the last lap. 2 minutes to go here. We got Brock Champlin on our top screen. Dakota Finn on the bottom. 1 minute, 45 seconds. 16 flat on that one for Brock. 16-1 for Dakota. Dakota got about a 2-second lead up on Cole Tollard in the number 3. Dustin Evans in the 4. Cavallari 5. Rivkin 6. Bada 7. 8 and 8. Tater Sontag in the 9. 1 minute, 30 seconds remains. This could shake things up at the top here. Brock Champlin currently sitting overall number 2. 1 minute, 15 seconds now. Brock Champlin, 19.507. 2-second lead up on Finn. Finn with a 19.511 in the number 2 spot. They're stretching it out here on Cole Tollard. They're about 5 seconds, 5-second gap up on him with less than a minute to go. Watching Dakota Finn here on the live screen. Dakota Finn down a back triple. Working his way through the middle of the track, keeping it tight through this XS section. 40 seconds left. Champlin with a 16.1, Dakota Finn with a 16.3, so now 2.2 seconds separates them. Make it 2.5. Brock Champlin just clicking off a 15.9 with 30 seconds to go. 19.507 for Champlin, 19.509 for Finn, 19.513 for Dustin Evans, 19.515 for Cole Tollard, 5.16 for Rivkin, 18.501 for Davey Bada, 18.505 for Aiden Horn, 18.506 for Cavallari. And it looks like Sontag is out. Final 10 seconds. Let's see if Brock Champlin can take this one home. This is going to be his final lap right here. Currently got a 2-second lead up on Dakota Finn. Here he comes around the right side of the track through the loop. 19.507.3. So Brock Champlin taking home round 4 here. All right, let's see what this looks like once this refreshes. Yeah, Aiden Horn going to hold on to that overall top qualifier position with a first, second, first. Champlin got a first, second, and third. So Aiden Horn, the 2024 Electric Off-Road Roar Nationals Modified Stadium Truck top qualifier. So Aiden Horn taking home that overall TQ. Brock Champlin on that pace. Both of these drivers incredibly fast, incredibly talented. Modified stadium truck. Trying to get this thing to refresh. And there he is, Brock Champlin, the top qualifier for round number 4. Man, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, my truck's been really good all weekend. I basically have crashed on the double Cabedanos every single run, so it felt good to not crash over there. I softened up the sway bars to make my truck jump a little better, and Paul Wynn cut some meat off the body, and yeah, it was really good. It was super easy to drive. Everyone's quick. Truck's really hard to hang on to just in general, but yeah, it should be good mains.
Yeah, you had to go to Van right on your back the whole time there. I mean, pushing you and keeping you guys going. But How do you keep this pace going into tomorrow, to meet Aiden and the rest of the crew?
The biggest thing is going to be fresh tires. Lesson kind of learned there in the last round. I put new tires on two-wheel drive, and then I was on basically new tires there in truck, and the cars are just way easier to drive on new tires. Four-wheel drive I didn't, and it wasn't very easy to drive. So fresher tires for tomorrow, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Yeah, so I can confirm starting in position number 2 for tomorrow for Modified Stadium Truck. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on a successful weekend, and I wish you luck going into tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Man, Brock Champlin, just a super fast guy, super talented here in the Modified Stadium Truck. Said he made some changes. He was able to run a 19.507 there. So that's the hottest round. But right now we got Aiden Horn, our overall top qualifier here for Modified Stadium Truck. Aiden, I mean, we've talked to you a whole bunch this weekend. How's it feel?
It's good, yeah. I didn't really expect this week to go this well up to this point beforehand, so I'll definitely take it. Still haven't done any racing for the main events yet, so a lot of work ahead of us, but super excited to have a good starting position and a good chance at hopefully fighting for some wins tomorrow.
Yeah, so I've got to ask this question. I've been meaning to ask all these drivers that I've been talking to, and the LiveRC.com crew wants to know about tires. What's the tire game like out there?
It's pretty different for people on different brands. Obviously, I run Proline, and the majority of the guys run JC, so I don't really know what the JCon guys are doing, but I think they're trying to run newer tires now. The grip is a little higher. That's what I just tried to do with my truck there, and they were fast, but a little hard to drive, so I think I'm going to need to run a little bit more used tires, so I don't know. It's every decision has ups and downs, I guess.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. And you got a lot of guys coming for you. Brock Champlin, number 2, Dakota Fenn in 3, Rivkin 4, Sontag 5. I mean, this field is stacked, but you're the top qualifier here at the Beach RC 2024 Electric Off-Road Nationals. Congratulations, man, and I wish you nothing but success tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it.
So there he is, Aiden Horn, our top qualifier here for Modified Stadium Truck. And he had a great showing out here this weekend, but we're going to find out tomorrow when all the business happens here at the Roar Nats. I mean, that's when it all matters. So let's see what these guys got for tomorrow. But great day of racing. So let's kind of recap what happened today and going into tomorrow. So in 13.5 two-wheel drive short course, we got Adam Rawls, our overall TQ. 13.5 Nate Sutherland. 13.5 stadium truck, we got Craig Jackson. Two-wheel drive buggy. 17.5 we got Mason Templeman. Masters, we got Brent Tilke. Modified, we got Spencer Rivkin. Four-wheel drive buggy, we got Aiden Horn. And stadium truck, we got Aiden Horn. So ton of racing tomorrow. It's going to be great. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow morning because we will be live again from the 2024 Electric Off-Road Nationals Beach RC here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Until then, peace. I'm out of here.